him for a Pro Bowl guard in his first year, and a guy like Quentin Nelson that can just change your culture. So there's a lot of good football players. We didn't see a defensive tackle drafted last night. So Christian Barmore, I mean, it wasn't a deep draft for tackles, but everybody plays for defensive tackles. So some of these guys are going to get taken tonight.
Yeah, and I thought some of those guys might get taken in the first round last night, especially Owusu Koromoa as well, Christian Barmore. I had him in the first round. I thought maybe he would go early second as well. Nick Bolton as well, the linebacker out of Missouri. I thought that maybe he would go first round. Were you kind of surprised with that last pick with the Buccaneers going Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, the outside linebacker out of Washington?
Not really, because they did sign those two starting defensive ends. But they lost all their depth in free agency. But they did keep the two starters, JPP. So JPP is going to play forever. He's going into his 11th year now. Somehow it's his 11th year. So you got to start, stocking. They bring back all 22 starters somehow from a year ago. So start building the depth. And they won that Super Bowl in large part because of their dominance of the defensive line. Excuse me. So keep restocking. And Joe Tryon is really a good talent. He was a first-round talent. I thought it was a smart pick. You bring back 22 starters, you get the luxury of taking whatever you feel is the best football player, and I think that's what they did.
And 22 players coming back. You kind of mentioned as well. Tom Brady, another year older, but it seems like he's just aging backwards at this point because he has been so dominant, especially in that run last year. Do you think that they're easy Super Bowl favorites going into next season with bringing everybody back and the addition of Joe Tryon?
Oh, there's no question about it. Especially that, Tom Brady gets traded, or gets signed free agency in the year of, the pandemic, and he's not around any of his teammates until they really start the season. I could see an off season with Brady and Mike Evans. Like I could see Evans going to another level. We all recognize the talent. But they seem to take a little while to really kind of get on the same page, and what the offense turned out to be in the postseason was a little bit different than we saw in the middle of the season. So it's a little bit more Tom Brady-like. So they're going to be the favorites. There's no question about it. But just because you bring back the same team doesn't mean that you bring back a Super Bowl team. Every year is a different year. You got to start from scratch. You got to figure some things out. There'll be injuries and adversity at some point. And so how do you overcome those is a big part.
Of course, injury is always a part of the game. Mike Evans a little bit banged up last year as well with that hamstring. Antonio Brown coming in a little bit late, signing both of those guys back. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Once again, Brian Baldinger from NFL Network. Before I let you go, do you have any hot takes for tonight going into round 2 and 3?
Hot takes. Well, I would say that whatever team Landon Dickerson goes to is going to be a playoff team. That's what I'm going to say.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. We're looking forward to round 2 and 3 tonight. Thank you for taking the time to come on today. It was great to talk to you.
My
and
pleasure.
It's going to be a good one later on.
Thank you. Great.
Once again, that was Brian Baldinger from NFL Network, as he kind of talked about before, giving his reactions to round 1. And you saw that hot take there for round 2 and 3 tonight, liking the Buccaneers pick as well. So we're going to take a quick break right here, but we have a fun guest coming on, a Sports Illustrated insider, right after this. Albert.
First part of adversity I kind of faced early. 5th grade, my sister, she ended up having brain cancer. That was kind of a big thing for me. Just being a big family guy, just seeing your sister kind of like that kind of makes you feel helpless at a very young age. And then 5-6 years later, my mom ended up getting diagnosed with breast cancer when I was a sophomore in high school. So those are kind of the two things that kind of helped me shape who I am today. Just those people being there in my corner every single day, not really complaining, bringing the best foot forward every single day. Kind of the mindset I try to bring to any team, any organization. I have the ability to. So those that you love, cherishing every moment you really have with them, because you never know what tomorrow brings. And so that's kind of what I mean when it says it's kind of shaped me to the person I am today. Not trying to have any bad days, trying to put the best foot forward, and trying to compete and give myself a chance to play in football realms.
I'm Kayla Santiago here with the NFL Draft Bible, and joined by me is Atlantic City Mayor Marty Small Sr. Thank you so much for being here with me today.
No problem. Thank you for having me, and it's a great day here in the city of Atlantic City.
Now, of course, this year the draft is in Cleveland, but would you like Atlantic City to host a draft in the foreseeable future? And what kind of assets do you have for these players and people coming in that would want to see an NFL draft?
All right, now listen, let me just say this. Cleveland, are you kidding me? Is that a real city? Listen, it's all about the great city of Atlantic City, where it's always a great day here in the city of Atlantic City. Though we're not an NFL team, we have a world-class city, world-class facilities, world-class venues. We got the beach and boardwalk. Nobody can say that. So, yes, we want the NFL draft. We want everything in Atlantic City. We can host it. Can you imagine Roger Goodell standing or live from the Atlantic City lifeguard boat with the first pick, and then the draft picks are going down the boardwalk and rolling chairs? I like it.
I like it as well, and thank you so much, Mayor, for your time today.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Yeah, Rashad Weaver is a all-around defensive end. You know, he gets the job done in the run.
And we are back here, night 2, round 2 and 3 of the NFL draft. And that was the mayor of Atlantic City. And I think he's going to be happy about his Philadelphia Eagles, because I know he wanted Devontae Smith, and that's exactly who they got. Traded up, had to go to pick 10, but they got their guy. We're going to hear from one of our sponsors here. Manscaped is dedicated to helping you level up your full body grooming game with their Perfect Package 3.0 kit. Get 20% off of free shipping with the code MANUP21 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com, and use code MANUP21. It's 2021, and we still got Bush to change that to Manscaped. Once again, we are here for night 2, and we are going to bring in a very fun guest that we kind of mentioned before, the Sports Illustrated insider, Albert Breer. Albert, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, and thank you for taking the time to come on here. Now, is there any buzz going on around? Round 2 is about to start in just about 20 minutes. Is there any buzz happening at the moment?
Yeah, you know, I think the Jaguars are probably looking defense with the first pick of the round. Christian Barmore from Alabama and Tyson Campbell from Georgia are the two names that I've heard most. And, you know, really, I think the Campbell name's interesting because there aren't very many corners at his level left. I think the other two would be Florida State's Asante Samuel and Kentucky's Kelvin Joseph. So those three could wind up coming off the board pretty quickly. And then, of course, Christian Barmore has all the off-field questions, like legitimately a top 20 talent in the class. But, you know, the stuff that, you know, teams are having trouble wrapping their head around right now is kind of attitude, effort, that sort of thing. And so, you know, I think the question with Barmore is going to be more how far he slips if he doesn't go to Jacksonville. Because I do know some teams are a little spooked that the Ravens passed on him twice yesterday, given all the connections that Baltimore has in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, as you said before, those off-the-field concerns are definitely why he's slipping into the second round. It'll be interesting to see if the Jaguars don't take him, where does he go? Now, what about Wosu Koromoa and Nick Bolton? I know those could have possibly gone in the first round. They ended up dropping to second. Do you see their names being called early in the second round?
Well, I heard what the second name. I know you said Owusu Koromoa. Who's the second one?
Nick Bolton, the linebacker out of Missouri.
Yeah, so Bolton I haven't heard as much about, but I think Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa, like my guess would be he goes somewhere here in the first 10 picks or so. I think Washington, if Jamin Davis hadn't been there for them, he would have been a consideration for them at 19. And I think it sort of tells you the makeup of the class, like how there isn't a huge difference between the 20th pick and say the 60th pick this year. And so certain guys where, you've seen their name a lot over the last few weeks could slide a little and have slided a little. And I think, somebody like Owusu Koromoa, really what's hurt him is the fact that it's hard for teams to gain vision on what he's going to be as a pro. And I actually think Isaiah Simmons going as high as he did last year has wound up hurting Owusu Koromoa, where, Simmons was the same sort of like freakish athlete who played all over the place, did a ton of different things in college. People figured, okay, with Simmons, this is a 21st century player, and we'll figure out what to do with them. Arizona really struggled with that last year. And I think to some degree that spooked some teams on Owusu Koromoa.
Yeah, and I think that's a great example of why he probably did drop in the second round. And we'll see if he ends up going top 10 just here in about an hour and a half. But I want to talk about Aaron Rodgers here. Now, of course, the reports are out that he wants out of Green Bay. Have you heard anything updated on that? And do you think that is the reality over there with the Packers?
Yeah, I think we're going to have to wait and see. I really, like, this has been brewing for 3 months, and nothing that Aaron Rodgers has done over the last 3 months is by accident. He didn't speak the way he spoke after the season ended by accident. He didn't handle the weeks to follow where he doubled down a couple times on that by accident. The Jeopardy thing wasn't by accident. And letting this go on draft day wasn't by accident either. And so, I think all the stuff that we've seen from Aaron has been calculated. And, if he's determined to get out of Green Bay, and I think a big piece of this goes back to, how the Packers have sort of run their organization. And it's not just, this year, it's for the last 25 years. I think he'd like to see them be a little bit more aggressive. And, I think at the end of the season, he sort of looked around at the landscape, the other teams in the conference championship games, saw how aggressively Buffalo and Kansas City have built around Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes. And most of all, seeing how aggressively the Buccaneers have built around Tom Brady. And I don't think he feels like the Packers have acted with the same sort of urgency. Now, a lot of people would argue that he doesn't know how good he's got it. And that's a really solid organization in Green Bay that's been doing this for a long way, and it's a long time, and it's worked for them for a long time. But I think part of this for Aaron is wanting to be in a place where they're going to act with more urgency to get the most out of the last few years of his career.
And where do you think that he could possibly end up if he says goodbye to Green Bay?
Well, I don't think the Packers are budging anytime soon on this. Now, I could be wrong, but sense I get is they've got their feet planted in the ground on this one. And so, I don't think that we're close to the end of this saga. I think it's probably going to drag out for a while longer. And you see the teams that he's put out there. San Francisco seems less likely now that they took Trey Lance. Denver, I think, might have the capital to do something potentially. And then some teams he didn't name. New Orleans, would they do something? Seattle, if Russell Wilson, were to, if things were to go the wrong way with him again, would they be a team that would be looking to make a move at the quarterback position? And maybe you just sort of swap, wayward situations for one another. It's interesting to talk about those sorts of things, but really until Green Bay starts actually accepting phone calls on Aaron Rodgers, I think, really at this point it's just speculation.
Yeah, I think the reports are out there, as you said, that Green Bay does not want to move on from the former MVP of last season, but Aaron Rodgers is the one that kind of wants out. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of shakes up the league. Now, another quarterback that might be on the outs with the San Francisco 49ers is Jimmy Garoppolo. Of course, they drafted Trey Lance at 3. But we saw on Twitter that Jimmy Garoppolo texted Trey Lance and said he's excited to work with him. Have you heard anything about that relationship a little bit? And do you think Jimmy G stays? Well,
obviously that relationship's still, in the embryonic phase. So, we'll see where things go from here. I will say this, I think drafting Trey Lance over Mac Jones, I certainly understand why they did it. And I think the idea is to pay off 5 or 6 years down the line, more so than just what's going to happen over the next 7 or 8 months. That said, I do think that what happens over the next 7 or 8 months is relevant to the Niners because they feel like they have a championship team. And, I don't think coming into the offseason, they believe that they were going to be able to re-sign as many of their own free agents as they did. And they bring back guys like Kyle Juszczyk and Jason Verrett and Trent Williams. And so, I think they're in a position right now where they want to protect the team they have. And, I think that the general consensus is that it's going to take Trey Lance a while to adjust to the NFL game. And letting a young guy go in there and take his lumps, I don't think that's conducive to competing for a championship the way that the Niners feel like they can. And so maybe Trey Lance comes along faster than they think and winds up being the starter. But for right now, I don't know how you say goodbye to the only proven guy you have on your roster at the most important position on the field when you do feel like you've got a team that's ready to compete for a championship.
And so with that outlook right there, you saying Trey Lance might need a few more months to develop. Do you think that he sits behind Jimmy Garoppolo next season?
I think right now the likelihood would be yes. Again, like history tells us that doesn't really happen. The guys really don't, wind up taking true redshirt years as much as teams might want to say this time of year that it's going to happen. It just doesn't. And really going back to 2008, there's only 2 examples of it. Here's where I think it could happen, though. The 2 examples of it, the Tennessee Titans in 2011 basically redshirted Jake Locker, and the Kansas City Chiefs basically redshirted Patrick Mahomes in 2017. The one thing those 2 teams had in common, they both contended. The Titans were in the race until the very end of the season behind Matt Hasselbeck as their quarterback. The Chiefs were in the race till the end and wound up making the playoffs with Alex Smith as their quarterback. And so if San Francisco is a contender, that's the way, that's the path really to actually giving your quarterback a redshirt year. And, the Niners have a team that's kind of atypical of teams that are drafting that high because the only reason they're up there was because of all the injuries they had and because of a trade up. And so I certainly see a scenario where Jimmy Garoppolo starts the opener. They play really well, and there's no reason to him out over the course of the year. Maybe Trey Lance really does get his redshirt year.
It's definitely going to be interesting to see, especially because Jimmy Garoppolo has that no trade clause as well. It seems that he is going to stay in San Francisco, but that is one of the good things about the NFL. It's going to be crazy, and we're going to see how it kind of shakes up the league once again. This is Albert Breer, Sports Illustrated NFL Insider. Is there anything you can share with us real quick before I let you go that you've been hearing going into round 2 and 3?
Yeah, I think, again, I think the corners come off fairly quickly. A lot of good interior linemen, a lot of good receivers still available. And so it's going to be interesting to see what happens with guys like Barmore and Owusu-Koramoah. A couple guys I thought were first rounders, TCU safety Trayvon Moehrig and Ole Miss receiver Elijah Moore. I think both those guys will hear their names called relatively early. And I think Javonte Williams from North Carolina is an interesting one, too. He's really the last of the top-tier running backs available. Wouldn't surprise me if we see him maybe go to the Miami Dolphins with the 4th pick of the round.
Thank you so much once again for coming in. It's going to be an exciting night. Rounds 2 and 3, maybe more unpredictable than night 1. Once again, Albert Breer from Sports Illustrated NFL Insider. Thank you for taking the time to come on today.
All right, thanks for having me.
And once again, that is Albert Breer. Going to be very exciting to see what happens tonight. Some background information from here, some buzz he's been able to hear. He thinks that Jimmy G stays in San Francisco, and he thinks, once again, Aaron Rodgers, he might be on the outs, but right now, looks like he's going to stay in Green Bay. Once again, we are in Atlantic City at Stockton University, but also we do have Alec Polito, who we'll go to later at the Tropicana. And the Tropicana Atlantic City boasts 2,400 luxurious rooms and suites and 5 towers and 2,300 slot machines. An 18-table poker room, 132 table games, 4 pools, 2 spas, the Quarter, Tropicana Showroom, William Hill Sportsbook, and the IMAX Theater. When it comes to dining, Tropicana provides an unparalleled experience with the opportunity to dine around the world at any price point. Tropicana Atlantic City has more of everything under one roof. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start gambling. Problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Once again, that is Tropicana right here in Atlantic City, and we are at Stockton University here in Atlantic City, bringing you live draft coverage of rounds 2 and 3. It's going to be a great night. We have some awesome guests coming on for the NFL draft. But right now, we're going to take a quick step off as we prepare for the unpredictable of round 2 and 3. Make sure you stay tuned.
Choose Stockton and see through new lens.
Choose Stockton and focus your energy.
Choose Stockton and write your own story.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an osprey. Choose Stockton.
I think I look asleep. And we are back here on NFL Draft File via Sports Illustrated. I'm Kayla Santiago, bringing you the live coverage of round 2 and 3 tonight on day 2. We have an exciting night ahead of us. But of course, we have to look at sports management worldwide. Sports Jobs, this course will prepare you for the world of football analytics. It's relatively new, so you're probably wondering what this educational opportunity can do for you and your sports career. Well, we have your answer. Taking this course will prepare you for sports careers like this: football research and development, football bloggers, sports journalists, football information systems, data scientist, research analyst, research assistant, analysis, and research coordinator. Once again, that is the sports management worldwide. We're super excited here to have some awesome guests to come in with us on day 2. We're going to welcome in Howard Balzer out of Phoenix, Arizona. You're there right now. As Rick said before, you're in the desert. How are you doing tonight? And are you ready for rounds 2 and 3?
I am ready. It's very warm here. It's in the 90s, and it's not even May yet. But yeah, I'm ready, just like everybody else is.
Once again, an NFL insider, Howard Balzer, Phoenix, Arizona. It is not so warm here in Atlantic City. It's been very windy all day, a little bit cold, about 60 degrees. So I'm a little jealous of that warm weather. But we're going into rounds 2 and 3. We kind of debriefed round 1 all last night. What are you looking forward to most? What do you think is going to happen within the first 10 picks? And some guys that you really like in this night?
Yeah, the second and third round in every draft is a lot of times where a lot of the value is. And it's interesting the way the NFL has done this over the last several years, where they have the first round on one night and not go right into the second round. And that gives teams a chance to take a deep breath after yesterday, overnight, and then for most of the day today, and restack their boards and look at what's there and what they accomplished or what they didn't accomplish in the first round, and see what might happen. And I'm going to be interested if there's going to be some more trades. I mean, we only had 3 trades during the draft last night, so that was a relatively low number. So I wonder if we're going to see some more. And in terms of what you said about the first 10 picks and how it's going to fall, I agree with Albert. There's probably going to be a bunch of corners go. There's a few that he mentioned, and you have Elijah Molden in there as a corner that he didn't mention. So there could be 5 or so, going maybe not in the first 10 picks, but potentially in the first 15, because once one team takes a corner in this round, what happens a lot of times is that starts a run on them, and everybody wants to jump in and make sure they get the guy that they like. So that's something I'm looking for. The quarterbacks are also intriguing, and the quarterbacks it's always an interesting dynamic of what happens to them after the first round. Because we have some guys like Ian Book of Notre Dame, Kyle Trask of Florida, Davis Mills of Stanford. A lot of people think he'll be the next quarterback to go. Kellen Mond of Texas A&M. But where will they go? What happens in the second round a lot of times is that teams feel, okay, well, we're pretty set at quarterback. We're not drafting a quarterback in the second round to necessarily come in and play right away. And so we need to help our team right away. And so they'll take a player in another position that they feel is going to have more of an immediate impact. And so that can cause quarterbacks to slide a bit in the draft. So I'm curious to see what happens with those quarterbacks. And I mentioned the corners, the good receivers that are coming up, some edge rushers. And one guy I want to point out, because I was talking a lot about him last night, Kate, and that's Azeez Ojulari, who we saw a run on defensive players at the end of the first round. In fact, 6 of the last 7 players selected were on defense, and the last 5. And many people thought that Ojulari, a really good 3-4 outside linebacker from Georgia, might be the first edge rusher off the board, and he wasn't. Well, what I learned today is some of the medical checks turned up an ACL that he tore in high school. Now, that's not a big concern because obviously it was several years ago. But in the medical check in Indianapolis a few weeks ago, there was apparently a lower leg condition that was red flagged. And we don't know what doctors are saying in teams around the NFL. And there's some who believe that it could be related to that ACL and it might lead to other issues. So don't have more details than that, but that could be a big reason why he fell. And now it'll be interesting to see, where does he end up going? When does a team feel that it's worth a little bit of a risk? Is it in this round? Where in this round is it? And I think that's going to be one of the intriguing things to see as this second round develops.
I would agree with you absolutely right there. And I think it's interesting that you brought up the point that we didn't see as many trades in round 1. Now, we don't know how many calls happen behind the scenes, but I think you're right. I think tonight you're going to see a lot more trades. As soon as those quarterbacks go off the board, a lot of teams are going to want to trade up to get their guy. Now, I want to talk about, the offensive linemen that are coming up in this round 2. And, those top 10 picks, you kind of mentioned your guy right there. But what teams do you think need to focus on defense the most here? And what team do you think really essentially won round 1?
Well, you have to believe Atlanta. I know Albert mentioned Jacksonville, and that's, probably a good shot that they'll take defense with its pick. But Atlanta, certainly, with the issues they have on defense, they made the move that everyone thought with Kyle Pitts. And so that was key. So it definitely seems like that would be the move for them in this round, certainly. And Philadelphia could be a team with defense. Detroit. I mean, everybody. I mean, and even Dallas. I mean, I know they got the linebacker with Micah Parsons in the first round, but they need multiple defensive players to try to upgrade that unit. And by the way, mentioning the Jaguars, they have 2 picks right now scheduled in this round. First pick of the round, and then the 13th pick of the round. So that puts them in good position to really help that defense after getting the quarterback, obviously, to start the draft last night, and then running back Travis Etienne later in the first round, and reuniting, of course, with Trevor Lawrence there. So I think that there were 18 players, offensive players, taken in the draft, and of course we saw the first 7 picks. I think it was the first 7, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the first 7 picks were offensive players. I think 18 was the highest there's been on offense in a long time. But we saw in the second half of the draft how the defensive players started flying off the board, as I mentioned earlier. So I think we'll probably see a continuation of that, along with, like you mentioned, some offensive linemen and receivers.
And I think you hit it right on the spot there on the teams that really need some defense. Like you said, the Dallas Cowboys, they did get the linebacker Micah Parsons, but they need serious help in the quarterback position, along with the Philadelphia Eagles as well. They need help with the corners. It's going to be interesting to see where these teams kind of lie and who they want. There's still good cornerbacks that are available in the second round. It's just about getting your guy, maybe having to trade up, make some calls as they go off the board. Now I'm going to join in Alec Polito, who is at the Sportsbook at Tropicana. He's able to come on with us today to kind of join us in this coverage. Alec, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. Obviously, William Hill Sportsbook behind me at the Tropicana Casino and Resort, and it's been excellent here. It seems like people are real excited to be here.
And now I want to throw this question to both of you. We got a question in the comments. Who do you think the Detroit Lions are going to draft in the second round?
Well, I think that the Lions took Penei Sewell to start the draft off at pick 7 yesterday, right? And clearly they took their best player available. They looked really excited. Brad Holmes was enthusiastic about the pick, to say the least. Now you're looking at, what does Detroit need? I mean, wide receiver comes to mind immediately. A guy like Terrace Marshall could replace Kenny Galladay, who they lost, or they could look maybe for some speed at that position. You could potentially look at a guy like Tutu Atwell later in the draft, or potentially even going with a guy like Elijah Moore to fit in that slot. And then you also look at the linebacker, right? They definitely need a middle linebacker to help out on this team, I think. And Nick Bolton makes a lot of sense for them, maybe at this next pick.
And Howard, what about you? Who do you think the Detroit Lions are going to take? I know you said they need some help at corner. Do you think that's where they're going to go today?
Yeah, I think Alec brought up a lot of good possibilities for them, and that's the beauty of in the second round, where there's so many players that are rated so close together, that you can have that marriage of value and need at what you're looking for to help your team, and with the corners that are still available. I know Albert Breer, mentioned Kelvin Joseph and Asante Samuel Jr., Tyson Campbell. You also have I never want to mention this guy because of his last name, Ifeatu Malifonwu, however he pronounces his name, from Syracuse. You also have Elijah Molden. So I think it's going to be real interesting to see how, and I do believe, as I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a run on cornerbacks, especially when that first one is taken, because that's as important as it is to have those playmakers on offense, the receivers and all those guys. Well, on defense, you better have guys that can play against those players. And so you can never have enough. That's the one thing about it. You can never have enough when you have to figure now. Teams are in the nickel almost 60 to 70% of the time anymore in the NFL. So the guy who plays that slot corner position is like a starter. And so that's 3 guys right there. And so you better have 4 or 5 on your roster that will be there for rotation, will be there if there's an injury, whatever it might be. So that's obviously a very, very important team to build depth. And then the other part of it is we hardly ever talk about special teams, but those depth corners are usually special teams players, and teams are always looking at that, to have those core special teams guys that are going to help those units, because obviously they affect field position, both offensively and defensively, and that's a big part of what goes into the evaluation, especially as we get into these later rounds.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Nickel is something that they potentially could end up going with, and a guy like Elijah Molden, maybe an Asante Samuel Jr. might make some sense for them. But I think Tyson Campbell on the outside to put on the other side of put on the other side of the Ohio State corner that they took last year could make some sense, like you said. Another player that maybe needs to be mentioned is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who we talked enough about already, but the Notre Dame linebacker probably fits that outside linebacker will role for them and gives them a little bit of versatility. Like you said, it's nickel defenses are basically the base at this point, but what Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah allows you to do is kind of keep a linebacker on the field that you normally wouldn't, because he can cover like a safety. So that's another player that could potentially make some sense. But Dan Campbell is in the building and Brad Holmes is in the building. So they want to change the culture that has been built there. Maybe a guy who they think can really be a captain on this team and got really good character. Really good character could be the pick there at pick 7 as well. Any thoughts on what we might see, though? I had heard some rumors, Howard. The Jets could be looking to move out of pick 34. They've been getting calls, and they've been getting a lot of offers. Any thoughts on if they might do that?
Well, sure. I mean, it all depends on the package and who you have on your board that you're looking at in that spot. And there's probably multiple players, and that's always the key to trading down feeling that you can get one of the guys that you have targeted there if you don't move down too far and pick up an extra pick, whether that's in the third round, whether it's in the fourth round, whatever it might be. So I'm always a proponent of trading down, sometimes more so than trading up, because anytime you trade up, you're giving up a player. For every pick, obviously, you're giving up a potential guy that can come in and help your football team. But if you can pick up other guys by trading down, I think that's a tremendous move. And I know teams are always looking to do that. And like I said, it all depends on who they have targeted at that point and how many players they have rated closely together. And especially when you're a team that has a lot of needs, well, then that opens up the door even more, because you could have 4 or 5 players at different positions that you'd be happy with and also fill a need. And then, like I said, pick up an extra draft choice. So I'm going to be curious to see if we see more trades in these 2 rounds tonight than we saw last night. As I mentioned, Alec, only 3 trades that happened once the draft started in the first round. And so we'll see if we see a few more this evening. But it's always possible. And then those you had mentioned it earlier, Kate, about there's always talk. There's always phones ringing. There's always teams talking about it. But also, it's less time between picks in the second round. And so if you're going to pull off a trade, you've got to do it pretty quickly. And so there's always that pressure and that urgency to get something done if you want to make a deal. And that's why so many of them are talked about in advance, and especially with this time they've had today, talking about potential partners during the day before the draft even begins.
Yeah, I think that's a great point as well. Sorry, Alec, right there. Teams trading down, especially you look at the Minnesota Vikings, kind of what they did yesterday. It seems like they still got their guy in Christian Darrisaw, and they were able to move back and get that. So I think that's an awesome point. And Alec, kind of going off of that, who are the guys that you think might be surprise picks in this round 2 or 3? Some sleeper picks that you think could really fit involved with these teams. And I also want to analyze Christian Barmore a little bit more. We see the off the field issues. Do you think that will make him drop tonight?
I don't think he can drop very far. I mean, look at Jacksonville at pick 33. Now you take away that having to give that 5th-year option or make that choice then. It kind of takes a little bit out of the commitment to the player. So already the second round makes his value is just too high for me. I think that he'll go at least in the top 40 picks just because he's such a good player. But then, talking about some guys who could sneak in, you got to look at traits, right? So it's things that stand out that make sense in the NFL nowadays. I look at a guy like Ellerson Smith from Northern Iowa, who has a ton of length and really put on a lot of good weight and has that versatility to go maybe 3-tech out to 7-tech even. And I think that's someone who could maybe not even slip into the second round or sneak in, but he might be pretty solidified in the second round. Then you look at guys who got speed, right? And that's something that's really crucial here. Teams love to build around speed. So though I'm not as high on him, a guy like Tutu Atwell from Louisville, the wide receiver, could make his way into this second round range. Talking about running backs here potentially too. Javonte Williams, I think, will be off the board fairly quickly. I think, like Albert said, by pick 4, I can't imagine that he's not off the board at pick 4. Miami's desperate need of a running back, and he's such a phenomenal player. Then you look at maybe a Khalil Herbert gets into the second round, or maybe potentially Michael Carter from UNC, Javonte Williams' teammate. I think either one of them could potentially make it into this round. And then Kenneth Gainwell, the running back out of Memphis, who actually made Antonio Gibson switch positions, who had a phenomenal year last year with Washington because he was the better running back. So Kenneth Gainwell could get himself into the second round range as well.
It's going to be really interesting to see. I think it's going to be very unpredictable. Now, the Jacksonville Jaguars are on the clock here. We're going to be right back with their pick after this. We're live at Stockton University in Atlantic City. Here, a word from our sponsor.
Choose Stockton and see through a new lens.
Choose Stockton and focus your energy.
Choose Stockton and write your own story.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an Osprey. Choose Stockton.
And we are here once again for NFL Draft Bible. We are introducing rounds 2 and 3 here on day 2. And the Jaguars pick is in. Guys, who do you think they're going to go to right there? It looks like Tevin Jenkins might be their guy, but who do you guys think the Jaguars need with this pick?
Well, as Alex said,
I mean,
go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, no, I think that this could be Christian Barmore potentially. There was a lot of talk about them taking him at pick 25. Now he gets to pick 33. Less of a commitment on the player with the off-the-field issues. I think this absolutely could be Christian Barmore. Another player to throw in because they do have pick 45 in this round as well. Don't be surprised if they go after a guy like Pat Freiermuth at pick 45. They really don't have a tight end. And Trevor Lawrence could absolutely use a safety weapon in that offense. So that's another guy maybe to keep in mind.
I just wonder with Jacksonville kind of trying to change the culture there and with the picks they made, whether they would take Barmore this early in the draft. Maybe they will, but it'll be interesting to see if they do. One other thing that I think is intriguing with this round is some teams that we thought might take offensive linemen early in the draft last night that did not, like Cincinnati, like Miami. And Cincinnati has the 5th or the 6th pick in this round, and Miami has the 4th pick in this round once again with a high pick because of a previous trade, which of course was a trade that involved Laramie Tunsil. And so I'm wondering if when you look at some of the pretty good tackles available, we're going to have this selection momentarily. But when you look at Samuel Cosme and some of the other, Spencer Brown perhaps, or the kid from North Dakota State, Dylan Radun, I mean, I'm really curious about who's going to start taking some of these offensive linemen in the round.
And the pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The 2021 NFL Draft pick 33 in the second round is Tyson Campbell, the cornerback out of Georgia. Guys, what do you think about that one? You kind of gave your analysis on who you want them to pick. The name wasn't mentioned, but what do you think about that addition?
Well, we didn't mention it for Jacksonville, but I thought that there would be certainly there could be a run on corners, and we'll see if this really starts a run. But once again, when you're playing in a division that it doesn't matter just the division because there's only 6 games in your division. You have 11 games outside the division, and you're playing so many games against teams that have high-powered passing attacks, and you better have that depth at that position. So I think that's a real solid pick for the Jaguars, picking up Campbell. He's one of the top guys at that position that was still available, and so I think it makes all the sense in the world for them to get a guy that they can put in that secondary and help play against the quarterbacks that they're going to be facing during the season, just like every team has to.
Absolutely. And Howard, you alluded to it before we were in kind of the pregame drafts here that quarterbacks are going to start coming off the board early, and that's exactly what happened. The Jags did get Tyson Campbell. And Alec, I'm going to go to you. What do you think about this pick for Jacksonville? Do you think it was a good one, and do you think it'll help them out?
Well, they spent some money at the cornerback position in the offseason, but clearly they wanted to bolster it a little bit more with C.J. Henderson being their pick last year, Shaquille Griffin joining them. I see when you talk about Tyson Campbell, you're talking about a speed guy who really has abilities on the outside as a corner. So questions are are they going to move one of Shaquille Griffin or CJ Henderson into the slot? Because I don't know if Tyson Campbell's best fit is in the slot corner spot or that nickel role. But he's a tremendous talent who's been pushing up boards because you really can't teach the speed and movements abilities that he has at the size. And I think he's physical enough to make it in the league for sure.
And this is the second corner in a row to be taken by that played at Georgia with Eric Stokes going near the end of the first round to the Packers. And now this is six consecutive defensive players, 7 of the last 8. And of those 7, 3 of them have been corners. With Stokes, Campbell, and of course Greg Newsome the second going to the Cleveland Browns. So we could make the argument that the run on corners started at the end of the first round and now is continuing with the start of the second.
Of course, and in the beginning of that first round, J.C. Horn went, of course, Patrick Surtain the second. The normal guys that we thought were going to go in the top 10. But as you said, Howard, those other guys going towards the end of the first round. And now it's going to be interesting to hear to see. Do we see corners kind of fall off the board? Tyson Campbell just went. You have guys like Asante Samuel Jr., who could go early in the second round. Do you guys think that the Jets here, Alec, I'll go to you first. Do you think they're going to take a corner as well, or do you think they need other needs going into this pick?
Well, I love what they did yesterday. They got their quarterback of the future, and then they got an excellent offensive lineman to add into that offensive line that they have been trying to build. But if you look at Robert Saleh's defense and what has made it really successful, and now obviously he's the head coach at the Jets, but if you look back to what he did in San Francisco, you need big physical corners. And to me, Fatu Melifonwu makes way too much sense in that defense. Now, do I think that that's where they're going? I don't know. I've heard that they're trying to take calls or they might move back here. We'll see what they do. But I think that when you're talking about scheme fit, there is no better corner left. Now, another corner that could make sense for them that also fits is a Kelvin Joseph. I don't think a nickel makes too much sense for them because they don't really have guys on the outside yet. Nickel is a little bit of an easier position to fix, but the outside corner position you can't really fix later in the draft.
And I think, too, when you look at the corners, if you agree with this, Alec, the corners we've been talking about for this round, which I'd be surprised if the 5 or 6 we've been talking about, I'd be surprised if they all don't go in this round, because after that, I think there's going to be other corners taken, don't get me wrong, but I think it drops off again. And I think that's why teams that really want value with that pick are going to try to get their guy in this round.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. Howard Balzer, thank you once again, the NFL Insider. We'll be checking back with you a little bit later. Thank you so much for coming on all the way in Phoenix, Arizona, making some time for us here today. We'll look forward to talking to you just in a little bit.
Sounds good.
And once again, now the Jets pick is in. So we don't think they're going corner here. Alec, you kind of talked about the picks that they could possibly get. Do you think there's any surprise here with the Jets do? The pick is in, so they're not trading it. It looks like they're going to take it right here. They need a wide receiver, a running back, a defensive end, linebacker, and a corner. Who do you think's their guy?
I mean, there's a lot of ways that they could go. I think going on the defensive side makes too much sense just because they've got Zach Wilson, Elijah Vera Tucker. But if they went with Spencer Brown or Tevin Jenkins, it would be really good on their offensive line.
And it looks like actually they're going to take the Elijah Moore, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. A little bit surprised there. I think that could definitely help Zach Wilson. Elijah Moore, a pretty decent player, 2021 team, all SEC last season. I think it's a good pick for the Jets here. A little bit surprised, but definitely a weapon for Zach Wilson.
Yeah, you're talking about Elijah Moore, the Ole Miss wide receiver who's going to transition into the slot at the NFL, or that's where he's going to make his money. Now you're looking at potentially a long-term upgrade and replacement for Jamison Crowder, who is their current slot receiver, right? But what Elijah Moore is going to give them is Zach Wilson a safety net because he's an excellent short yardage separator. He's an excellent route runner from that slot. But what he also is he's physical and explosive. Now, he doesn't give you a ton of athleticism from the position that you're looking for potentially, and that was one of my concerns with him. But as a route runner and a route technician early and often on press releases that he's going to get from the slot, he is a phenomenal player, and this is about the range he should have been going. Now you're talking about getting him off the board to the New York Jets. They've got Corey Davis, Denzel Mims, and now Elijah Moore with an upgraded offensive line, a quarterback. The question is here, though, they still have not fixed the running back position. They really don't have anyone there to be to really rely on. Maybe a guy like Khalil Herbert could make sense later with their next picks, but I think they traded those away to get up. So I don't know what they're going to do at the running back position, but it is an excellent pick.
I think it definitely helps out Zach Wilson. I do think they need a running back here, and I think maybe Khalil Herbert could go to them later. I think he might drop to round 3 even, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. But the New York Jets now have a new wide receiver in town, Elijah Moore, the wide receiver out of Ole Miss. Now, Alec, I kind of agree with you on your analysis there. I think Elijah Moore, the good thing about him is he can really extend. He goes out to get balls. The one thing, though, his speed does worry me a little bit. I worry that corners are going to get out in front on him. And that could be a problem, especially with the corners drafted this year in J.C. Horn and Patrick Surtain. If that's one-on-one coverage, he's going to have to pick up his speed just a little bit so he can get some help to Zach Wilson.
Yeah, and Kayla, we actually have a trade here. The Broncos are coming up to this pick. I'm not sure what yet they're coming up for, but they have traded up. My guess would be it's got to be someone on that defense, maybe Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah they're making a move for. But when you look at that offense, I don't think they're moving up for quarterback, obviously, because they got Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock they still have on that roster. They would have taken Justin Fields last night if that was the case. They took the Alabama cornerback Patrick Surtain yesterday. Now they're sitting there at this pick. It could be offensive line. I don't know if I love that. Maybe they're coming up for Javonte Williams because they really don't have a running back.
Yeah, I think Christian Barmore might go here, if I'm going to be honest with you. Now, the pick is in for the Broncos. No word on it yet. They do need a defensive end. Now, Barmore is more of a tackle, but he might be able to really help on that line. Now, we talked about it all night long. The off-the-field issues, I think, are definitely a reason why the stock of Christian Barmore kind of went down into round 2. But, Alec, do you think there's any chance here that he gets taken?
I don't really love the fit. I'll be honest with Christian Barmore in Denver. I just think the defense isn't really fit to his style. But he's such a talented player that maybe they have a plan for him in Vic Fangio's defense. But I'm not sure that could be the pick. Something tells me this would be Javonte Williams you're moving up for, because we all know that Miami is really interested in them. And the whole point of the trade-ups are usually to jump a team. So they might have beaten Miami out in this offer, go up, get Javonte Williams. That's going to really mess up Miami's plans, because that would have been a perfect fit in that offense.
Yeah, Javonte Williams would be a great fit in this offense, as you said right now. Now, they did miss the playoffs in the last 5 seasons. They still need help at quarterback, but I think with the quarterback situation, as you said, if that was the case, they would have taken Justin Fields. Do they believe in Teddy Bridgewater? I'm not so certain about that. I don't think that he's their guy. I think they might be able to get a guy like we talked about before. Maybe Aaron Rodgers ends up going to Denver. Get him some help, though. Let's see if they end up taking Williams, the running back, and it's going to be really interesting, the running back out of North Carolina. The pick is still in. No word on it yet here, but the Broncos know who they want. They moved up right away, and their pick was locked. So it's going to be interesting to see how they kind of go.
Yeah, another name just to throw out there that it could potentially be is a guy like Nick Bolton to really solidify that middle linebacker role. That's really the only hole that I see on the defense as a major need. It also could be an Azeez Ojulari here. They only have Von Miller for 1 more year. Maybe play him on the other side of Von Miller, but to really replace him next year when potentially he's going to cost money to sign.
Now, they do have Melvin Gordon at the running back position. Maybe get a guy behind them. It'll be interesting to see what the Denver Broncos do here. But the pick is in, and the Denver Broncos will select. Waiting on the pick right here as the fans in Cleveland are cheering. And it is Javonte Williams, the running back out of North Carolina. So the 1-2 punch here. Melvin Gordon, Javonte Williams. Maybe they're trying to build a team like the Cleveland Browns have over there with the 1-2 punch at the running back position. Alec, if you're at the casino, you got to put money on it now because you called that one.
Well, yeah, I should have ran down and put money on it. But no, Javonte Williams, the UNC running back, is a phenomenal pure runner of the football. He's also going to give you a ton in pass protection and as a receiver out of the backfield. But what he does best is his contact balance. You can't get him down with one arm. You got to get your whole body on him. He bounces off tackles, and he has such brute strength at the position. Then his cutting ability is phenomenal. He destroys pursuit angles of linebackers and secondary players. But I wouldn't be surprised if this pick means Melvin Gordon is a cut candidate because that's an $8 million savings that they can make by cutting him. I don't know if they're going to keep him on the roster to then replace him with Javonte Williams. I think Javonte Williams is ready now, and he has very little tread on his tires. He's ready to go. This might be Melvin Gordon hitting the free agent market sooner than we think.
And you definitely want to free up cap space, especially if you're looking for a quarterback to bring in. Now, as I said before, Teddy Bridgewater might be their guy. I'm not super convinced that he is. Alec, what do you think about that? Do you think there's a chance that a veteran quarterback comes to Denver and now you decided Javonte Williams is a huge weapon in the backfield?
Well, I think what Denver has done now with drafting Javonte Williams is they have set this offense. Really, if you look at the offense, there is not many holes or any. There's a couple places you could get better, but when you talk about poor players at the position, there are none. They have a really young and solid offense, except for the quarterback position. Now, that's something that they could potentially look to replace otherwise, but Teddy Bridgewater, this would probably be the best roster that he's ever been put around, and we've seen Teddy be able to do well in offenses in Minnesota, right? So it's potentially possible that that's their plan. Maybe their plan is if Drew Lock can stay healthy, he's going to be the starting quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do at the quarterback position yet, but I don't think there's a quarterback they could draft to fix that. It would have to be veteran. I just don't see where it would be. Now, defensively, they've also pretty much solidified this roster. Denver is close to competing, which is why I'm really shocked that they did not coach Justin Fields yesterday, because Justin Fields in this offense, then with Javonte Williams, and then what they have on this defense, they would have probably been ready to compete in that AFC right now.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that you mentioned that, because realistically, a guy that they get in this round, a quarterback, even if it is Davis Mills or Kyle Trask, in my personal opinion, I don't think those are guys that are going to bring your team to the next level. A guy like Justin Fields would have last night, and then you add Javonte Williams, that's a huge duo you have right there. Now, the only veteran quarterbacks that we could possibly think of right now that are trying to maybe on the outs, Aaron Rodgers, of course, comes out saying he wants out of Green Bay. Maybe that's a situation where the Broncos are able to pick him up, and Jimmy Garoppolo as well. Now, we heard from the Sports Illustrated insider, Albert Greer, that he thinks Jimmy G is going to stay in San Francisco. He doesn't think Trey Lance is ready to start. It'll be interesting to see what happens. But the Miami Dolphins pick is in. They have Jalen Waddle. Where do you think they're going here, Alec?
Well, I'm a little bit shocked that they kept the pick because I think it was Javonte Williams they wanted. I thought they might trade out then here, but maybe Owusu Koramoah, he fits that will linebacker role that they use.
Yeah, they actually selected Javen Holland as safety out of Oregon. Now, this is very interesting to me because he did opt out of last season. He did not play in 2020, so there's not much recent tape on him. Now, we know guys like Micah Parsons, for example, he also opted out of 2020, and of course, Penn State loved him at the linebacker position, picked him. He's a phenomenal player. A little bit surprised here in this pick by the Miami Dolphins. I think he's a good safety, but I think it's a little bit worrisome, him with a year off and not getting as much tape in. Do you think they could have gone elsewhere?
Well, I think that the safety position was something that they could use, but I thought realistically what they would want to do is go with a single high safety like an Andre Sisco, and I didn't think that this would be the pick. Maybe their next pick would be an Andre Sisco, right? Fit would be perfect, but I don't think Javon Holland gives you that athleticism to be a single high. Now, in a split zone, absolutely he can work there, but I think realistically they were more so looking for that single high safety, and I don't know if I love the fit with Javon Holland. Obviously, they do. He opts out of this year, so maybe they saw something on that 2019 tape that I'm not seeing. But Javon Holland is still a very solid player. But for him to be the first safety off the board is really surprising to me when you talk about Trevon Merrick still being on the board. You still got Andre Sisco on the board. Richie Grant is still on the board. I think there's a lot of other options. Plus, Miami has put a lot of money into that secondary. I'm almost wondering why they didn't make another pick maybe at the second level or on this offensive line with tons of players there. Obviously, Chris Grier has been phenomenal during this process in getting picks and acquiring assets. He's got a hit on these picks, though. Last year, a couple of those picks didn't really turn out. So we'll see if he can hit on this one.
Now, the Philadelphia Eagles up here at 37. They need a lot of guys. They got their guy, Devontae Smith, at wide receiver at pick 10. They ended up trading up for with the Dallas Cowboys. I think they need to go corner here. I think that's the position they desperately need. Maybe linebacker in some sort of role, but I think the corners are still available, the good ones, as you kind of just mentioned before. There's still good guys on the board. Alec, do you think that they should focus on corner here, or do you think that Howie Roseman is going to kind of go elsewhere?
I think that probably would have to be corner. They haven't really had a solid secondary, and you got to put someone on the other side of Darius Slay, I think. But as for who would fit with them, that's where I'm having more of a concern. I think that they can kind of use anyone at the cornerback role. So think about a guy like Elijah Molden to play that nickel, but he's not going to play that outside for you. Tremendous football player, don't get me wrong, but his value drops because he's only able to play that nickel role. But he could make some sense here. Kelvin Joseph, we talked about. I still have a Fatu Melifonwu as my top player left on my board. He's still there, but I don't know if teams are as high on him as I have been. But there's not many corners that are 6'2", 200-something pounds with 32-inch arms who can move the way he does and play a press man technique like he does. But I think that a guy like Asante Samuel Jr. is going to be in question now. That's a little too rich for me, but he's someone that probably is in the conversation. If they were to go linebacker, I think the better fit for them at linebacker would be a Jabril Cox from LSU. I don't think that Jabril Cox is in this range, though. This is a little bit early for him. Maybe offensive line. I mean, Tevin Jenkins there, but they have Lane Johnson at the right tackle spot. They could potentially draft a Spencer Brown, or maybe on the interior, we talked about potentially a Creed Humphreys could make some sense here as the center out of Oklahoma.
Absolutely, and I think we touched right on it, Creed Humphrey right there. The pure fact that Jason Kelsey is most likely going to be in his last year, and now we don't have any inside information on that, of course, but Kelsey has been talking about retiring for the past few years. He still comes in and plays every single snap. He is able to really keep his agility up. But I do think if you're the Philadelphia Eagles, you need to start looking at replacing him and a guy that can kind of sit behind him. And I think Creed Humphrey could be that guy. Now, Asante Samuel Jr., I don't know about him. You know, his dad, of course, played for the Philadelphia Eagles a few years ago. And I think that he's a good player. I think the name is pushing his draft stock up just a little bit. And I don't know if he'd be the perfect fit for the Philadelphia Eagles, although I do think they need to go corner here. Of course, the pick is in. It hasn't been announced yet. But, Alec, I agree with you. I think that Creed Humphrey could be spot on. I don't expect them to go linebacker here, even though that is something that they desperately need because their linebacker thin is so thin.
Yeah, with Asante Samuel, you talked about it. Another concern with him being that he can only play the nickel role, and that's, for me, if you're going to take a nickel corner here, it's Elijah Molden. I think he's the best nickel corner in this draft, without question. And I don't even have Asante Samuel as number 2. I think Aaron Robinson, the UCF corner, who's going to play that nickel role, is number 2. He even gives you the potential to go kick outside, but I still think his best role is in the nickel. But, you talked about the Eagles. I mean, they got a lot of places to fix. They did, however, say that they want to put something around Jalen Hurts, so maybe they do go offense here.
Especially, with the injuries to Lane Johnson and Brandon Brooks. Those guys are very good. They're Pro Bowl guys, but they're not the most reliable, especially Lane Johnson with that tough ankle injury. Was in and out last season. The Philadelphia Eagles need to figure out how to protect their quarterbacks, especially Jalen Hurts coming in only on his first full year as a player. As we see, the pick is in. The Philadelphia Eagles select Landon Dickerson, the center out of Alabama. Now, we said that they might need a center for Jason Kelsey. That is not the guy that I had on my board at center. Alec, can you kind of define his game, and do you think that he is a good fit for the Philadelphia Eagles?
Well, when you talk about Landon Dickerson, you're talking about a mauler on tape. He loves to play the game. He plays with his hair on fire. He is a leader and truly someone who has worked with, actually he hadn't because he transferred to Alabama, but he's a mauler on tape. He plays with a lot of brute strength. The concern for me, though, when you're talking about a Philadelphia Eagles offensive line that has had a lot of injury concerns, Landon Dickerson has had at least 3 season-ending injuries in his years at college. The medicals had to check out, but very talented player, but if the medicals checked out, I still think this is a little rich for me. For him to be the first center off the board, I think Creed Humphrey, I had him hire Josh Myers, who has that ability to play guard for you and then transition over to center. But I also think that there was a perfect fit for the Eagles at center, and that's Drake Jackson later in this draft, who's, to me, kind of that Jason Kelsey mold that as they use the pulling center potentially, but this is a new, different offensive system, so it could be maybe that's why they're going here with Landon Dickerson. A little rich for me, but hey, he is a good player on tape.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit surprised here. I think the need that they needed was absolutely cornerback, and I think Alec, I think they could have gotten Landon Dickerson later. I don't think that he needed to go right now. Maybe that's a situation where you call up if you really want that guy. I don't think at 37 you need to go to him, as the Patriots traded up right here and their pick is in. But I don't necessarily think that they needed to go Landon Dickerson here. I think that this is a guy that could have been available later on. I understand the worries about Jason Kelce, and maybe we're not getting the full picture here. Maybe Jason Kelce is starting to fiddle out a lot more than most people think. Now, I do think he still has a year under his belt, but with injuries and everything happening, maybe this is a position that the Eagles really value, and they see that Jason Kelce might be out.
Yeah, and my concern also with Landon Dickerson is if it is that Jason Kelce is ready to go this year, they're going to probably start him, and I don't think that Landon Dickerson gives you that versatility at guard.
Yeah, I don't think so either. And, I know the offensive line is something that the Eagles desperately need help with, so I understand the pick. I just think there's better players available at positions that they need a little bit more. And right here, the New England Patriots, of course, they got Mac Jones, a guy who's going to play now under Bill Belichick's going to be in that system for New England. It's going to be interesting to see who they select here. And with the 38th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, they select Christian Barmore, defensive tackle out of Alabama. And Alec, we talked about it yesterday. We said if any guy can handle Christian Barmore, it is Bill Belichick. And it looks like he's going to go at it.
Yeah, he's not going to let him fall any further. And what a value the Patriots are getting. And they're going all Alabama. I mean, we know the connection that Nick Saban and Bill Belichick have. Well, it's coming to light tonight and yesterday included. Mac Jones, Christian Barmore, Landon Dickerson just came off the board too, who's a huge part of that. Who was a huge part of that Alabama team last season. But Christian Barmore, what a talent at the 3-tech role, which is what he's going to play. That's a defensive tackle in a 4-3 or a defensive end in a 3-4 defense. He's going to be an excellent 2-gapping run defender on that interior defensive line. But what else can he do? He's a phenomenal pass rusher from the inside. He is someone who I think is way too underrated as a prospect. I understand the off-the-field concerns, but I personally had him as a top 17 player, I believe. And I think that he is someone who can come in immediately, be a starter for you. Bill Belichick loves to build through the middle of a defense. And Christian Barmore is going to play in the middle of that defense, interior. And I think that I love this fit. I love the situation for both. This is what an excellent pick for the Patriots here, and so smart to move up. I got to see the details of this trade, because if they gave up day 3 picks, which are basically pennies on the dollar right now, because no one wants to be sitting on day 3, what a pick for the Patriots.
And I want to bring in NFL insider Howard Balzer. He's out in Phoenix, Arizona right now. What do you think about this pick? We talked about it earlier, all of us really, about Christian Barmore definitely dropping back, his draft stock going down due to those character issues that have been reported. Do you think the New England Patriots made the right pick here?
Well, we'll find out in time. I mean, we always want to make instant analysis of all this, and time will tell. I'm sure if we went back 4 or 5 years and looked at all the comments that were made when guys were picked, it would probably be pretty embarrassing in a lot of respects. But having said that, I think Alec made the great point about the relationship with Nick Saban that Bill Belichick has. I know that Saban has been criticized at times for maybe not being totally forthcoming about players. And I told a story last night at the end of the draft with Rick about something that happened a long time ago with the Rams and a player that they had drafted that played for Saban. But I don't think that Nick Saban is going to snow Bill Belichick. And so with this value to get him here, they did give up, by the way, 2 4th-round picks, 122
what a
overall
value.
And 139 overall. So if Barmore can just stay on the straight and narrow, and that's not easy in New England. I mean, they always say the Patriot way, and that is a certain way of doing things. But I'm sure they obviously vetted the guy. They spoke to Nick Saban. They talked to him. They talked to Barmore and told him that, hey, if we take you, this is what we expect. And so we'll see how it plays out. Because the one thing I can say, let's remember, the Patriots don't have Nick Caserio anymore. He was a big part of the drafting and the personnel acquisition with the Patriots. It's been reported in the last month or so that Matt Patricia who the Patriots brought in, has been helping more in personnel, at least for now, than in coaching. Of course, there's not a whole lot of coaching to be done. So this will be very interesting because in reality, this is a team that hasn't drafted that great over recent years. And so this is a key pick. And even though it's value, only giving up 2 fourth-round picks, but still those are players that could come in and help you in the top, within the top 150 of the draft. So, but if it works out, if he plays anywhere close to what his talent and potential say, then obviously it was a great move by the Patriots. And certainly for the Bengals to go down, what did they go down? 8 spots in the first round and pick up a couple of extra fourth-round picks. In terms of the way they look at the board, they're figuring, hey, we're still going to get a player we really like, and then we can get 2 players in day 3 that we hope will be able to come in and help us.
Well, we got the Bears pick in there.
Yeah, and the Bears pick is Tevin Jenkins. Now, the offensive tackle, and Alec, I want to get your opinion on this. Howard, bring you in as well right here. It looks like they're going to do everything right now to protect Justin Fields. I think that is a phenomenal pick. He is a phenomenal talent. They need help in that offensive line. Justin Fields is your quarterback of the future. Why not give him protection, especially because Jenkins was still on the board? The Chicago Bears right now may be having one of the best drafts throughout this weekend so far.
Yeah, we talk about giving up a 4th-round pick. And yeah, next year's first does hurt, but for a franchise quarterback, that's all right. And a 4th next year might hurt a little bit, but it'll be worth it when you talk about what Justin Fields can bring to this team. But Tevin Jenkins, what a pick for them. And the medical, again, is the only reason he's dropping, because what a solid player. Now, he's not going to give you that upside, in my opinion, to be a superstar in this league. I don't know if he can ever be an all-pro, but a solid starter, I think, is what he is now in the league at that right tackle spot. And a solid starter is what he'll remain for years in his career, as long as the medical checks out. Now, he's an excellent run defender, fits there perfectly, because if they run that read option with Justin Fields, which you would be wasting his talents if you didn't let Justin Fields get on the run, at ability to run at 220, running a 4.4, you're going to let Justin Fields run. And it makes too much sense to take Tevin Jenkins there. The left tackle spot is fairly okay for the Bears. They got to fix the interior now, though, for Justin Fields.
Oh, and by the way, we were talking about trades earlier, where there were only 3 last night in the first round. In the first 7 picks of this round, we've already had 3 trades. So that just shows how teams have identified players coming into day 2 that they really wanted and wanted to make sure that they got them. I want to go back to Dickerson for a minute, because I thought that was an intriguing pick there, certainly by the Eagles. Two more Alabama players right in a row. So that's, when you look at that, the first 38 players in the draft, 8 played for Alabama and 13 in the SEC. So, I wonder, I know that Dickerson, in his career, he's played every position. He started out as a tackle. He played a little guard. Everyone thinks center is his eventual position, but he is 6'6", and there's not a whole lot of 6'6" centers. Doesn't mean you can't do it. There's not a lot of 6'6" centers. So I'm also wondering if the Eagles might have designs on giving him a look at guard as well, especially with, we don't know the future of Kelsey, but it could be that they look at him at guard right away before deciding for the long term where he's going to play.
Yeah,
my issue just with – sorry, go ahead, Caleb. No, I was just going to say my issue with Dickerson playing guard, and I do think the size makes sense. My issue is just him athletically. I don't know if he fits over at the guard spot, but absolutely give him a chance there. And worst case scenario, you just transition him back to his natural position. But we did get the 40th pick in, and I did want to say something about Richie Grant here. They pick to the Atlanta Falcons, the safety. They obviously needed to do a ton of work on this defense. The offense is fairly set at this point. And Richie Grant, phenomenal player who's going to give you the ability to really cover from the safety position, and then they lost Keanu Neal. Now, I don't think he's playing the same position. Keanu's more of a strong safety / will linebacker role. I think that you're going to see Richie Grant really play more so in the back end, but a ball-hawking safety that really gives them a ton of versatility.
Yeah, I think that's a phenomenal pick right there by the Falcons. I really like Richie Grant. I even thought, the safety out of University of Central Florida, I thought maybe that Eagles pick, he might go there, considering they don't have Malcolm Jenkins anymore. Now they do need a cornerback a little bit more, but I definitely like his game. Howard, what do you think about that pick? As the Lions pick is in right now, of course, they did pick Penei Sewell earlier in the first round. But let's go back to Richie Grant, the safety out of UCF. Do you think that this is definitely a need for the Atlanta Falcons in that position?
Well, they need defense, and that's the bottom line. I said that earlier. I thought the Falcons would go for defense in this round. They traded down and picked up some picks, and they felt that he was their best value at this point. Thought it could have been a corner. I mentioned that I thought with Tyson Campbell leading off this second round that there might be a continued run on corners. So far, we haven't had another one, which is making some teams happy that are coming up, like Dallas, like Arizona, hoping that some of these corners are still there for them. Because many thought the Cowboys were going to take a corner at 10 overall last night. They didn't. The Cardinals were a team that some thought would take a corner. They decided after the top two guys were gone, they were going to go in another direction. So there's a good group of corners still available. And every team that picks something else, I know, is making some of those teams coming up in the latter part of the first half of this draft, or they're making them very happy. But like Alex said, Grant is a guy that can come in and help that defense. And that's obviously what Atlanta needed after getting Kyle Pitts in the first round.
Now, it's going to be interesting to see what the Detroit Lions do here. As you said, Howard, they could go quarterback here. You kind of said that in the beginning of the show, that you are going to see these corners go early. You're going to see the secondary players go early, and that's exactly what is happening. Just how you drew it up today for here to round 2. But the Detroit Lions could go corner. They could go linebacker as well. They got Penei Sewell, a great pick in round 1 that fell towards them at 7. Where do you think they should focus on here? What position and maybe what player in mind?
I think a good shot would be a corner. We just talked about them, of course. That would definitely be a possibility. And I was checking out our NFL Draft Bible top players available going into today. And it's interesting that in the top 9, none of them have gone. But 10, 12, 13, and 15 have all gone off the board here in the first 8 picks of the second round. By the way, including Landon Dickerson, who we had at 15 overall of the players. I'm sorry, I forgot to check off Christian Barmore. So 14 is gone as well. So it's 10, 12, 13, 14, and 15 are off the board. So we had that pretty well nailed with some of these earlier picks. But some of those top 9 are still sitting there. That includes a linebacker. Could this be Nick Bolton from Missouri? There were 3 corners in that top 9 with Joseph, Samuel Jr., and I think Alec did a better job of pronouncing the kid from Syracuse better than I did. Who, by the way, is it his brother or his cousin, Obi Malafanu, however you pronounce his name? He was cut today, by the way. I think by the 49ers. So he's looking for a job again in the NFL, but still some good players at the top of the draft and a couple of wide receivers. With Detroit having lost Marvin Jones, they lost Kenny Golladay, and so this could be a spot for them to take a wide receiver also with with Rondale Moore there, with Therese Marshall there, De'Ami Brown of wide receiver, and I'll tell you, one of my favorite receivers, and I don't know where he's going to end up going, but I just think this kid is going to be a player. I'm looking here at our list to see where we have them on this list of available players from USC, and I got to look at it because I always fracture his name, and maybe you know who I'm talking about, Kate. St. Brown, is it?
Yeah, Spencer Brown.
What's that?
St. Brown. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Now, all of a sudden, I can't find his name on this list as I'm looking real quick here as I'm talking at the same time. But I just think he's going to be, I think, a pretty good player in the NFL. We do have the Lions pick in, and it's our 3rd player on the board. And maybe I need Alex to pronounce this one. Levi Onwuzurike, the defensive tackle from Washington, 6'3", 290. So that is the Lions pick and our third best player available at the NFL Draft Bible coming into today.
Yeah, and Alec, you want to talk about that pronunciation right there? I think this is a good pick for Detroit. I think, they kind of need help in different areas there. I'm not surprised by that pick at all.
Now, Levi Onwuzurike is a wonderful player that Detroit just brought in. And you're talking about a guy who did sit out this last season, but in 2019, he showed what excellent abilities, not only as an athlete from that size, but to rush the passer. He's got quick hands, quick feet, gets skinny at the line of scrimmage, and really is going to affect the pocket. Brad Holmes comes from the Los Angeles Rams tree, right, where they've got Aaron Donald in the middle of that defense. Now, I'm not saying Levi Onwuzurike is by any means Aaron Donald, but talking about the play style, I don't think it's too far off when you talk about the pass rush that you're going to get from the middle. Now, can he be that effective? No, he will never be a 20 sack a year guy, but he's someone who can absolutely affect the pocket really early on. Levi Onwuzurike from Washington, phenomenal player.
Tell me what you think. Tell me what you think. I'm sorry. Tell me what you think, Alec, of the guy who was trying to locate his name, Amon-Ra St. Brown, the wide receiver for Southern Cal. I know that he's not rated that highly, but there's just something about this kid that I really like.
You know, Amon-Ra St. Brown, a very physical slot receiver. Think about the Juju Smith build, which, hey, Juju came from USC. They've got a type there, right? But the issues are he has a lot of off-the-field concerns from what I've heard, and it's something that's going to get him dropping down the board. He also doesn't have really consistent hands. He's dropped a lot of passes in his time, and I don't think he's the explosive athlete that people want him to be or were hoping he'd be this season. But still a really solid player, and the depth of this class at the interior wide receiver position or that slot wide receiver is so good that in most classes he'd probably be off the board already. But we have so many of them to work with that the value of taking him now just doesn't make sense.
And the Dolphins pick is in here at 42. They take Liam Eichenberg, the offensive tackle out of Notre Dame. Now, we talked about they have to protect Tua Tagovailoa. They got their guy in Jalen Waddle earlier on at the wide receiver position. I don't know about you guys, but I like this pick. I think Tua, especially with that injury before, he needs some protection. I think this is a decent guy that can kind of play on the line. Do I think he's a day one starter? I do not, but I do think that they need to build and get that line effective so that Tua can be protected going into next season.
I think it's a great value second-round pick. Remember I mentioned earlier about two teams we thought might take a tackle yesterday early in the first round, the Dolphins and the Bengals. The Dolphins now have. The Bengals haven't picked yet because they traded down. They'll be coming up in four selections. So I think getting Eichenberg in the second round, I think I'll be curious what Alec thinks, but I think that's a heck of a pick for the Dolphins.
I got to be honest with you guys. I'm a little concerned about this one just because from what Liam Eichenberg showed me on tape was I don't know if he handles the speed well on the outside, and athletes really give him trouble. He's also showed he has some issues against length. Do I think he is someone that could be a starter in this league? Absolutely. And if you look at it, Austin Jackson is probably going to stay on that left side. So you're probably bringing him in to play the right side and moving Robert Hunt into guard, right? Which I think is absolutely better for him because I think on the right side, he'll deal with less length. He'll deal with less speed. But I think that it's a little bit concerning because that's Tua's blind side. So if there are concerns with him about getting speed rushes and you have some durability concerns with Tua just because of the hip injury that he had, I just worry about it. I do think Liam Eichenberg is a really solid player, and I think that going tackle made sense. They have to feel really comfortable with the player, though, because he's not the prototypical Notre Dame offensive lineman that we look for.
Yeah, and guys, right here, the Raiders pick is in. Now, we have to talk about their pick at number 17 when they picked Alex Leatherwood. The Raiders have been known in the past to take guys that are not very high on the radar. Of course, we saw that in the first round. I think everybody's jaw dropped when they took Alex Leatherwood. Do they go with a more competent pick here? Do they go with a guy that is more high on the radar, whether that's a cornerback, a linebacker, or do they kind of surprise everybody once again? Alec, I'll go to you first. Who do you think the Raiders need, and who do you think they're taking right here at 43?
Well, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah was the player who I had thought that they would take in the first round, and he's still sitting on the board. I can't imagine you passing up on him right here with such a need. But other players that they could go with, Spencer Brown still on the board, who I think that would have been an excellent pick for them at 17. How about maybe a guy like Samuel Cosmi, who I think would have been an excellent pick for them at 17. That's Spencer Brown being the tackle out of Northern Iowa, Samuel Cosmi, the tackle out of Texas. All these players are still sitting on the board. I mean, maybe they knew something I didn't. I didn't think these players would be here by any means, but they traded up to this pick with San Francisco. They clearly have someone in mind. For me, it almost certainly has to be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, who I think has taken enough on his fall.
And we do have a guest with us. I do agree with you, Alec, right there. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. The pick is not in yet, and we will go back to that in just a second. We have to take the U.S. troops in Guam next as our guest. It's Staff Sergeant Farless. Excuse me if I said that wrong. Please correct me. But thank you so much for being here with us today.
No, thank you for a great opportunity.
Of course. And now, who do you think the team should pick? Now we know your role kind of with this draft right now. Who do you want this team to pick coming up next? And who are some of the guys that you like?
American Idol live Sunday.
I mean, most of the guys that I personally like have already gotten drafted in the first round. So definitely, I actually used to go, for example, to BYU. So I'm glad to see Zach Wilson, definitely representing that school.
And now, what service member would be the quarterback, and who would be the top defensive end?
Ooh, top defensive end. I'm not as familiar with the defensive ends, unfortunately. So.
And now, if they could pick the next city to host the draft, what city would they pick? And who's their team MVP and unsung hero?
Oh man, so definitely, I think they should go to Las Vegas, again. So that would be wonderful. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, so I'm glad that we just have a team down over there in the Raiders. So.
And have you been watching round one? Do you like what the Raiders did in round one? I'm not sure if you were able to catch it last night, but they did pick Alex Leatherwood at number 17. Do you think it was a good pick?
Yeah, I think so. I think that will, he'll definitely help him out and contribute. So.
Awesome. And I don't know how much, you got into watching the NFL. Of course, the Las Vegas Raiders last year had a pretty good season, kind of fell short into the playoffs, but you talked about it a little bit. How is it exciting now to have a home team, and would you kind of like to see them live?
Yeah, for sure. I would absolutely love to be down there. I haven't been home in a long time since touring here in Guam and Japan previously. So definitely, me and my wife are both from Las Vegas, and we're just so glad. And I know the people of Las Vegas are so glad to have a NFL team.
And do you have a favorite Raider?
I wouldn't say I have a favorite Raider, but hopefully, as I grow more into being a greater fan for the Raiders, that hopefully one of them steps up. As of right now, for fantasy, definitely Waller. So he's doing fantastic.
Absolutely. And you got to have him on your fantasy team as well. Las Vegas Raiders, they're a team that could really kind of transition into a playoff team. As I said before, you kind of mentioned, it's so exciting to see that team so close to making the playoffs, kind of fell short towards the end of the season. But, how much are you able to watch of them and kind of root them on now that they are from your hometown?
It's pretty tough, especially out here with the time difference. But whenever we have the opportunity to watch it at work, we pop on the NFL and watch. So that's really the only opportunity that I get.
And now your Raiders did just pick. They got Traven Moehrig, the safety out of TCU.
Oh.
Personally, I think that's a good pick. I think that's somebody that they needed. I think that's a pretty good safety in this draft. What are your thoughts?
I think that's a fantastic. TCU definitely great players. So I'm glad that they picked up somebody that's going to help him on that end of the field.
Awesome. Well, I want to thank you so much for hopping on with us today for this short time. Thank you for taking the time out of your night to kind of come on and join our draft coverage. And we want to thank you so much for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
And once again, Traven Moehrig, the safety, the Raiders picked at 43. And guys, I'm going to bring Alec in real quick. I think that was a better pick for them, in this second round.
Yeah. I think that it was a great pick for them. I am a little bit concerned as to why Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is falling down the board here, because I don't think that he's the exactly the Isaiah Simmons build. I think he's more the Jeremy Chin build, which really has worked out in the league. But Traven Moehrig, one of the top safeties in the draft. He should not have fallen to this point, I think, and he shouldn't have been behind Richie Grant and Javon Holland. Respect to those players, of course, but I think that he should have potentially been the first or second off the board. But when you talk about versatility at the safety position, this guy's got it. He has the ability to play back end safety, ball hawking ability, but he's got the ability to man cover, and he's got the ability to cover in the run game. Could play the strong safety potentially, and even creep into the box a little bit. I think this is a perfect fit with the Raiders, and I guess a versatile safety is what I kind of had envisioned with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but Traven Moehrig is not a bad player either.
I don't think so either. And Howard, I'm going to go to you with the Cowboys pick. Now the pick is in here. We talked about Nick Bolton, but they're not going to go linebacker here considering Micah Parsons as they take Kelvin Joseph, the cornerback out of Kentucky. Now, you said quarterbacks are going to fall here. You said that the Cowboys need one, and they absolutely do, especially in this NFC East contest. Do you think this was a good pick? Do you think there was better quarters on the board that they could have gotten?
Well, he's the number one guy. I mean, there's 3 guys right in a row in our NFL Draft Bible of players available today at 6, 7, and 8. Joseph, Ifeadi, I'll just do that, and Asante Samuel Jr. So he's the top one that we had available. I think one thing we always have to keep in mind as we evaluate is that the teams, we look at players, and Alec does a great job and with all the traits and all the strengths and all the weaknesses and all those things. But what we have to keep in mind is that when the teams look at all these guys, they're rating them within their system, within their scheme, how they feel these players will fit with them. And I think, everyone always talks about the GM or the personnel guy who's making the final call. But he doesn't do that in a vacuum. He does that in conjunction with all the other scouts, with all the personnel people, with the coaches. And any good team has collaboration between everybody. And so you're looking for a corner, looking for a safety, whatever it is. They're talking to the secondary coach. They're talking to the coordinator. What do you feel the fit is for these guys with our team? And that's how they end up stacking the board and all the time they take stacking their board in the last month before the draft, where they first stack the positions, then they stack the board in order of ratings in terms of how they will see it potentially falling off. And so that's the key with Kelvin Johnson. And again, nobody's foolproof. Not everybody that gets drafted plays up to the level that's expected, but teams are always picking a guy. So he's compared to Samuel, he's compared to Elijah Molden, whatever other cornerbacks are there, then the Cowboys believe that he's the best fit for what they do on their defense. And so, we'll see how it works out. It was interesting this morning. I had a discussion with Jim Mora, who of course does a lot of stuff with SI.com and gives his opinion. And we were talking about the linebacker that the Cardinals picked last night. And by the way, the Jaguars have now taken a tackle, Walker Little, from Stanford. And so, but my point, and I asked him about that, and then he said, it's what the team thinks and how they've analyzed it, how they fit, what their plan is to use that guy. And then he talked about Trey Lance. He said, it doesn't matter what I think. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what everybody else thinks. It's what that team believes going in. Now, again, like I said, not everybody is going to play to the level that they had hoped, but they go in with all the information they can and make the best choice for their team and what they believe is the best fit. And so, and Jim said it, he says, I will defer to those teams because they're the ones that spend all the time on it, getting to know them, talking with them, meeting them, talking to people about them. And the amount of work, obviously, that goes into it is just incredible. And so I just think it's important to keep that sometimes in perspective when we look at what teams do. So the Cowboys do. By the way, the first 11 picks in the second round, 6 were traded. So we're seeing a tremendous number of trades. The Miami pick was with a trade from the Giants. The Raiders pick was with a trade from the 49ers. So we're seeing trade after trade in this second round, which, as we've been talking, certainly makes up for what happened last night.
It's kind of how it drew it up. We thought that the second round was going to be a lot of trades, and that's exactly what's happening. And I want to go back to your point real quick. Kelvin Joseph, the quarterback that the Dallas Cowboys did select, I agree with you. I think the Cowboys, what we all see is that they need a cornerback, and of course, that's exactly who they took. So I think this is a good addition to them. They need to improve that defense, and it's going to be interesting to see if this guy can kind of develop here. The Bengals pick is in, but real quick, I'm going to go to Sports Management Worldwide, Football Player Development Course. Winning teams and organizations are created from behind the scenes. Our course will teach you in the process, which includes organizational culture, leadership style, training coaches, viewing the game through the eyes of the quarterback, running effective practices, managing players, the first 15 concepts, and dealing with the media. And that is Sports Management Worldwide. And it looks like right here, the Cincinnati Bengals pick is in. They did select Jamar Chase in that first round to kind of pair up with Joe Burrow right now, talking about the draft-a-thon, join the NFL's pandemic recovery efforts and donate now. But I think here the Bengals, you might want to look at offensive tackles. There's still some good ones on the board. Maybe they're going to look at the linebackers and Owusu Koramoah or Nick Bolton, but you still need a lot of protection for Joe Burrow. Now, let's all remember, he's coming off a year where he tore his ACL. He's got that great weapon in Jamar Chase, but you have to protect your quarterback. They have to go tackle here, in my opinion.
I would think so. And again, we had mentioned about with Miami and Cincinnati when we talked at the top of this round about two teams that didn't get the tackle. Yesterday, Miami has. Cincinnati has now made the pick. We'll find out what it is. And there's some pretty good ones still there. We have Samuel Cosmi from Texas, Spencer Brown from Northern Iowa, also Dylan Reduns from North Dakota State. So there's some good tackles there. Now, we'll see what the Bengals do, but they definitely need that protection for Burrow. They did sign Riley Reif in free agency. And so, but he's been around a lot of years, and so they feel at least protected for now. But it still would make sense to bring in a younger guy to learn behind him, and then if he ends up being better, hey, go ahead and play him. They have Jonah Williams too, who's had a lot of injuries in the beginning of his career. And there it is. It is an alignment. I didn't mention him, but it is Jackson Carman from Clemson is the pick for the Bengals. So. Right there, we nailed it at the beginning of the draft that the Bengals and the Dolphins would probably go for tackles, and they've done it within 5 picks of each other.
And I think that's exactly what they needed to do, Howard. As you said, Joe Burrow's protection is the most important. Now that you have that duo of Burrow and Jamar Chase, you got to get him some protection. Now, I'm a little bit surprised with the pick here. Jackson Carman out of Clemson, I think, is a good offensive tackle. I would have gone in the way of Samuel Cosmi. I think that he would have been a little bit of a better fit for this Bengals team. Alec, I'm going to throw it to you right now. Can you kind of analyze Jackson Carman's game? And then do you think this is the right fit for the Bengals?
Might be having a little internet issues with Alex, but I'll just say one thing just to add to what I was saying before. And all of these players are not finished products by any means. And certainly a part of the evaluation also is a team looking at all the things I mentioned, the scheme, the fit, and all that, and their own coaching staff, and believing that they can coach these guys up to do what they want from a player. And that doesn't mean the same thing wouldn't happen with Cosmi. But teams go with their best instinct, their best gut feeling, and once again, let the chips fall where they may, because we all know that not all of them will work out in terms of what the teams had hoped.
Yeah, and college level and NFL is completely different. Even the first pick in Trevor Lawrence, yes, we know he's a phenomenal talent. We think that he can play on this NFL level and be successful, but you never know. Just like before, the Chicago Bears took a chance on Mitch Trubisky early in the first round a few years back, and he did not develop into the player that they thought he was. So you really just never know. They did need an offensive tackle, and that's the most important thing here, that they got the guy that they needed. They got the offensive tackle. Protection for Joe Burrow is what you need. He has that great weapon. Maybe they'll even go running back in the next pick. I think Khalil Herbert is going to be available later on. So it'll be interesting to see what they do there. But at the same time, I agree with you, Howard. I think you never really know the developmental of these players until they reach the league. They haven't fully developed yet, of course. They haven't even stepped on an NFL field to play a game. But I think the most important thing here is that Joe Burrow got a tackle on his line for some protection.
Yeah, exactly. And there's some who think that Carman is going to end up as a guard, and so I'm sure they'll play him everywhere. But position versatility is also something that teams like in the players they bring in, and so we see it many times where a tackle might start his career at a guard before he becomes a tackle, or maybe he ends up staying at guard, or a guard they try a tackle. So anybody with position, when you're only normally dressing 8 or 9, well, never 9 usually, when you're only dressing 8 offensive linemen for games, then those backups better be guys who can play more than one position, because the worst thing you'd want to have happen is having too strict, I guess, in terms of what the backups can play. And then if someone gets hurt and all of a sudden, instead of bringing someone off the bench to play that position, they have to move somebody who's in the game to that position, bring someone off the bench to that other position that was just vacated. And all of a sudden you just made 2 changes in the offensive line in the middle of the game. And teams want to try to avoid that. So position versatility is a huge part, especially with offensive linemen.
And I do think that is where Jackson Carman comes in, because he can play a little bit of guard there as long as tackle. And I think that versatility is really going to help him, because considering I don't think he's going to be that number one tackle just yet for the Bengals. Now, they are very, very beat up on the line, so he possibly could be. It's going to be interesting to see how he kind of transitions into this Bengals team. But the Chargers pick is in. They need a few pieces here. I'm also going with protection, I think, for Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert is a phenomenal talent. I think he's only going to grow. Howard, I want to go to you. Do you think maybe they go Samuel Cosmi here? Maybe they try to get that offensive lineman to protect, once again, Justin Herbert. Looks to be their foreseeable quarterback in the future.
Well, of course, they did get a lineman in the first round yesterday, which they loved, that Rashawn Slater fell to them. I guess it's fair to say he fell to them at 13. So, certainly they might need a little bit more depth there, but they do have Brian Bulaga, who they signed as a free agent last year. They're very high on a young guy, Trey Pipkins, who was a third-round pick 2 years ago. Now, interior, that might be another another difference. I mean, when you look at their, they signed Corey Linsley in the offseason to play center, but they're not that deep at guard. And a guy who started half the games for him last year is Ode Abouche, who has been kind of bounced around the league a little bit. So if they would go lineman here, I think it might be more of a chance that it would be a guard instead of a tackle.
And they do not go lineman here. They actually take a chance on the quarterback out of Florida State, Asante Samuel Jr. And now we have our president in, Zach, who is in Cleveland on site at the NFL draft. Zach, I want to bring you in here. What are your thoughts on this Asante Samuel Jr. pick going to the Los Angeles Chargers with pick 47?
I think it's a solid pick. I mean, we heard about him being a potential first-round prospect. He's got the bloodlines with his father playing in the NFL. Obviously now retired, but Asante Samuel Jr., I think he plays extremely well. He's a fluid athlete, plays the ball in the air really well, has good ball skills. So I think it's a good pick, especially when you look at their current cornerback depth chart. It's lacking a little bit in the talent level. So I think it's a good pick by the Chargers, getting a potential steal in the second round here.
I think Asante Samuel Jr. is definitely going to develop into a good corner. I actually had him on my mock draft, possibly going late first round. As you said, a little bit of a steal for the Chargers here. I definitely think they needed help in that position. But once again, you're in Cleveland, Ohio right now at the NFL draft. Have you been able to talk to anybody? Is there any inside information you can share with us? And how's it going right now for you?
Yeah, it's going great. I actually got here a little bit early. I got to spend some time down in the concourse and talk with some fans. I found myself some Vikings fans and got to hang out with them for a little bit, so that was fun. The energy's high here, though. It's a lot of people are excited about the day two of the 2021 NFL draft, and we thought yesterday was exciting down here. It's almost even more exciting down here for the fans and everyone else here.
Now you talk to those Vikings fans. Did they like the pick at Christian Darrisaw at 23? They did trade back. Did they talk about that at all, or was they just cheering for the NFL draft in Ohio?
No, they were really excited about it. They were kind of a little confused why they ended up trading down with Darrisaw and Elijah Vera Tucker still on the board, and then turns out Darrisaw just falls into their lap. I'm sitting there in the interview. I think I was interviewing either Trey Lance or Jalen Waddle. I forget which one it was, and I see Darrisaw go across the board for my Vikings, and I'm like, I gotta keep it cool down here because I was excited about that pick. It's a great pick for the Vikings.
I believe so as well, and I think it's crazy that they traded back. I think they would have taken the Vikings at 14 as well, and end up getting their guy at 23. Now, right now, Asante Samuel Jr. just got picked. San Francisco 49ers, the pick is in. Who do you think that they should take here, and who are some players that you're surprised that didn't get drafted yet?
There's quite a few players that I'm surprised that haven't gotten drafted yet. The 49ers, you look at their team right now, there's I wouldn't say there's like a ton of holes to really fill with this team. I think they have a solid young core at wide receiver. I think they do go offensive line here. Looking at their offensive line, they could use a guy like Samuel Cosmi, who could kind of play all around the offensive line there. I think he would make a solid guard. Obviously, was a solid left tackle for the Texas Longhorns. So I think there's a good chance that you see him come off the board. I know you guys were talking about him for the Chargers earlier here. But there's still so many, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is another one. I kind of talked about this early on in the draft process. You got to find a defensive coordinator that's going to be able to kind of figure out how to utilize him. You see Isaiah Simmons. He didn't exactly perform up to standards where he was drafted last year. So I think that's why you're kind of seeing him fall. So it's kind of interesting to see where these guys go. I was happy to see Trevon Merritt go eventually, because I think he's a very good prospect. Obviously, we heard the back injury come into play here, but there's so much talent left on day 2 here that you're going to see a lot of teams probably end up trading up trying to get there. It looks like we got San Francisco's pick coming in here right now.
And as we can hear in your audio right there, the pick is being announced.
Aaron Banks from Notre Dame.
A little bit of a surprise there, Zach, I have to say. I don't know if that's where I exactly thought them going. What are your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, Aaron Banks in the second round, it's a little steep for me. I had him as a late round 3, round 4, or early round 4 prospect. Big guy, ton of power. Moves fairly well for a big man. I think he's got that strength and power to be able to turn guys inside and open up running lanes, which is exactly what you need in the Sanford scheme that they run runs and play action passes, and I think it's a solid addition. I just think it's a little early for a guy like Aaron Banks.
Yeah, I believe so as well. Now, I think that they definitely could have gone an offensive line there. They go with the guard there and Aaron Banks. I'm still surprised that Samuel Cosme is on the board.
What's that?
I'm still surprised that Samuel Cosme is on the board.
Oops. So I think I might be cutting out a little bit, but I'm surprised that Samuel Cosme.
Yeah, I would agree with you, Zach.
Sorry, Kayla. Am I cutting out a little bit?
No, you're good, Zach. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry about that. Yeah, I think I'm getting a little laggy over here, but no, nonetheless, yeah, Cosme on board. I think it's a little bit surprising. It looks like Arizona's pick is in right now, which means the Giants are on the clock. Looking at the Cardinals, obviously they ended up taking Zaven Collins. I think this is where you got to address the cornerback position. I really wanted to see them address corner early in this draft, but some of the corners still on the board. We're starting to see them kind of come off the board. Tyson Campbell, Asante Samuel. So there are still some guys left on the board. Off the top of my head, you look at the UCF kid. I'm blanking on his name. Aaron Robinson, I think is who it is. So there's still a lot of options for the Cardinals here at corner, and I think that's where they end up going here.
I think as well. I think a lot of people thought the Cardinals might take Caleb Farley with that 16th pick. Now, of course, we all know with the back injury, maybe that is the reason why they didn't take them. I do think that they need corner here. I think that they can definitely utilize that. But it's going to be interesting to see what they do here because the pick is in at 49 Arizona Cardinals. It has not been announced yet, but they do need some other tight ends, defensive line, linebacker, and a cornerback. So do you think that it is necessary for them to get a corner here since they did it in the first round? And it looks like we lost Zach for a second. Once again, he is on site in Cleveland, Ohio at the NFL draft. So he has interviews with a lot of players. And Jalen Waddle last night, he's super busy.
I was just getting the pick of the Cardinals. Sounds like they drafted Rondale Moore.
Oh, and there we go, the wide receiver. So a little bit surprising on that. And how are you looking at on that one?
Yeah, well, it's funny as you were talking about it, and I saw everyone's hoping for a corner, and it certainly made a lot of sense. But I said, don't be surprised with Marshall there from LSU or Rondale Moore that if the Cardinals go in that direction. And sure enough, as Zach's saying, they haven't announced it officially yet, I don't think, but a little small, obviously at 5'7", 180. But when you have DeAndre Hopkins, you have A.J. Green, you have Christian Kirk, who's been somewhat inconsistent. And so they're just looking to get continually younger at that wide receiver spot and add some players for Kyler Murray in that offense. I know people in Arizona are going to be screaming, how could you not pick a corner? How could you not do that considering they don't have young players there? But they must have some kind of plan for someone they're going to sign after the draft as a veteran, or maybe later in the draft if you're really starting to wonder if you can get somebody good there because they don't have a pick in the third round tonight. And they don't have a pick in the fourth round starting off tomorrow. So a little surprising to me they didn't take a corner. But as I noted, I was thinking in the back of my mind with those two top receivers, still there. There'd only been, we all thought there was going to be more receivers in this round. Elijah Moore was taken 7 overall, and then there hasn't been another one yet. And so I think what ended up happening is the Cardinals felt that the value at receiver was higher than the value at corner, and that's a decision they made. It'll be interesting to when we talk to them in a few minutes to hear what they say about the pick.
And Zach, I want to go to you. You are in Cleveland right now. How is the reaction of the Arizona Cardinals fans? Were you able to see that at all? Did you hear it all? I'm sure it's super loud over there in Cleveland. I think this is a good weapon for the Arizona Cardinals. I think you just add to that offense. You give Kyler Murray more guys, but I got to agree with Howard a little bit too. You can't mistake the loss there at cornerback. Now you really don't have any go-to guys. They missed out on Caleb Farley in the first round. But how are the Cardinals fans reacting?
Yeah, they're excited. I mean, anytime you get a weapon like Rondale Moore, it's exciting. Obviously there's other areas of need. We just talked about it. Me, myself, and Howard both said, corners is an area that they need to go. They need to fix that area on their team. But getting another weapon for Kyler Murray, Rondale Moore is a stud. As long as he can stay healthy, I know he's small, but he's explosive. He's versatile, and he's a very fun player. That's going to be a blast to watch. And I know Howard's going to love watching him.
Yeah. And let me say this. I said on a local radio station yesterday, don't be surprised. I said, if the Cardinals pick a receiver or a running back at whatever point in the draft, I hope it's somebody that can return kicks, because that's something that I'm not even going to say not very good. They've been poor in kick returns, especially punt returns. And Moore can do that also. So I'm sure that was probably could have been a big part of the decision that the Cardinals made for a guy who's not going to play every down. He's not going to be out there all the time. And so that's a guy that you put in there as a punt returner, maybe on kickoffs and whatever, and get some of those game-changing plays that they've been lacking. So he is a returner. And so that's another thing that adds to what he can do for this team. I'm going to have to jump off because I know we're going to be having some media stuff. So I'll be back a bit later. But you guys have fun. Take care.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Howard. It was great to hear your insight, especially on that Cardinals pick. Now, Zach, you are a little bit ahead of us with the ESPN coverage there. Of course, we're hearing your little microphone echoes of who the draft prospect they're calling with Roger Goodell. I want to thank you so much for coming on tonight. I know you have a super busy schedule there in the draft. Do you have any interviews coming up later in the day? Is there anything you can kind of tease going on throughout your night here?
There's a lot going on around here, just trying to keep up and make sure you guys stay on top of the picks. Make sure you're ahead of the game, so I'm doing my best to get those to you guys. And we're just having a blast out here covering the NFL draft. I mean, seeing the fans out here. It's so cool seeing all the fans in Cleveland, because you got all 32 teams are represented out here, and it's really cool to see, getting a chance to talk to some of these guys out here, sitting in the media room, talking with some of the people that cover all 32 NFL teams, and seeing what they do, and making some new connections for us out here. And it's just been a blast, getting to meet some guys out here and learning what they do and picking their brains and learning new stuff, seeing how they do their work and just trying to better how I do what I do and making sure I bring everyone the most up-to-date information that they can while I'm here in Cleveland.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Zach. Have so much fun there at the draft. We're looking forward to seeing the content a little bit later on. He is on site in Cleveland, Ohio. Thank you once again so much for hopping on tonight.
Yeah, thank you again. I'll be looking forward to joining you guys a little later tonight.
Absolutely. As we are covering round 2 and 3 all night long, we'll also have a little bit of a post-game show. But we want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors here. The reason why Manscaped is the guaranteed #1 pick is because of the performance package. This package is the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Get 20% off of free shipping with the code MANUP21 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code MANUP21. It's time you upgrade the defense with Manscaped. And I also want to go to the Sportsbook in Tropicana, where Alec Polito is reporting live from right there. William Hill Sportsbook at Tropicana, one of the largest sportsbooks in Atlantic City, featuring 180 seats, a 250 square foot odds board, and massive panoramic LED screens. It's conveniently located on the North Tower Casino floor, adjacent to Chicky and Pete's, Crab House, and Sports Bar, and 10 North. And once again, Alec Polito is reporting from there at the Sportsbook at the Tropicana. Have you seen any reactions from these fans here? I know we're in Atlantic City, so it's most likely Philadelphia fans out there in the Sportsbook. But with that Cardinals pick, was there any boos? Was there any cheers? How is the atmosphere going on over there? Looks
Can
like
you hear
we
me
lost
now?
Alec for a second there. We're bringing him back. in just a quick second. Alec Leto at the Tropicana Sportsbook. Alec, we can hear you now. Can you give us an insight on that atmosphere over there at the Tropicana?
The atmosphere is live, and I think that when you take a skill position player like Rondell Moore, there's going to be a little bit more atmosphere here, a little bit more excitement. And I missed a lot of picks, unfortunately, on the air, but there was a couple surprises out there. But my New York Giants are on the clock right now. Pick is in, so I'm excited to see where they end up going with this one. But I did want to talk quickly about the Jackson Carman pick, which we saw to the Cincinnati Bengals. Now, someone who I have as a guard, but interesting fact about him is he was 360 pounds at Clemson, had a lot of trouble with speed rushers off the edge, right? So people thought he would transition inside with that power. Gets down to around 330, I believe, or even in the 320s for his pro day, and moved way better. He might be a tackle, but I think he's going to start off at guard for them.
And Alex, you want to announce this pick? Because I'm pretty sure it's your guy that just got drafted by the New York Giants. The linebacker out of Georgia, your guy into your team. How stoked are you right now?
Oh, that is a great pick by Dave Gettleman. I'm very happy about that one. I'm very happy with what they've done so far, getting Kadarius Toney in the first round. Azeez Ojulari, who I had as a clear first-round prospect in the second round. What a pick. He's going to go on the other side of Lorenzo Carter, but when you're talking about a bendy edge rusher with some speed and some quickness off the edge, he's an exciting pick for this Giants defense that needs a pass rush. He's someone to me who can absolutely be a 10-plus sack a year guy. Now, the medical was a concern, and that's why he falls, but the Giants, if they've cleared him on the medical, what a value at pick 50, and you trade it back too, and now the Giants have a first, second, 2 firsts, a second, 2 thirds, and 2 fourths in 2022, which is going to be an excellent draft class. Wow, they're loading up. I really am happy with what the Giants have done so far.
I think that just made Alex whole night. His favorite guy going to his team right there. I definitely think that is a very decent pick. Now, the linebacker out of Georgia, we talked about him going a little bit earlier. We also talked about guys like Owusu Koramoah or Nick Bolton. Terrace Marshall Jr. is still on the board, the wide receiver out of LSU. But I definitely think that's a good pick right there. Now, the Washington pick is in, but before we go to that, I want to go to the NFL Draft Bible, which is available on allaccessfootball.com. You can get the PDF version, and now we are going through the draft, but if you want to know who these guys are, there's 400-plus scouting reports, unique player ratings, exclusive interviews. Get to know the guys that are going to be on your team that you might not know much about by just downloading this PDF on allaccessfootball.com. It is the greatest thing you can get. I've looked through it a little bit, so much information. Alex, do you agree with that?
Oh, the NFL Draft Bible is a must-get if you're an NFL Draft fan. Even after the draft is over, make sure you check out the NFL Draft Bible because it's got all the information on players your team might have drafted or any rookies have drafted. And it's even important if you're a fantasy guy as well because you can buy it and see what picks you can make in your fantasy league. It's a tremendous value. What you could get the virtual version for I believe it's only $20. So make sure you check that out.
And the pick is in for the Washington football team at 51. They select Samuel Cosmi, the offensive tackle out of Texas. Now, we talked about it earlier, especially in that first round. The football team needs a lot of help in that offensive line, especially some protection. I think this is a decent pick. I'm surprised that Cosmi fell as far as he did. I definitely think that this is a win for the Washington football team here.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I mean, Samuel Cosmi, the left tackle out of Texas, clear first-round pick again for me, drops to 51. And when you talked about the two needs that they really needed other than quarterback going into this draft, middle linebacker and left tackle. And what do? They go get Jamin Davis in the first round, the athletic freak at middle linebacker that's really going to add some young athleticism to that middle of that defense. And then they go get Samuel Cosmi, who has the best feet of any tackle in this draft, and really going to work with him, fix up the hands a little bit. And look what they were able to do with Trent Williams there. I know it's not the same coaching staff, but the developmental traits, he's got them. Bring him in. Wow. What if you talk about what Washington's been able to do, if they are eventually able to fix that quarterback position, which Ryan Fitzpatrick for now is fine, but they need a long-term solution there. This is a team that could be competing for many years.
And they got Jamin Davis in that first round, the linebacker out of Kentucky. That defense is pretty much complete for the Washington football team. In round 2, you get Samuel Cosme, the offensive tackle out of Texas. Now, we do have a trade here at pick 52. The Carolina Panthers traded their pick to the Cleveland Browns. Now, the Browns selected Greg Newsome II, the cornerback out of Northwestern, in that first round. Not sure on the assets right now that the Panthers are getting. But, Alec, they obviously traded up for a reason. They want a guy that's not going to be available at their pick. Who do you think they're taking right here?
I mean, first thought that came to mind was potentially a Terrace Marshall, grab another wide receiver for this team. I don't think it's their biggest need, but if they eventually want to move on from Odell Beckham's contract, replace him with another LSU receiver. But I think that maybe the secondary is pretty set for them. The linebacker position is not. Now, I don't think Owusu Koramoah really fits here, but Nick Bolton really does. And he's someone I could see as a great fit for them. And that might be it, because you talk about jumping up here. I don't know who's up next. Tennessee, Indianapolis. Indianapolis let go of their middle linebacker, so maybe they're trying to jump Indy. Maybe they couldn't get a deal done with Tennessee, but maybe Nick Bolton here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you on that one. I think Nick Bolton is the perfect fit. Once again, another guy that we're pretty surprised kind of dropped back this far in the second round. We thought maybe he had a shot at going in the first round towards the end of that. Definitely thought he would go top 10 in the second. That didn't end up happening, but Nick Bolton, I definitely think, is a better asset than Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, just how the Browns team is built. And, Alec, I'm not against them taking a wide receiver either. Terrace Marshall Jr. is still on the board. I do think it's a good point with Odell Beckham Jr. Don't know when he's going to be done. I'm not saying it's anytime soon, but with the injuries with Odell Beckham Jr., that's definitely a concern there. So maybe they have a guy behind him that can grow and develop through over the years while Odell Beckham Jr. kind of finishes out his career. But I think now they need a linebacker. I think that's their main focus at pick 52, and the pick is in. Don't have it yet. But, Alec, I think Nick Bolton's their guy.
He very well could be, and I think that would make the most sense for them. The other position that comes to mind is potentially that 3-tech defensive tackle that they could use. Now, Barmore is off the board. Levi Muzurike is off the board. So there's not really, for me, there's not great value. Maybe a Marvin Wilson, though I think he's more of a nose guard. Potentially Oso Digizua, though I don't love that fit either. I don't think that there's a real fit there for defensive tackle right here at this pick. But I do think that Nick Bolton, value-wise and just based on what they need, is so perfect. I don't know why Nick Bolton has fallen this far. For me, when you talk about the physical traits that he's got as a run defender as well, I thought he should have been off the board already. But we're going to see what the Browns' pick is, because I believe Roger Goodell is walking up to the stage right now.
And, the draft is in Cleveland this year. I'm sure Browns fans are going to be going crazy right now to see which this pick is. Of course, they have a lot of assets. They have a playoff team. If Baker Mayfield can kind of be consistent, that 1-2 punch there out in Cleveland in the running back situation and position, I definitely think that they can be a good team going forward. A little bit of a delay here. The draft-a-thon they're announcing to join the NFL's pandemic recovery efforts. And, telling people to donate now, especially trying to get those efforts into the pandemic. Surprised if it's not Nick Bolton here. If it is, once again, we might have to go play at the casino right now, because that would be a good bet for us.
Yeah, I mean, this would be an excellent pick for them. And again, we could have made so much money down here, Kayla. I'm a little bit disappointed, but the William Hill Sportsbook, what a phenomenal place. So if you're in Atlantic City, make sure you check it out.
It is absolutely phenomenal. And once again, that is where Alec Polito is broadcasting from at the moment. And now with the 52nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the second round, the Browns select.
Oof, you're going to like this one.
A little bit of delay on our screen here. I'm guessing Alec got it a little bit before us. People are cheering, and it is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, the linebacker out of Notre Dame. At this position right now, Alec, I think that they wanted to take the best player available. Does it fit into their scheme? Maybe not. Is he the best player on the board right now? Absolutely. And I think that was the Browns' mindset going into the 52nd pick.
Well, I think you can see what the Browns are trending towards for next season because they know that they're going to have to go through the Chiefs at some point. They're going to have to go through the Bills at some point, and they're going to have to go through their division, which has a ton of great players in it as well. They're transitioning and trying to build this dime defense, right? So they have the 5 secondary players that they have phenomenally built. But when you go with 5 secondary players, you have to take a linebacker off the field most likely. And usually that makes you go with a 4-2-5 alignment. When you go with dime alignment, you have 6 secondary players. But the best way to do that is to have a linebacker who can cover like a secondary player. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, you put him into that range. Now all of a sudden you've got a guy in the middle. You don't have to take a linebacker off the field. So it's a fake dime roll look. Not fake. It's a dime look that I think makes a lot of sense. Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, maybe not the best scheme fit, but if they're trying to transition to that dime as they're almost like their base defense, then what a pick. And why is he still on the board at this pick? I don't know. Makes sense that they came up. I do not think, again, that he is a Isaiah Simmons build. He is a Jeremy Chin build to me. And that worked out quite well last year. I believe Jeremy Chin was number 2 in Defensive Player of the Year, Rookie Defensive Player of the Year. So I don't know. I don't know why he fell, but what a pick for the Browns. Andrew Berry is doing a phenomenal job getting Greg Newsome, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. If they can just get someone on the interior of that defensive line and then maybe add a receiver on day 3, this offense and defense looks really good, and the Browns might be a scary team next season.
And you can tell that they are focusing on defense as they selected a cornerback in Greg Newsome II, and now Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah at the linebacker position. I mean, I agree with you, Alec. I think here they're just trying to take the best player available. I don't know how he fell this far, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because it's going to show what he can do on the field with the Cleveland Browns when the season comes around. Yes, I'm sure it's a little bit disappointing for him to fall this far. You know, we thought maybe he could go in the first round. We didn't think he was going to get out of top 10 in the second. But once again, it's how you kind of develop on that field and how he will play for the Cleveland Browns. What do you think he's going to struggle with the most? As we kind of mentioned, the scheme isn't the best fit. So how do you think he can kind of come in and be an immediate impact for this team?
Well, I do actually think, you know, the scheme isn't the best fit, but what you're looking at with him is probably going to play a little more of a safety role for them, because I think that they're going to let John Johnson cover. They're going to let Troy Hill cover. They're going to let Greg Newsome cover and Denzel Ward cover. And they've also got Greedy Williams, who they'll keep on the field. All those secondary players, and then let him play that linebacker role that's going to erase tight ends or running backs out of the backfield. I think that's really more the role that he is going to play for them. But I don't necessarily love the scheme fit just because in that 4-3 outside linebacker role, it tends to come off the field a little bit. But I think that he's versatile enough where they'll find a role for him.
Now the Titans pick is in, but before we get to that, we're going to mention Sports Management Worldwide. Our digital video editing with XOS digital course is for you if you want to pursue a sports career in the following capacities: video and technology department, video coordinator, coaching, player personnel, director of scouting, assistant general manager, and general manager. Once again, that's Sports Management Worldwide. As we see the pick here, it's Dylan Raduns, the offensive tackle out of North Dakota State. Alec, I'm not surprised. Derrick Henry, you need some holes. I think that is a good pick for them due to the pure fact that Derrick Henry is a killer in this league. And if you can have a guy blocking for him a little bit more, that's going to make the Titans scary.
Yeah, he's going to play the right side for them, and I think that he's solid enough to do that. And I think that you're talking about a guy who's excellent as a run blocker. Look at what North Dakota State has been able to do as a running team, and he was clearly the main asset of that as a run blocker. But I think he's also great in the pass game as well. Dylan Raduns, the questions for me are, I don't know if he's athletic enough to stay on the outside at left tackle for his whole career. Maybe he has that ability to transition out there, but they're going to have him play right tackle. And this kind of sets the position. And you know, they get Caleb Farley, they get Dylan Raduns. That's great asset use for the Tennessee Titans, who really aren't that far off from being one of a super heavily contending team.
Now the Colts pick is in the Indianapolis Colts. They do need some help in the receiver position. I don't think they go linebacker here. Now, once again, I think Nick Bolton is one of the better players on the board, but the Colts defense is definitely steady. Would Nick Bolton help? Probably, but that's definitely not a need that they need. Why don't you go out and get Carson Wentz some weapons and Terrace Marshall Jr.? I think he would be a decent fit. He's not a number one wide receiver, and I don't think he's going to make an immediate impact day one, but he's a developmental guy, and why not get your offense and Carson Wentz more weapons? You know how Frank Reich likes to work. Alec, who do you think the Colts are going to go to here?
Yeah, for me, there's three players that come to mind, and it's going to be a little bit early for one of them, but it's still someone who I really like, and it's I think that Deontay Smith from East Carolina, it makes a lot of sense here. I don't think they're going to go with him. It's a little early. He's more of a late second, early third, maybe even late third guy. But I think that he's a really solid player, and they need to solidify that left tackle spot. Another player, Spencer Brown, who is on that right side in college, but I think has the athleticism to transition over to the left side. They absolutely have to solidify that left tackle role. Spencer Brown, I think, would give them the upside to do that. And then another player that really stands out, Terrace Marshall Jr., who I think can be a really excellent wide receiver for them. And they do need to add another one to Michael Pittman and T.Y. Hilton, who they brought back. Those are the three that stand out to me. Nick Bolton's still on the board, too, and Nick Bolton is a player who could play that middle linebacker role for them. They do have Darius Leonard, who kind of plays a little bit off ball for them, but maybe as the Mike, Nick Bolton could come into there. And Fatu Melifonwu is still on the board, the cornerback from Syracuse, who really shouldn't be. And I thought he was a perfect fit for them in the first round. Now you talk about him getting there in the second round. To me, he shouldn't be on the board still. I know a lot of people had him lower. You just don't have, you never have enough guys that are 6'2", over 200 pounds, 32-inch arms. And I feel like a broken record here that can move like him. But I just don't see it as a possibility that he should be dropping any further.
I don't think so either, but at the same time, I don't necessarily think that's a position that they need. Do you go best player available, or do you go best player in the position? And I like your pick with Spencer Brown there as well. I think that just gives more protection in the line. Once again, we know Carson Wentz is a little bit injury prone. Maybe that can help them out a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see what they do here. A little bit of a delay here. Their pick is in, though, so they know who they want. But Nick Bolton, yes, is he the best player available? Do they need him necessarily? I don't think so. Alec, do you go best player available or best player in the position right now if you're the Colts?
Well, they didn't move here, so I think that it's and I think that best player available usually does mean best player available in a position of need. Like you wouldn't see them if Davis Mills was their number one guy on their board. I don't think that they would go with him just because of the Carson Wentz trade that they made. But I do think that they are going to go best player available in one of the positions of need, and for me, that's left tackle, potentially corner, and a wide receiver. Those are the only positions this team is really legitimately set. Another guy, sleeper candidate here, maybe an Andre Sisco. They lost Malik Hooker, who they wanted to be that back end single high safety. He goes and signs somewhere else. Maybe Andre Sisco, if they feel confident with the medical, because he did tear his ACL during the season in 2020. Maybe they feel confident with him to play on that back end. And I know I keep pitching Syracuse guys. It's just they have some of the best defensive backs in this class. They're dropping for reasons that I don't understand, but Andre Sisco we kind of knew would drop a little bit. Fatu Melifonwu, I don't see why.
Yeah, I don't see why either. I think we're really surprised about a lot of these guys dropping right now, and it's still going to be interesting who they take. I mean, they can go so many options, and I'm not really sure. You know, their defense is very stacked, and I think that they could add to that. I mean, if you add to that, your defense is one of the better ones in the league. It was already like that last year. They had a phenomenal record, 11-5, most wins since 2014. And I think that right now, as Carson Wentz and Frank Reich, you know, as we know, have that connection. Who do they get? Do they help out the offense, or do they kind of go defense once again and try to improve that even more to be top in the league? Now the Colts pick is in, and at 54 in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select. Will it be offense? Will it be defense? We're still waiting here. It is going to be Dayo Adeyingbingo, the defensive end out of Vanderbilt. Now, this is a little bit of a confusing pick, and once we come back, we're definitely going to kind of analysis this one. I'm not really sure about it here. I think there's better defensive ends that were on the board. I think the defense of the Indianapolis Colts is pretty good already, and I'm not exactly sure why they did that. We're going to go to Rick Saratella over there at the Tropicana as he is set out to take in relief of Alec right now. Do you like this pick by the Indianapolis Colts? Do you think that they should have gone a little bit more offense to help Carson Wentz, or do you think this is a good pick for them?
Well, I think it's a little bit early here to pull the trigger, but this was somebody we were talking about as a borderline first-round pick before the injury. Unfortunately, Adebingo got hurt during the combine training process, and so his stock fell a little bit. Here at 54, I'm not going to question a guy like Chris Ballard and his scouting staff. So you take a look at his veteran scouting department, how much work they put into it. I communicate with a lot of those guys personally. So anytime the Colts make a selection, they do their due diligence. So it was a different process this year in terms of the combine medicals. You were relying on third-party medical partners to provide you that information. And so they must feel comfortable with what the medicals came back on. But somebody here that can really play inside, outside in that Colts scheme, and you're probably going to redshirt him for a year, right? So this is really a draft pick for the 2022 season.
First pick is in. They pick at 55. Rick, where do you think they're going here? They picked Najee Harris in the first round to kind of help out with their running back situation. Do you think they go defense here, offense? There's still some good cornerbacks on the board. What is your pick for them?
Yeah, I definitely think the Steelers can use some help in that secondary department. The offensive line is suddenly getting older, and the Steelers have always been a team built in the trenches. So you talk about, could they add some beef up front, both offensively, defensively? You talk about some of the interior guys that are on the board that can make some sense here. So, I think Pittsburgh, Kevin Colbert's another guy that has done a great job in terms of departing with the veteran player 1 year early rather than holding on to a guy 1 year too late. And so, we'll see where they go. But they struck gold with Chase Claypool a year ago. You could argue now that he's the number one receiver there. Juju Smith-Schuster was brought back on a 1 year deal. Could a slot weapon be in consideration? We shall see. But the Pittsburgh Steelers here, I love. Oh, there it is. Pete Freiermuth, baby Gronk. And so, you talk about Big Ben getting up there in age, and Najee Harris providing help in the backfield. Pat Freiermuth is going to provide some help underneath. I remember when they had Vance McDonald making plays, and that's the kind of yards after catch that a Pat Freiermuth brings to the table.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And it's interesting to see here what the Steelers are doing because, of course, we know the defense that they had last year, the impact of it, lost a few guys there. And now they're trying to reconstruct their offense. Now, is this for Big Ben, who might be finishing out his career maybe this year or next? This might be for the future as well. I think this tight end is going to develop into a good player. Do I think he's ready yet? I'm not really sure, Rick. What is your thought on that? I think that this may be especially for the future, considering that Big Ben may not have as much time left as we think.
Well, you talk to different scouts around the league, and some people say, hey, coming into the season, there was a lot of first-round hype, the baby Gronk moniker. And so you get into the season, and I went into Penn State, and I thought he was a very good player. I didn't really get the first-round buzz, and I think the scouting community felt the same way. And some folks that I spoke to even had a day 3 grade on him, and the blocking not being that great. A lot of room for improvement. But, Big Ben Roethlisberger, from my understanding, this is a guy that's now become last person in the room, first person to leave. A lot of players in the Steelers locker room not happy with Big Ben Roethlisberger and kind of his lackadaisical approach. Now, I don't think the Steelers had a lot of alternatives at the quarterback position. So I do believe this is the final hurrah for Big Ben Roethlisberger. This will be his last year wearing a Pittsburgh Steelers uniform.
And it's crazy to think because Big Ben has been here forever in the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's not crazy to think that he may be moving on after this season. But the Seattle Seahawks are up next, and it's going to be interesting to see what they do. For the pure fact, is Russell Wilson going to stay? Is he going to go? Are they going to get him more weapons so that they can kind of nurture that with Russell Wilson and allow him to stay on this team, a quarterback that is one of the best young quarterbacks in the league. Rick, where do you think they go here? Do they go to Terrace Marshall Jr. or do they go to defense?
You know, Seattle's always a fun team to try to predict because they're so unorthodox. When you see how their players come off the board, it's usually not according to the consensus board out there. And so, you know, they've done a great job finding wide receivers later on in the draft. DK Metcalf might be the exception, and he was a second-round pick. So they really haven't traditionally used early picks on wide receivers, but it could be a potential. I would say, you know, offensive line, again, I think every team around the league is trying to solidify that offensive line. They've had a lot of moving parts these last couple of seasons, moving in and out of that offensive line. So I wouldn't mind going that direction. But, you know, defense can clearly use a lot of help. I think the secondary has some areas that can use some patchwork. So we'll see. You know, John Schneider and Pete Carroll, they've worked cohesively now, it seems like, for a very long time, very successfully. And Pete Carroll bringing John Schneider in back in the day. And, you know, I think that's the secret sauce for their success, is having that head coach GM relationship where they're attached to the hip and make their decisions in unison.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see here on the draft board right now that the Seattle Seahawks literally went to 1 second before their pick was in. So they were deciding that all the way down to the wire. They were on the clock, and they were trying to figure out exactly who they wanted. Now, I think Jalen Mayfield, the offensive tackle out of Michigan, might be a nice fit as well. Maybe Spencer Brown. You still look at Nick Bolton, who's on the board, though, who surprisingly is fallen this far. We know their defense needs a lot of help. Rick, you kind of gave some options there. But in this situation, I kind of talked to this about Alec as well before. Do you go best player available, which might be Nick Bolton, or do you go best player on the offensive line right now?
You know, I love Nick Bolton. He's a little undersized, but the mentality that he brings to a defense, I think this is a plug-and-play starter. So the fact that you can get him here at the 56th pick, I mean, what more you want out of life, plugging in starters with the 56th pick. But I like what you said with the, you know, Jalen Mayfield, Spencer Brown. I'm a huge fan of Spencer Brown, but both guys are kind of more of a lump of clay. You remember what Seattle did with George Fant, who wasn't necessarily primed or ready to kind of be a starter at the tackle position, but with a year or two of development, I think with a Jalen Mayfield, Spencer Brown, that could make a lot of sense. So I like those options.
And more protection for Russell Wilson. Now we know he runs out of the pocket a lot. We know injury-wise, he hasn't had that many bad ones throughout his career, but a lot of protection, as you said, Rick, can help any quarterback, especially in this league when you have a lot of good defensive tackles going in. Now the pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. And the 56th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, round 2, the Seattle Seahawks select. Will it be defense here? Will it be offense? And it's going to be Dwayne Eskridge, the wide receiver out of Western Michigan. You kind of see the surprise in my voice right here, Rick. What do you think about that? I don't think he's the best wide receiver on the board, but obviously the Seahawks saw something in him.
I like the move. I'm a big Dwayne Eskridge fan. I think he brings a playmaking ability like we just discussed now, and DK Metcalf obviously on the outside. You add a dynamic playmaker like a Dwayne Eskridge. You know, every time I turned on the TV on a Saturday, it was just Dwayne Eskridge making plays left and right and just, you know, celebrating in the end zone quite frequently. So, you know, you talked about the offensive line, Russell Wilson. He was having an MVP caliber type of season until he got hurt. And once he got hurt, you saw his mobility limited. And so, you know, I'm sure he would have liked some offensive line help to kind of prevent that situation. But he's not going to be upset about adding another dynamic playmaker in a Dwayne Eskridge, who did have a medical. He missed an entire year 2 years ago, but he bounced back off of the injury, showed no ill effects from what I saw, proved durable, proved healthy, quite production in terms of touchdowns per games played. So I don't know. I mean, you know, I can't argue with this because I like a Dwayne Eskridge. I believe this is right where I had him on my personal big board.
I think it's interesting, too, because you mentioned right before this pick that the Seattle Seahawks usually don't take a guy that's high up on the board. Now, we're watching this live draft here, of course, the draft board. Didn't necessarily have him going right there, had maybe a few wide receivers above him. But once again, this is a guy that can help. This is a guy that may be flying under a little bit of the radar. And as you said, Rick, pairing him up with DK Metcalf, I mean, does this make Russell Wilson stay in Seattle after they maybe have gotten an asset for him?
Well, you look around the league, and even with Aaron Rodgers as well, you know, where are the potential destinations to trade a quarterback now? Everybody's kind of snatched one up, and you know, some teams have two quarterbacks dueling for that quarterback position. So there was a moment there where you heard about the frustration Seattle brass was having, and Russell popping his head, you know, into the GM's office and saying, hey, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. Well, I think Seattle's in a situation where they've got to deal with it now. There's really nowhere to move Russell Wilson. I don't see a lot of teams out there that would be willing to give up the draft equity or have the equity that it takes to get a Russell Wilson, because now the 49ers have set that precedent moving up for a Trey Lance. You know, they moved from 12 to 3 and gave up 2 additional first-round picks. So at the very minimum, the opening negotiation for a Russell Wilson trade would be 2 or 3 first-round picks. I think Seattle's kind of, you know, in bed with Russell Wilson and really don't have an option, so why not make him happy?
And I think that's exactly what they need to do, because once again, Russell Wilson, a phenomenal young talent. He's kind of in that conversation with Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. Now, I'm not comparing them at all, but I definitely think he's in that young quarterback situation on players who can really make a difference. And you're right. I mean, you look at Jimmy Garoppolo, you look at Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson also saying maybe he's not happy in Seattle. There's nowhere they can really go at this point. I mean, 5 quarterbacks drafted in the first round. I don't really see where these guys can go at this point. So as you said, if you're Seattle, you have to make him as happy as possible. And this is a young talent that you need to give weapons right away.
Yeah, you know, I do have some concerns, like with a slot receiver that's had injury issues in the past. You know, he can't be more than $175. And so you saw the concerns with the Devontae Smith, Tutu Atwell. You can state that similar kind of argument with the Dwayne Eskridge, but I just love the upside and the playmaking ability. I think this is a guy who could come in and maybe, you know, by the second half of the season, he can be a key contributor to this Seahawks receiving corps.
And once again, you know, I think he's going to need to be. I mean, DK Metcalf, we all know that he had some injury problems going into the draft, and the Seattle Seahawks took a chance on him. And I have to say he's performed pretty well for that team and has been a great weapon for Russell Wilson. Now, the Los Angeles Rams pick is in. They made a lot of changes over the offseason. Where do you think they go? Once again, I think the best player available is Nick Bolton. They do need some needs at linebacker, but is that where they go, or do they get some more weapons on offense?
Well, you know, I think when they initially had that burst of success with Coach McVay, they had a lot of playmakers around that offense. And, you know, over the last couple of years, there's been some moving pieces. There's been a lot of injuries. You saw Dwayne Eskridge just come off the board. Could we see another wide receiver? You know, they do have a pretty athletic, agile tight end, but they could surely use some depth there. And listen, Matthew Stafford, you saw it with Jared Goff last year. He needed some protection. Matthew Stafford is an older version, maybe a better version of Jared Goff, but also older. He's struggled with some injuries. He's got some back issues. Hey, when you get older, I can tell you, we needed some protection, you know. So you got to keep Matthew Stafford upright. I would look to go offensive line.
And Rick, it looks like they're going to go with a weapon here. They're going to go Tutu Atwell, the wide receiver out of Louisville. Are you surprised? Now, Terrace Marshall is still on the board. He's a wide receiver that I have above on my draft board, Tutu Atwell. But it looks like they're trying to give as many weapons as they can to Matt Stafford. Do you like this pick?
Well, hey, I remember the greatest show on turf, and Azir Hakim was a similar type of player to a Tutu Atwell. And if you've got a need for speed, here's a guy that, you know, in the blink of an eye, really, it's just like, you know, I hate to use this terminology, but like you just go play fetch, you throw it out there, you let him run underneath, very similar to like what Marquise Hollywood Brown does there with the Ravens. You don't necessarily have to be accurate. Just get it out there and let Tutu outrun the defenders. So this is one of the fastest players in the draft. You know, to your point, Terrace Marshall is probably the more outside kind of preference there. I'm starting to wonder, maybe there's something we don't know about a Terrace Marshall first round. Now we're getting closer to the third round.
Yeah, and you have to think that about Nick Bolton as well. I mean, Nick Bolton was projected to go maybe late first round and maybe top 10 in the second round, along with Terrace Marshall. So maybe there's things about these guys that we don't know. Maybe it's a medical report. Maybe it's injuries. We don't have any inside information on that one. But for me, Rick, it's a little bit surprising that these two guys are still on the board and nobody has taken either of them yet, because a linebacker and a wide receiver has been needs for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and you saw Deo Adebingo from Vanderbilt go a few picks, and he had the injury concern. If there is some concerns about a Nick Bolton, we're getting to the area now, you know, round 3, you know, round 4. This is where if there is a risk, if there is a concern, if there is a character issue, we're now meeting the threshold where the risk now the reward outweighs the risk, because a Nick Bolton, again, is a guy I think would come in immediately and compete for playing time, if not a starting position for any of the 32 teams.
I completely agree with you there. Now, Terrace Marshall, I don't necessarily think that he would be an immediate starter. I think he's more of a developmental guy. He's a decent wide receiver out of LSU, of course, and maybe he could be a day one starter, but I don't necessarily think he'd be a number 1 wide receiver on the team. Now, Nick Bolton on the other side, as you said, Rick, I think he makes an immediate impact as soon as he comes in. The Chiefs pick is in. Do you think they go linebacker here, or where else do you think that they need to go right here?
Well, they've done a great job rebuilding that offensive line, but you can never have enough reinforcements. And in case you didn't realize, I'm a big believer in, building that offensive line, protecting the quarterback. Again, Patrick Mahomes, you saw when he got hurt towards the end of the season into the Super Bowl, that may have prevented them winning a second Super Bowl, because once Patrick Mahomes was relegated to that pocket situation, he lost a lot of that pizzazz, that ability to improvise, roll out, move on the pocket, bide some time. And so you got to keep the star of the franchise healthy.
Absolutely. And once again, he is probably the next and upcoming greatest of all time. Of course, Tom Brady definitely holds that title right now, I think. But I think Patrick Mahomes is one of the younger players that could potentially reach that goal. You also have to protect Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who was a rookie last year, got drafted last season. Is going to need some holes. An offensive line pick wouldn't be too bad here.
Yeah, and Clyde Edwards-Helaire brought an added element to that offense. That was really a luxury pick coming off of the Super Bowl, and being able to pluck him there at the back end of the first round. And really now, you added offensive lineman. It helps out both Mahomes and Helaire, I should say. And it sounds like there's a pick coming down the wire.
And it is the Kansas City Chiefs pick at 58 in the 2021 NFL Draft second round. It is Nick Bolton finally off the board. The linebacker out of Missouri has a ton of potential. He is going to a team that is ready to win now, that could possibly go to another Super Bowl next year. I think this is a great pick for them. We talked about the offensive line, but Rick, what better to get a player that is ready to play right now on a team that's ready to win right now?
I'll tell you, you take a look around the AFC and the Buffalo Bills, the Baltimore Ravens, whoever else you want to throw into the equation, the AFC West, they are just shaking their heads, because the rich are getting richer. And when you can inject a guy like Nick Bolton into the equation, that's got to be exciting for the Kansas City Chiefs kingdom, right? And I don't know why he slid here to pick 58. That's incredible value to me. It's going to be interesting to hear the post presser with Coach Andy Reid, and in terms of what his comments are, what the line of questioning is. If there are some off-field concerns, we're just speculating here. But if there are, well then, hey, what better program than to get with Andy Reid and the Kansas City Chiefs, a man who has not only dealt with various personalities inside the locker room. He's handled quite the few difficult situations in his own personal life. And so anything you throw at that man, he is able to handle.
Absolutely. Think about Terrell Owens, Michael Vick as well, who was with Andy Reid, a guy that likes to give people second chances. Now, we don't know about Nick Bolton's off the field character or anything like that. I was actually able to sit down and talk with him, and he has a great story. So we'll get to that clip in just 1 second. But I definitely think Nick Bolton is a great guy for this team. I think he can go into the system and work with Andy Reid. Like you said, I'm very surprised he fell this far, but might be a steal of the draft right here.
No doubt about it. I think when we look back in this draft 5-10 years from now, we're going to be saying, how the heck did Nick Bolton slide to 58? What were the other 31 teams thinking? And many of these teams passing on him not once, but twice.
And once again, I said I got to sit down with Nick Bolton just a few weeks ago ahead of the 2021 NFL draft to hear his story, and he's going to share it right now.
First part of adversity I kind of faced early. 5th grade, my sister, she ended up having brain cancer. That was kind of a big thing for me. Just being a big family guy, just seeing your sister kind of like that kind of makes you feel helpless at a very young age. And then 5-6 years later, my mom ended up getting diagnosed with breast cancer when I was a sophomore in high school. So those are kind of the two things that kind of helped me shape who I am today. Just those people being there in my corner every single day, not really complaining, bringing the best foot forward every single day. Kind of the mindset I try to bring to any team, any organization. I have the ability to. Those that you love, cherishing every moment you really have with them, because you never know what tomorrow brings. And so that's kind of what I mean when it says it's kind of shaped me to the person I am today. Not trying to have any bad days, trying to put the best foot forward, and trying to compete and give myself a chance to play in football realms. First part of adversity I kind of faced early.
Choose Stockton and see through new lens.
Choose Stockton and focus your energy.
Choose Stockton and write your own story.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an Osprey. Choose Stockton.
And I want to go back to Nick Bolton real quick. Once again, he just got picked at 58 for the Kansas City Chiefs, the linebacker out of Missouri, if you're just tuning in with us. And if you just saw that interview right there with Nick Bolton, I just have to debrief that just a little bit. I'm sitting there interviewing this guy, a draft prospect, hearing his story, and then the adversity he went through, his sister and his mother both getting diagnosed with cancer. He was only about 12 when this happened. The adversity he faced was able to transition that into motivation on the field. And he always says, I have to prove myself right. It's not about proving other people wrong. It's about the goals that he sets for himself that he wants to reach, because he holds himself at a high standard. And that motivator is already in his mind, and the passion for the game is right there. I mean, this guy is a stand-up guy. He definitely has gone through a lot of adversity, but you can see how that has pushed him to this level. And I'm going to bring in Alec Polito here, who is at the Sportsbook once again at Tropicana. Alec, I know we're surprised that Nick Bolton fell this far, but once again, I've been saying it all night. It matters what they do on the field, and I think the Kansas City Chiefs got a good one.
Yeah, I know, absolutely. Nick Bolton, to me, was at least an early second-round pick, if not a late first. And now they get him late second at pick 58. I'm sorry. I think that the play style fits really well with the Chiefs. You saw that they had really a lot of troubles at that second level in the Super Bowl. One of the reasons they lost, because they lost at the second level. Now you're going to bring in a guy. They fixed the offensive line through trades and stuff. You're bringing in a guy now who can really solidify that second level. What a pick, what a fit, and thankfully for Nick Bolton, who I love in this draft, the slide stops, and now he can go enjoy his time with his family, because he's going to be a Chief for a while, and he's going to be a damn good player for them.
An absolute steal and a now-ready player to go on the now-ready team to win. Now, the Panthers pick is in here. The Carolina Panthers did trade back, and they get Terrace Marshall Jr., the wide receiver out of LSU. Wow. A little bit surprised once again, Alec, that he also slipped this far. But what a grab for Terrace Marshall Jr. Sam Darnold, you got a weapon out there. You have to use them. What do you think about this pick?
I mean, the Panthers continue to impress me as drafters. You talk about last year, what they were able to do. Matt Rule has shown that he is quite good at building it with his time at Temple and with his time at Baylor. He's built 2 excellent programs. Comes to Carolina, and then he's building this team so well. You talk about the defense almost being set with young talent, and now he adds Terrace Marshall to DJ Moore, Robbie Anderson. I think that this is a phenomenal place for them to be in with Sam Darnold. They have to fix that O-line, and they could definitely use a tight end, but right now, I mean, this is what an excellent place for them to be in.
Yeah, I absolutely think so as well. And I think the Panthers have done this draft very well. Now, they said before that Sam Darnold is their quarterback of the future. They did pick up his 5th-year option, so he is going to be the quarterback of the future. And what better way to get him some weapons there? Maybe he won't be seeing ghosts anymore. Now, I know Sam Darnold definitely had some trouble with the Jets. I can't even blame him because they had absolutely no weapons for him. We haven't seen even close to his potential yet. Terrace Marshall Jr., he's not a number 1 wide receiver, but he can develop into that. And I think this is a great pick for the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, when we talk about the player, Terrace Marshall Jr., and how he's going to fit with the Panthers, he's a 3-level separator. He's a 3-level winner. He can win on the vertical routes. He's got a ton of speed at that 6'2" size. Then you talk about his ability to win intermediate. He's got some route running and flex in the ankles to really get through in those routes. And then the quickness in his feet early in routes gets him some separation right there. He's a 3-level separator, like I said, and now you put him in with DJ Moore, who's another player who's a very good separator and maybe not so the same level of size, but he's got the route running ability and the flexion in his ankles. And then Robbie Anderson, who's going to bring that speed aspect. Don't be surprised if Terrace Marshall sees some time in the slot. I think he has the ability to do that. I think him and DJ Moore will kind of play a little bit slot and outside. And then you got Christian McCaffrey. Now it's Sam Darnold. The offensive line does need a little bit of fixing. It's not done yet, but there's a lot of good interior guys still left on the board. And the Panthers team is starting to come together.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the offensive line still needs some work, but I think this is the most amount of weapons that Sam Darnold has probably had in his career, and that's saying a lot because the New York Jets just gave him absolutely no help. They tried with Le'Veon Bell, but that didn't end up working out, of course. And Panthers lost 8 games with a 1-score margin last season. So listen, they had Teddy Bridgewater last year, right? They didn't necessarily compete for a playoff spot, but they were in every single game. Alec, does Sam Darnold make that push now with Terrace Marshall Jr. as well? All you have to do is get one more score. You think they can get into the playoffs? You think they're a sleeper team this year?
It's tough just because Tampa Bay is probably going to win that division, but they absolutely can compete for a wild card spot. Yeah, they're almost there.
And the Saints pick is in and is going to be Pete Werner, the linebacker out of Ohio State, with the number 60th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, round 2. I think this was the next best player available. I think the Saints needed a linebacker. Alec, I'd like to hear your thoughts on this, but I definitely think that Pete Werner is in a good spot here in New Orleans.
Yeah, we talked about potentially them taking a versatile linebacker in the first round. They come back in the second round and get it here. The Ohio State linebacker is part of a 4-headed monster almost on that Ohio State linebacker core. They have a lot of linebackers that will probably get drafted or at least invited to a camp. But talking about Pete Werner, ton of athleticism that didn't really show up on tape, then shows it at his pro day. But when you look at the player, excellent and versatile in the pass game, is able to cover a lot of ground as a pass pass coverer. But Pete Werner is someone who could probably come in right here, fit in well with what they've got already, that 4-3 system, probably on that outside role. You talk about him and Baron Browning. I think he fits better in the NFL than what Baron Browning does. Baron Browning, probably the better athlete, probably has the higher athleticism upside, but I think Pete Werner's play style fits better in the NFL, and that's why we see him going in the second round.
I think so as well. And that is great college stats with some of these linebackers as well, but I think his transitional game to the next level can definitely do well. I think he's a very versatile player, and I think he can be a good benefit for a lot of teams. Now, the Buffalo Bills are on the clock here. And listen, they have such a complete team, in my opinion. They could go running back here, and I think that's something they would be really interested in. They got their defensive end in Gregory Rousseau in that first round. Alec, is this where we see Khalil Herbert maybe go? Do you think this is too early for him? Where do you want the Bills to focus on position-wise with this pick?
I mean, I think that when you look at what the Bills have, a potential corner ad. I know that they brought Levi Wallace back, but it was on a one-year deal. Ad at corner. Again, I'm going to throw him out there. Fatima El-Famu, keep him upstate New York. But I think that he's a potential fit here, would fit really well on the other side of Tre'Davious White. But if you talk about the running back position, Kenneth Gainwell probably makes a lot of sense for them as someone who can really work out of the backfield as a pass catcher or as a runner. I think that's someone who really could fit with them. And I think he's the next running back on the board.
And the Buffalo Bills still are on the clock, but we have to thank one of our sponsors at Manscaped. Manscaped is dedicated to helping you level up your full body grooming with their Perfect Package and 3.0 kit. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code MANUP21 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use the code MANUP21. It's 2021 and you still got Bush. Change that with Manscaped. Once again, one of our great sponsors here. And we also have to talk about where Alec is right now. That is the William Hill Sportsbook at Tropicana. One of the largest sportsbooks in Atlantic City, featuring 180 seats, a 250 square foot odds board, and massive panoramic LED screens. It's conveniently located on the North Tower casino floor, adjacent to Chicky & Pete's Crab House and Sports Bar and 10 North. Once again, that's where Alec Polito is right now, reporting from the William Hill Sportsbook at Tropicana. And we are in Atlantic City at Stockton University. Once again, a big thanks to them for making this all happen, a part of making this all happen here today. We are in round two still. The Bills pick is in. They could get Jalen Mayfield as well. He's also on the board. The offensive tackle out of Michigan right here. And it's going to be very interesting to see what the Buffalo Bills kind of pull here. Once again, I'm Kayla Santiago, along with Alec Polito here, giving you second round coverage on day 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. It's been a lot of fun so far. We've had some fun guests pop in, and it's really just been an awesome opportunity to bring this to you guys live. We definitely have 15 consecutive hours of coverage yesterday and today. It's been absolutely awesome. And Alec, I'm going to go back to you real quick. The pick is in for the Buffalo Bills. Final thoughts on where they go?
I mean, I would take the corner of Fatima El-Famu, but we'll see what they end up taking here. I think that a corner if you put another corner on the other side of Tre'Davious White, this defense takes it to could take the defense to a whole nother level.
It could, and we know the Bills defense was also good last year. The Bills defense was very underrated in my opinion. Of course, the offense, Josh Allen really able to come in and has that weapon, Stephon Diggs, which really changed Josh Allen's games last year. Allen was in the conversation for MVP throughout the season. So just think about that. Another year develops, and let's see who the Bills pick here. With the 61st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Carlos Basham Jr., the defensive end out of Wake Forest. Alec, your thoughts?
Yeah, well, the fit is clear because it's a little bit interesting that they go with Greg Rousseau and Carlos Basham. My thought process is they're going to put him on the inside with Ed Oliver, and they have AJ Epineza on the other side. That makes the most sense, I guess, to me. But and I think that's his best fit. We talked about him as a potential good fit with the Bills because they kind of like that pass rush from the interior as Ed Oliver gives you. But with Carlos Basham Jr., looking at a guy who rushes the passer really well, lacks the athleticism to transition outside. So he really can only play the 5 tech or the 3 tech. I don't even think he can go in any further than that or go any further out than that. That's pretty much where he's locked in. But when you look at the players who play those positions, excellent player, super versatile, and it's going to bring a lot to this Bills defense. It really solidifies their defensive line, I think, in my opinion. And then you look at the cornerback position and the safety position. Could there be a little bit of improvements? Yeah, but that's where they can focus for the rest of this draft. They kind of solidified the offensive line here.
Yeah, and listen, this defensive line is going to be scary for opposing teams. I mean, I would never want to play the Buffalo Bills defensive line this year. Of course, injuries are going to happen, but that is going to be scary and tempting as you go in to play them. And then you have that offense on the other side. Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs. It's going to be a really good team for this Buffalo Bills this year. Now, Alec, the Packers pick is in. What if they go quarterback here? What if they just shock the world, maybe pick Kyle Trask here? Aaron Rodgers rumors are all over the place. Where did they go?
Kayla, don't do that. No, I'm just kidding. No, they're not going to go quarterback just because they have Jordan Love on the roster. But I think you're absolutely right. There's concerns about what's going on with their quarterback situation. But let's see what they end up picking.
And the pick is in here. We're waiting with the guy with the cheese head here chanting on his Packers team at Cleveland, Ohio. They are at the NFL draft. It's going to be interesting to see. I know Aaron Rodgers wants help. Maybe they go running back here, even though they have pretty decent talent at running back. And we're going to see with the 62nd pick, the Green Bay Packers select Josh Myers, the centers out of Ohio State.
Wow.
Not a bad pick for them. Not a need. But, Alec, what are your thoughts?
No, not at all. It's going to replace Corey Lindsey, who they let walk in free agency. They had to cut him, actually, because of the cap situation. And he was one of the best centers in the league last year. And for me, Josh Myers was personally my number one center in this draft because he gives you the versatility to play guard or center. The issues with Josh Myers are he's a little bit big, gets his pad level high at center. You want to keep that low. But what Josh Myers does is he's got brute power and a ton of movement abilities because he used to be a tackle recruit that came to Ohio State as a tackle. They transitioned him into center, worked out really well for them as he was a phenomenal center for Justin Fields. Listen, we don't know who's going to be the quarterback next year. Could it be Aaron Rodgers? Is it going to be Jordan Love? We don't know, but at least they're solidifying this offensive line. Green Bay fans are probably going to be a little upset that they have now left the second round without a wide receiver, but I do think that they've made two excellent picks in Eric Stokes and Josh Myers.
Yeah, and Alec, you have to think of wide receivers right now. Terrace Marshall went before that. I don't necessarily think there's a wide receiver on the board that would make a huge impact. Not a number wide receiver, so I do like this pick by Green Bay. And if you're the Packers, how can you let the former MVP walk? You have got to solidify Aaron Rodgers. You need to build around him. I know the franchise isn't necessarily in his favor. Aaron Rodgers has had problems in the past. It's very enlightened here, especially now him coming out with his rumors saying he wants to go away. But Alec, they've got to help this guy out. Where do you think that they can go next? You know, with their later picks, maybe Khalil Herbert falls in the third, fourth round. It's going to be interesting to see because Aaron Rodgers, he doesn't want another year where it's just him.
No, they can absolutely go. I think that, honestly, the best fit for them in this draft was Oso Odigizua, the UCLA interior defensive lineman. But I don't know if they're going to be in range to get him. As for receivers they could go with, there's going to be some available in the third round that I think can really make a difference on this team. Better than an Alan Lazard, better than an Equinemius St. Brown, and better than what they've got right now on the roster. So I do think that there's plenty of receivers that they'll be able to get. And don't forget, they have pretty much the best receiver in the game in Devontae Adams. They've got a really solid tight end in Robert Tonyan, and they've got Aaron Jones out of the backfield. Let's not feed into this that Aaron Rodgers has nothing. He's got plenty of things, plenty of offensive talent. They just need a second receiver to really take the coverage off of Devontae Adams, who still ended up almost leading the league in receiving yards, if not doing it.
Yeah, so what the heck is Aaron Rodgers complaining about, everybody? No, I'm just kidding. But right now, the Chiefs, Creed Humphrey, the center out of Oklahoma. I mean, Alec, well, I think the Chiefs struck gold here, getting linebacker Nick Bolton at 58, now at 63, getting the center Creed Humphrey, who we thought might have gone to the Philadelphia Eagles at 37. He drops all the way back to 63. Did the Chiefs just get that much better?
Yeah, they did. I mean, they have Austin Blythe, who they signed to play the center role, but I don't think he'll play it anymore. Creed Humphrey's ready to go right now, and he fits the system pretty well because they play in that zone system. I think that that's something that he can come in and really do. But I'm sorry, they don't play in the zone system. They play in the vertical man system a lot because as they pass block a ton. I think that's what he is best for. He doesn't fit in the zone system is what I meant to say because he can't really get to the second level. He doesn't have that athleticism, but what he does have is a tremendous block pass blocking abilities, and he's going to he can absolutely create holes up the middle for guys like Clyde Edwards-Helaire and Jerick McKinnon, who they just signed today. But I think that this is an excellent pick for them. You talk about fixing the O-line. It was something they had to do. They go out and they take they get Orlando Brown, they get Joe Thuney, they get Creed Humphrey, they get on the right side, they've got guys like Mike Remmers and Lucas Yang who are going to compete, and they got Kyle Long and Laurent Duvern, the doctor for the Chiefs that plays guard. I'm forgetting his name at the moment. I know it's Laurent is his first name, but Laurent Tardif Duvernay. There it is. But they fixed this O-line up real well, and now you look at what Patrick Mahomes can do without protection. As in the Super Bowl, I think he played the best game anyone has ever played in that situation. I know the stats weren't there, but if you talk about how many throws he made in receivers' hands while he was being thrown to the ground or airborne, it was phenomenal. And now you're going to give him protection. The Chiefs are right back at it, and they should be a favorite to win the Super Bowl next year.
And Rick and I talked about it a little bit before. The biggest concern there is the protection of Patrick Mahomes. We saw him getting a little bit injured and banged up towards the end of that season. If Mahomes is 100% healthy, do they win that Super Bowl? I don't know, because that Buccaneers defense is absolutely phenomenal, but this definitely helps them and puts that into the conversation for next season. Now, the other team that was in the Super Bowl, that won the Super Bowl, is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Their pick is in at 64. It's not announced yet, but Alex, they got Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, the linebacker out of Washington, in the first round. Where do they go here? Now I'm going to put this thing out again. Do they go quarterback to be there for Tom Brady when Tom Brady is done in 10 years maybe at this point? I don't really know, because he's just been in the league forever now. But where do you think they go? I know they need a running back. I know they may look defensive end. What is your pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Well, quarterback is definitely something that they could consider, because this team is definitely in a really good situation in a lot of places on their roster. I think there's still tackles out there for them to grab. Potentially a Spencer Brown is still out there on the board. Deontay Smith is still out there on the board. And those guys could potentially come in and be Donovan Smith's replacement next year or the year after. But a cornerback wouldn't be out of the question here. I think they could absolutely use another corner on this team. And maybe if they really don't feel confident in Ronald Jones, Kenneth Gainwell could make sense as someone to catch out of the backfield, which we all know Tom Brady loved in his time with the Patriots, a la James White. So, and I think that Kenneth Gainwell is actually a better athlete and better player than James White is at the high end of his career. So that's something that they could absolutely go with.
Now, we talk about this all the time. The protection of the quarterback they need that so bad. And listen, they have a pretty decent offensive line, but Jalen Mayfield out of Michigan and Spencer Brown are still on the board. Those offensive tackles. Tom Brady is getting older now. He may play till he's 50. Who really knows? But the way he's going to play a lot longer is by getting these guys to solidify in there and protect him. If you had to choose between Jalen Mayfield and Spencer Brown, which skill set do you think is better to go on the Buccaneers?
Well, that's an excellent point, too. They bring in Jalen Mayfield, and I completely forgot him, and he's a player who probably should be off the board at this point. The issues with Jalen Mayfield being that we have concerns with his athleticism and the length, and he might have to transition inside. That's the problem that I'm having with Jalen Mayfield is I personally think that he can play right tackle in this league. They have Tristan Wirfs there. Now Tristan Wirfs was an all-pro last year, and I think he's athletic enough to transition over to the left side. But do you really want to play with that? I don't know, because he played so well there. I don't want to ruin anything that he's got going. So that's the concern with Jalen Mayfield. Deontay Smith is a true left tackle, and I think that Spencer Brown has that athleticism to push over to the left side. So those are the two that I would say make more sense. But you're absolutely right that Jalen Mayfield's got to be in conversation here and on for any team that needs offensive line help.
And listen, this Buccaneers team is going to be Super Bowl bound no matter what still. They bring those 22 starters back, as we have kind of been alluding to, all night long. They also get Joe Tryon, that outside linebacker that is really going to help them defensively. I didn't think this defense could get any better, but I was absolutely wrong. The addition of Joe Tryon-Shoyinka is definitely going to help them out. Once again, the pick is in here, so it's going to be interesting to see what they do Do you think they go any weapons here, Alex? Do you think they maybe go for a running back? They don't really need receivers. I don't think there's a receiver they would take right now. But is there any chance they take an offensive weapon?
Absolutely a chance. They could go with an offensive weapon. You're winning now. You're in win now mode. But with what the Buccaneers have done is actually they're in win now mode, and they can take players to wait. And that there's no better situation in this league. They're just going to have to figure out the quarterback situation when Tom Brady retires, whenever that may be. We don't know, but that's going to be something they have to consider. They could take an offensive weapon. I think that they're more so likely to take something on the offensive line or defense, but they absolutely could take an offensive weapon here.
I mean, come on, Alex. I don't even think about quarterback. Tom Brady's going to be good until he's 50.
Exactly.
I don't know about that,
he's playing for 10 more years.
Exactly. He's been playing forever. I thought maybe when he was done at the Patriots, he would have one more year. And then he won a Super Bowl on all of us. So I think he's proved every single person wrong at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if they go quarterback here either, though, maybe to just get that back up to kind of stand under Tom Brady and learn from him and maybe take relief from him in whenever he ends up retiring. But the pick is in here. It is about to be announced. Let's see if they get some help on that offensive line here. Once again, Jalen Mayfield, Spencer Brown are still on the board. I think they could be good additions to help protect Tom Brady. Alec and I kind of alluded to maybe Spencer Brown is the better pick for them. The selection is about to be announced here as the Buccaneers fans, they got Joe Tryon in that first round. A lot to cheer about, a good offensive linebacker. Those fans have so much to cheer about after getting a Super Bowl this past year. Terrific Tom coming in and doing exactly what he does. And with the 64th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft in the second round, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select.
Wow.
Still waiting on it here as the Buccaneers fans are cheering.
Well,
Alex,
I got
the
it.
pick?
You want it. Yeah, it's Kyle Trask, quarterback, Florida. And you were right, Kayla. They go with the quarterback to train under Tom Brady. And I think that more so, there's always all the talk about Mac Jones being a Tom Brady clone or similar in play style to Tom Brady. I think Kyle Trask, to me, is more of a Tom Brady thrower of the football. He's a little more athletic. This is not to say that Kyle Trask is anywhere close to a Tom Brady. In fact, I'm not very high on Kyle Trask as he outlooks to the NFL, but he doesn't have a lot of velocity of his arm. That's what Tom Brady does have. But what he does have is he's very technically sound in his mechanics, and I think that he's someone who can throw a nice deep ball. But he's coming in honestly to be a backup quarterback, and there was reports today that teams think that he can be such a solid backup quarterback that they might take him in the second round. And I think this is truly what the Bucs took him for. This is not the quarterback of the future for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I think they took him to be the backup of the future. And then eventually when Tom Brady retires, they are going to go for a different quarterback. And I think that's the best outlook for Kyle Trask.
And the head coach, Bruce Arians, a quarterback whisperer, a great situation to develop Kyle Trask here. And listen, I think that you hit it right on the mark, Alec. He's going to be a backup for Tom Brady. Of course, he's not going to get that starting spot unless Tom Brady gets hurt there. But you are literally learning under one of the best quarterbacks of all time. You're learning under Tom Brady. And let's all think about this here. The NFL did extend their games to 17 games this year, right? It's going to be a longer season. Let's see if they have preseason this year. We're not really sure how that's going to go. This might be a situation where if the Bucs have a good record, maybe Tom Brady sits out 2 games to be 16 and 17, and then Kyle Trask gets his shot. Alex, do you think that's any thought in their mind that it's a longer season and maybe he may get a game or 2 in there towards the end of the year?
I think the thought in their mind is just if Tom Brady, if he gets injured, this is someone that they feel confident is not going to screw what they have going. But I think that it's not in their plans to have him be the starting quarterback. I could be wrong, but I just don't see Kyle Trask as starting quarterback in this league.
I don't either, especially with, Tom
That's
Brady.
a great pick right there.
As a quarterback, as Andre Cisco, the safety out of Syracuse, gets picked. You heard it all here. Alex said it's a great pick. I was just going to throw it over to you. But talk about his skill set and why he fits in the system.
Yeah, and the Jaguars get the safety that they needed. And to me, what a value here. Andre Cisco, 65th overall. excellent pick for them, and they're really fixing up the defense a little bit here. Now, that's a single high safety in the NFL. There's not many of them on this earth, and Andre Cisco has the hip flips and the oil in his hips to really flip and change direction like that. He is someone who can play the single high. He's got excellent ball skills. He can go up and get any pass. He plays the position like a receiver, blankets players. I think that the concerns with him are his man coverage. I don't think he's a man cover guy. I don't think he can come in and be someone who covers for you. But on the back end as a safety, I think there's no better skill set for a high single high safety than the flipping hips that Andre Cisco has, and he does it better than anyone in this class.
And our NFL insider earlier, Howard Baldrick, said how much of a fan he was of Andre Cisco. He thought he was going to go a little bit earlier, but nevertheless, he's going now with the 65th pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. We have a pretty good team once again under Trevor Lawrence. But we're going to take a real quick look at one of our sponsors in Manscaped. The Perfect Package 3.0 kit comes with the Essential Lawnmower, 3.0 waterproof, cordless body trimmer, and a ton of other liquid formulations to round out your grooming routine. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code MANUP21 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code MANUP21. It's 2021 and you still got Bush. Change that with Manscaped. And of course, this pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars, they have their main guy, Trevor Lawrence. We're able to get a running back as well. And Alec, I think this may be another steal. Surprised he went so late. And I think this is a very good addition to this team.
This is a steal. I had Andre Cisco rated way higher than where he's going right now. And the skill set is something that's so rare in the NFL. Now, there is absolutely questions about his play recognition as well. Don't get me wrong. That's something that he lost a lot of receivers on the back end, but he's got the skill set that if that play recognition never gets up to the highest of levels, he can make up ground really quickly. So you bring him in with Urban Meyer, who has done a phenomenal job of developing players to get them to the league. Now he's going to be able to develop Andre Cisco in the league for years. I think this is just a perfect fit for the Jaguars, who desperately needed a safety, and now they've got. I think, in my opinion, it was the best one in the draft.
I think he's definitely up there, and I think once again it's a steal that he was able to go this late, and Jacksonville got their guy at safety, and he's going to help them a lot in that secondary. Now, the Vikings pick is in. They traded back to 23 yesterday. They got their guy, the offensive tackle, Christian Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech. I think this team needs a lot more pieces than we think. Alec, is it best player available here? Is it best position? Where do you think they need to put their focus?
I think that the Vikings will probably be looking for something on maybe as an edge rusher, a guy who fits in that 4-3 system. Look at a guy like Ellerson Smith. He could make some sense for them here. The guy out of Northern Iowa, defensive end, who really fits in that 5 to 7 tech role with a ton of length and bend off the edge and got some speed for being a 265-pound defensive end. That's someone that could make some sense here. Then looking at other positions where they could go, I hate to keep doing it to you, Caleb, but Fatu Melifamu is still on the board, and as they could absolutely use another corner. Other guys they could potentially go with. They got Christian Darrisaw, of course. That right tackle spot is not solidified by any means, so maybe we could see a Jalen Mayfield here.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see that. Once again, surprise, Jalen Mayfield and Spencer Brown are falling so far. Another guy on the offense could help them out, especially you still got Kirk Cousins out there in Minnesota, so we're going to see what happens. And the Vikings GM, Rick Spielman, also does, the reads we have here, sports management worldwide and online courses if you want to do football. And the GM and the winning teams and organizations are created from behind the scenes. Our course will teach you the process, which includes organizational structure, leadership style, training coaches, viewing the game through the eyes of the quarterback, running effective practices, managing players, the first 15 concepts, dealing with the media. Once again, Rick Spielman, a big fan of this. He does it in his own, and that's the sports management worldwide. Now the Vikings pick is in at 66. They pick in the 2021 NFL drafts.
Wow.
Kellen Mond, the quarterback out of Texas A&M. What about that, Alec? Is this the end for Kirk Cousins? Don't know if Mount can start right away, but we know Kirk Cousins struggles. What are your thoughts here?
I think Mond's a contingency plan, but when you look at Kellen Mond, let's talk about what the player can do, right? Goes down to the Senior Bowl, had an excellent time there, but he's at college, at Texas A&M, right? Statistically, one of the best quarterbacks they have ever had, started 4 years for them. The problem with Kellen Mond being the projection forward is a little bit slight because we never really saw improvement through his years. He kind of stayed very similar for 4 seasons. He's got a pretty nice arm, but it takes a while in his motion to get the ball out. He's also pretty stiff for a guy who's athletic. He's not very quick in the way that he moves. He's got some athleticism and some speed, but he's kind of pretty stiff in the pocket, sits pretty cleanly there usually, and with a great O-line at Texas A&M, he's able to do that. Minnesota doesn't have that great O-line yet. They took Christian Darrisaw, and they're going to have another pick coming up pretty soon where they could take another offensive lineman. But I think that Kellen Mond has some upside for sure, but it's hard to project him forward when you haven't seen really any improvement from year 1 to year 4, and now you bring him in with better competition in the NFL.
Yeah, and I don't think that he, like you said before, he's going to be a starter at all. He's going to sit behind Kirk Cousins a little bit, but it's really interesting to see here because, Minnesota, they have Kirk Cousins, a guy who is one of the most inconsistent players in the NFL. When he's good, but when he's bad, you kind of want to take him off the field in a sense. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do here. Now, I want to dive into this Texans pick real quick. The pick is in. We're not notified on who it is, but they have a lot of avenues they can go there. They need a lot of pieces after losing J.J. Watt, after losing DeAndre Hopkins, Deshaun Watson. We don't know what's going to happen with him. He might be on the outs with everything going on. Do they select a quarterback here, Alec? Where do you see them going?
I don't think they'll go quarterback just because they did bring in Tyrod Taylor, and I think that at this point they know that next season is not going to be theirs to compete, whether Deshaun Watson's there or not. But there's unfortunately for this team, they're not ready to compete by any means. And when you look at this, that probably means that you're not going to take a running back because by the time his career or his contract is over, the Texans might just be coming back up to compete. I guess the best outlook for them is potentially a tackle. They have Laramie Tunsil, but on a heavy contract. Tackle on the other end you could look at. On defense, did lose JJ. Maybe they go for some pass rush here. Unfortunately for the Texans, this 3rd round pick is not going to save this franchise. They're in a bad spot. So I think they're just going to take a player, honestly, who fits their culture and is going to bring this whole because it's not in the spot that it could be right now.
Yeah, I think they're going to need a player that's going to be good and develop, maybe a developmental guy that is going to develop maybe 2-3 years from now because they're not in win now mode at all unless they do some crazy trades, end up trading for maybe an Aaron Rodgers, who really knows. I'm just throwing that out there. But I definitely don't think they are in a situation where they can draft here and it's going to be a game changer. I think they have to think the future at this moment, and the pick, once again, is still in. But you're not going to get an immediate game changer here. There are so many other places that you have to figure out: running back, quarterback, defense, offense, all around the field. So it's going to be interesting to see who they take here. Maybe they go offensive tackle. Best player available right now is probably Jalen Mayfield, the offensive tackle out of Michigan. Also, you saw Spencer Brown up there on the offensive line as well. And we're going to see in just a second who the Texans select with the 67th pick. In the 2021 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Davis Mills, the quarterback out of Stanford. So, Alec, they do go quarterback. Is this the end of Deshaun Watson? Is Davis Mills the future for the Texans?
Again, I said no quarterback, and it goes. There's just a run right now on quarterbacks, I guess. I don't know. I don't know if he's the future. Clearly that something is wrong there with Deshaun Watson. They obviously don't have confidence that he's going to be playing next year. When you look at Davis Mills, the guy's got a rocket of an arm. He's got some mechanical abilities, but he's got some issues in his mechanics. Decision making isn't great, but was personally my 6th quarterback in this class. I think he was the one for me right after Mac Jones, and I thought that they were actually in that same tier. So I think that Davis Mills absolutely can be a starter in this league, but the projection is he's gotta fix up a lot. Now, they're going to have time for him to fix that up because, well, we don't know what's going on with Deshaun Watson, and this team is not ready to compete by any means. I wouldn't shock me if they move on from Deshaun Watson, that Tyrod Taylor is the starter next year. Davis Mills sits and watches because I don't think that he's ready to start yet. There's a lot to fix in his game, but he does have a lot of abilities to like, and he might be the starter of the Texans in a couple seasons for sure.
And I think the thing with Davis Mills, too, is that his game is not fully developed yet, as you said before, to start. And he also doesn't have guys around him that are going to be able to develop that. You know, it'd be different if he was going in a situation where he had a top 10 tight end or a top 10 receiver that he could really go to and develop his game. But in a situation where you are literally going to a team that needs so much help all over the field, I think he sits behind Tyrod Taylor. Maybe it's a situation where they go in and out, like we saw a lot of Tua Tagovailoa last year with the Miami Dolphins. Maybe it's a situation like that where they kind of switch on and off. It's going to be interesting to see how they use him, but I think this means for Deshaun Watson that his time in Houston is short to over.
Yeah, it looks pretty bleak in that situation, and we got the Falcons pick in, but I do want to talk about Davis Mills real quick after this. Oh, that's a great pick.
And Jalen Mayfield, the offensive tackle out of Michigan. They got Kyle Pitts. Now they have Jalen Mayfield. We still have Matt Ryan. It looks like they're going to keep Julio Jones. Wow, Alec, this Falcons team went to a team that wasn't competing last year to a really good team on paper.
Well, the offense is really, really good, and you're going to move Jalen Mayfield probably inside to guard. I know they said tackle, and that's probably where they'll try him at first, but they'll probably move him into guard to be and really give them a really good guard option. And I think that he gives them the position versatility to potentially kick out to right tackle at some point in his career. I love Jalen Mayfield. I thought he was a high-end second-round prospect. I believe he was a top 40 player on my board. But what Jalen Mayfield does for you, right? Excellent hand usage. He's honestly too quick for the position. A lot of times he oversets, which is an easier problem. You can always slow a player down. You can't always speed them up. So that's something with Jalen Mayfield that he can do from the tackle position, right? At the guard position, he's got a lot of power and uses his hands well. Like I said, that's something that's crucial inside. Has the footwork to play inside, of course. And now you're looking at, it's easy to slow someone down now when they don't have a lot of space to run, right? So space at guard is not much, so he won't have to overset. He'll be able to just kind of get the position down, and then eventually at some point they can move him back out to tackle to save that money on the cap. This is a team that's not great in the cap situation right now, but this offense has to be weapons-wise at least one of the best in the NFL, and then the defense definitely needs some help. But they did get Richie Grant before. That'll help on the back end. Still more to be done on this defense. But, yeah, this is a great pick for Atlanta.
I think Atlanta and Chicago are both up there for the teams that had the best draft so far. You have Kyle Pitts. You have Richie Grant, as you just said, Alec. And then Jalen Mayfield adding to that.
Yeah.
This Falcons team can finally get back on a roll. Now, we heard from our Sports Illustrated insider earlier, Albert Breer, and he said he doesn't think there's any way that the Falcons are going to lose Julio Jones. He's talked to some people that he thinks they're going to keep him. And we're going to look at the Bengals pick right here. Joseph Osea, the defensive end out of Texas.
Yeah, Joseph Osai is an athletic freak that is going to play that defensive end, outside linebacker-ish kind of role for them. Don't really love the scheme fit, but can kind of replace the Carl Lawson player that was there for the Bengals that they lost, because he is able to play a little bit more of a stand-up rusher role. I think he can play with his hand in the ground, but it's not really where I would personally put him in that Bengals 4-3 defense. He's going to have to kind of put his hand in the ground a little more than you'd like. But let's talk about what he can do. He's raw right now. He's an athlete, but he's shown some pass rush plan. He's shown some development in the pass rush game, but he's also a phenomenal run defender. He gets out and sets that edge really nicely, and he's shown some abilities as a linebacker to defend passes. So I don't think he's going to have to do that with the Bengals. It looks like he'll probably play that 4-3 D end role where it's more so set in the edge. I won't have to do much in the pass game. But you develop him with those traits, this could be a steal for the Bengals. And I'm pretty shocked that he was still on the board.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And another guy that I'm shocked is still on the board is Spencer Brown, the offensive tackle. Now, the Panthers pick is in here at 70. The Panthers have also had a pretty good draft. You have J.C. Horn, who is going to be an outstanding corner in the NFL. And then you also have Terrace Marshall Jr., who's going to help out Sam Darnold. We're going to see who they get here. I think they could get some offensive line help to protect Sam Darnold. I think Spencer Brown would be the perfect fit. And it's actually going to be Brady Christensen, the offensive tackle out of BYU. Alec, why is Spencer Brown falling? How are these guys going above him right now? Not saying that he won't be a good addition to this offensive line, but where's Spencer Brown at?
Yeah, I don't know where Spencer Brown is, and I would never, and this is no disrespect to Brady Christensen, but I would never take Brady Christensen over Spencer Brown. But Brady Christensen, let's talk about what he can do. The BYU tackle, right, last year. BYU had a tremendous offensive line for Zach Wilson, and the main asset there was Brady Christensen, who a lot of people thought might transition into guard, but he has the abilities to play out a tackle, has some issues with speed, right? Not the best speed, doesn't really hit his point, does have a lot of strength. He did also have concerns with length. Players with length gave him problems. So I don't know if his career outlook is at the tackle position, but the thing is, you have Taylor Moton there. You need a left tackle. Brady Christensen did play left tackle and played it at a high level for BYU this past season. A little bit early for me. I thought he should have went a little bit later, but I think that if the Panthers felt confident with him, it's an excellent pick for them.
A little bit early, a lot early for me personally, but like you said, the Panthers have phone calls with these guys. They know who they want. They want somebody that's going to fit in their locker room as well, so that can also be an important factor, as well as I guess they saw his production on the field. Now they have some offensive weapons, a guy that can also protect Sam Darnold. In that pick, you have Terrace Marshall Jr., the wide receiver, and then, of course, you know, they hit the home run ball on J.C. Horn, the cornerback. So I definitely think it's an interesting pick here. Now, the New York Giants are up. The pick is in at 71. They need a guard, center, defensive end, and a linebacker. I think there's more defensive ends that are better that they could get at this moment in the draft. But, Alec, I'm going to go to you. Which position do you want them to get and which player is best available?
To me, there's a perfect player still on the board that just fits them too much. We talk about Dave Gettleman wanting hog mollies, right? What better than the shirtless player from the Senior Bowl, Quinn Miners, who's still there, has that center guard versatility, both of which are a need for the Giants, can kind of play him whichever way you see fit, but dominant at the D3 level as a blocker. And I think that you bring him in, it's a Giants Dave Gettleman type player for me. The other thing they could potentially do is go with a Spencer Brown, who's still sitting there. I don't think that they really need it. They do need a defensive end, but it's a 3-4 defensive end, so maybe an Osa Odigizua could make sense in that system to play on the other side of Leonard Williams. He's still on the board, and he's a player who I think should have been off the board already. And then I think at that point, at the linebacker spot, maybe a Monty Rice could fit next to Blake Martinez. He's got a little more range than Blake Martinez, whereas Blake Martinez is the more sure tackler. That's something that those positions are something that they could do. I still think Quinn Miners would be the best pick for them here, though.
Do you think that they go anything weapons-wise, whether that's a tight end, a wide receiver? There's still some on the board. There's some running backs on the board as well. Now, I don't think they're going to go there because they still have Saquon Barkley. Is there any chance that you try and get some security for Daniel Jones, knowing that Evan Ingram, yes, he made the Pro Bowl this year, but his efficiency wasn't the best last season. Yeah. Is there any chance they go that route?
No, that's an excellent point, Kayla. The tight end position is something that the Giants do need. How about a guy like Hunter Long, who's still on the board, who I think is a little bit of a lesser version of Hunter Henry in the NFL. And the Giants do love that speed from the tight end position. He's got it. He's got explosion. He's got run after catch ability. That's something that, if they want to go with another offensive weapon for Daniel Jones, Hunter Long in this range is an excellent pick.
I believe so as well. We're going to see what they do here with the 71st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The New York Giants select Aaron Robinson, the cornerback out of UCF. Alec, I don't think this is a bad pick at all. He is a phenomenal player. And in my opinion, right now, the thought process had to be best player available. Surprised he dropped this far. I think this is a good pick for New York.
Aaron Robinson is a phenomenal player who's going to give you some versatility to potentially play on the outside, but where he's going to fit best is in that nickel position, right? And the Giants are transitioning, it looks like, to a dime defense as they've got Adoree Jackson, James Bradbury, Aaron Robinson going to slide into that slot. They've got Logan Ryan, Jabril Peppers, and Xavier McKinney on the back end. All 6 of them could see a ton of time on field, and potentially you could see a guy like Jabril Peppers or Xavier McKinney get into that second level next to Blake Martinez, because they have that versatility to play in the box. Xavier McKinney, of course, started at middle linebacker a couple games for Alabama. But let's talk about what Aaron Robinson does. What a physical corner in that nickel position. He's very good at press release. He's someone who plays with his hair on fire. Super competitive guy, and a culture fit for the Giants defense that's really building this type of hard-working style. It looks like that's kind of what they're going for. I think it makes a lot of sense. It wasn't my personal pick, but it's still a great pick for the Giants.
I would have to agree with you here, and we're going to take a look at the Detroit Lions pick right now. The pick is in for them. At 72, it's going to be interesting to see who they get, and they are going to take Alan McNeil, the defensive tackle out of NC State. Alec, your thoughts?
Aleem McNeil, probably going to play that defensive tackle role or nose guard, depending on how they want to work him, because he can probably play either. But let's talk about him. We're talking about a guy who played linebacker in high school and goes to NC State. They transition him into defensive tackle, and what he's done now at defensive tackle is he's shown that recognition ability to really two-gap and stop running plays early and often. One of the best run defenders in this draft. Then the concerns with him are his pass rushing abilities, but he's shown the athleticism to really get some pass rushing skill and really do well in there, but he hasn't developed a pass rush plan or a lot of pass rush moves. That's the next step for him. I think he can do it. I personally like him a lot more than the 3rd round. Again, excellent pick for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're going to take a quick step off here, of course, bringing you the live coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. Rick Saratella is going to step in and give you mostly the rest of this draft as the Philadelphia Eagles pick is in at 73. He is going to give you all the prospects, all the coverage right here along with Alec Polito, once again, still at the Tropicana. Make sure you stay tuned to NFL Draft Bible.
Choose Stockton for a healthier tomorrow.
Choose Stockton to help those who need it most.
Choose Stockton and serve your community.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an Osprey. Choose Stockton.
Yeah, Rashad Weaver is a.
I feel like my journey's never been easy, and I feel like like from the very beginning, it's like a blessing to even be here. Like start by saying that. My parents never had much. You look at like what I've been through from, I would say I was always looked heavy upon since middle school. Like there was like always a light on me. Like, this kid has a lot of potential, but will he maximize and get there? And I experienced like failure in my life. I experienced like downfalls, not being able to play when you wanted to play, and things like that. And I think like all these trials and tribulations that I went through helped me like build me to where I wanted to go and wanted to be, and helped me change at such an early age. Like, and it helped me develop a mindset that will only lead me to path I'm on right now.
I'm a down to earth guy. I'm chill, laid back. I don't like the hype too much. But it's kind of getting on me now. But going through high school, I only had 4 offers. One Power 5 offer from Virginia Tech. After high school, I had to go to prep school for 4 months, and then I went to Virginia Tech after that and started my whole career. I definitely still got that chip on my shoulder. I know I'm not like everybody. Don't have me as OT1 yet. And I'm using that as motivation right now. So I'm going to take that in the league with me. But it kind of feels good at the same time, just knowing like you're getting compared with all these other guys, first round hype and everything.
Hey, welcome back to the 2021 NFL Draft live stream coverage presented by Hound Talent. Rick Saratella, RIC, and a place to be here. Bringing it home for day 2 coverage. And hey, all you listeners out there, hey, can we get a virtual round of applause for Kayla Santiago and Alec Polito holding it down? They are just phenomenal, unbelievable coverage here. Broadcasting live from Stockton University, broadcasting around the universe. Holding it down, NFLDraftBible.com, part of the Fan Nation Network on Sports Illustrated. Big shout out to all of our sponsors and friends, Manscaped, Sports Management Worldwide, the good folks over at Hound Talent, and of course, Tropicana Casino and the William Hill Sportsbook, where Alec Polito has bringing you that nonstop balls to the wall coverage. And we will play a little catch up here as we went to the commercial break. However, I want to let everybody know that the Tropicana Atlantic City boasts 2,400 luxurious rooms and suites and 5 towers, 2,300 slot machines, 18 table poker rooms, 132 table games, 4 pools, 2 spas, the Corner Tropicana showroom, William Hill Sportsbook, and an IMAX theater. When it comes to dining, Tropicana provides an unparalleled experience with the opportunity to dine around the world at any price point. Tropicana Atlantic City has more of everything under one roof. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Make sure you visit trop.ac/trop500. Take advantage of that $500 free bet on the deposit. Use the promo code trop500 or visit trop.ac/trop500. The good friends at William Hill and their draft prop bet odds. I just brought food back from the marketplace. As a matter of fact, we're putting down burritos at like a can't stop, won't stop situation that it is. And so, hey, glad to be here. It's been an intriguing lightning rod day 2 with the picks coming in. And we're going to welcome in Alec Polito back there at the William Hill Sportsbook in Tropicana. Let's bring him in, Alec. What's happening, brother? How are you?
It's going great. It's a beautiful place to be. If you see the TVs behind me, I mean, they're phenomenal. If you're a sports bettor or just want to come enjoy any sporting event, I mean, the William Hill Sportsbook is got to be a place to be in Atlantic City.
Yeah, I was there earlier today, as a matter of fact, and taking in the luxurious atmosphere there in the sports book. So many flat screens, as you can see behind Alec. And we'll work backwards here. The NFC East here, picking consecutively with the Giants, Eagles, and Dallas Cowboys as we're talking. Osa Odighizuwa for the UCLA defensive lineman, inside-outside versatility. The Cowboys obviously looking to beef up their defensive line. Jerry Jones keeping up with the Joneses here. Milton Williams from Louisiana Tech just coming off the board a couple picks earlier to the Washington football team. So the NFC East here beefing up their defensive line unit.
Yeah, Milton Williams adds a little bit versatility to that defensive line, giving them someone who can come in and pass rush on and many downs for them. Just give them another body out there, and that's a very good defensive line. I think actually he went to the Eagles, did he not?
Yeah, 2 picks to go to the Eagles, and Osa Odigizua goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, well, Milton Williams will give them. I think he's going to play more so on the interior next to Fletcher Cox on that defense. But and then Oso Odigizua, you talk about for the Cowboys, another excellent pick for them. They go Micah Parsons and Oso Odigizua, and I'm drawing a blank on their second round pick, but I remember being pretty happy with it. You're talking about a team that's really building up this defense. Another, excellent pick for them, and you build on the cornerbacks. They built at all 3 levels, and now this is a team that really could fix this defense up a little bit. They could be a team that wins the NFC East potentially.
The NFC East is going to be wide open. We all know that. Nobody wanted to win the division last year. And while we were on commercial break, another NFC East team making a selection, which was Benjamin St. Juste. And he goes to the Washington football team, who already had a beefed up defensive line, and now they add to the secondary. We're going to check in with our president, Zach Patrod, in Cleveland, Ohio, live at the 2021 NFL Draft. I know he's a big Benjamin St. Juste fan. What do you make of that selection, Zach?
That's a great pick, man. You know that I'm a Gopher fan, so I love the pick with Benjamin St. Juste. Got the size, technically sound, plays the ball well in the air. I don't know if you saw the pick just now, but the Saints selected Paulson Adebo. I love the pick for the Gopher going to that. Who selected Benjamin St. Juste? I got things flying around
Washington.
here.
No. The Benjamin St. Juste goes to the Washington football team. The New Orleans Saints, with the 76th selection in the 2021 NFL Draft, goes Paulson Adebo from Stanford, a guy that I had a first-round grade in. I was in Stanford 2 years ago when he did play. Obviously, he opted out this past year. And to me, Alec, he was kind of out of sight, out of mind. But to me, this is a guy that just first guy off the bus, looks the part, plays the part. This is great value here for the New Orleans Saints.
I think he ends up falling because of a couple injury concerns that he has, but you're right. A couple of years ago on tape, we were talking about this kid was a definite first-round pick when he was eventually eligible, and he's got some injury concerns, and then he doesn't play this season. Now you're talking about a guy who hasn't played in, I think it was something like 500 days. That's the concern with Paulson Adebo, but if you go back to what he did on film when he did play, he's a little bit stiff in the hips, but he has some tremendous abilities from that cornerback position, and now you bring him into New Orleans where they've developed a lot of defensive players, so maybe they can develop him as well and just bring him back to what he was pre-injury. Maybe loosen him up a little bit, but I think that it's a really good pick in the 3rd round for the Saints.
Yeah, and you see the Saints going all defensive here in the NFL Draft. All 3 selections are on the defensive side of the ball. Zach, I'm guessing that they feel pretty comfortable with that offense with Taysom Hill stepping in, Jameis Winston there with the contingency plan. I think they'll lean on Alvin Kamara on the offensive side, but the New Orleans Saints trying to build a defensive side and reload instead of rebuild.
Sorry, I'm just listening, and as they announced the Chargers pick, it was Josh.
Well, Zach, you're ahead of us. You just ruined our coverage.
I'm sorry.
You're already grinning. I know the pick.
But
here we go with the 77th selection in the 2021 NFL Draft. The LA Chargers are going to take Josh Palmer, the wide receiver out of Tennessee.
Great
Your thoughts there, Zach?
I love the pick for the Chargers.
Yeah.
I mean, Josh Palmer is a big body wide receiver. He can win vertically. I think he's tough at the point of the catch. It's a very good pick, and I apologize for ruining the coverage a little bit. I got the loudspeaker right above me up here. It's just it's blowing me up over here. But it's a great pick for the Chargers.
Alex, you see the Chargers are building around Justin Herbert. They beef up the offensive line. They provide him another weapon. You got to love the mismatch opportunities that he'll have inside the red zone, throwing it up to Josh Palmer.
No, and you said it best, Zach. It's a vertical winner in Josh Palmer, and yeah, you talk about the vertical winning ability with a quarterback who can throw it 62 yards on his back foot in Justin Herbert. He's going to be able to win vertically, and he's at 6'2" with that speed that he has. The production is going to be higher in the NFL than it was at Tennessee. At Tennessee, the quarterback situation was never great for him, but now he's going to be playing with one of the most exciting young quarterbacks in the league. I got to speak with Josh Palmer. We did an interview with him, and he is ready to go from Canada, actually, but he's real excited about this opportunity to play in the NFL. And he had said he wants to compete on special teams. He wants to compete on offense. He's ready to do whatever a team asks of him.
Well, he'll have an opportunity to be a four-down player there, and the Minnesota Vikings on the clock. Actually, with the pick is in, this will be the 78th selection in the 2021 NFL Draft. Zach, any guesses here?
Yeah, I think they're going to go defensive line here. You know, there's a couple interior guys that I think they could address the issue there, but defensive end is where I want to see them take one of these athletic guys that are still on the board. It's going to get loud again, so I'm going to mute myself and not ruin it for you.
All right, well, here we go. The pick is going to be coming in down the wire, and while that's being read, hey, I will tell you this. If you want to break into football, whether that's with an NFL team, in the media industry, digital video editing is the way to go. We always have a need here at the NFL Draft Bible. Digital video editing with Exos, digital course. My good friend Mike Stober, who I know personally, he works for the Jacksonville Jaguars along with Exos Digital. He'll teach you an 8-week course. September 6th is going to be when the next online classes begin. Make sure you go to sportsmanagementworldwide.com. Sign up. Do it now. Tony Johnson, one of our residential scouts, coming from that course and now working with us here at the NFL Draft Bible. And there it is. You know, Rick Spielman, the Vikings GM, a good friend of Sports Management Worldwide, finds tremendous value here, in my opinion. Chaz Surratt, the linebacker out of UNC, the Tar Heel, a former high school quarterback, you know, who really couldn't break into that rotation there at the quarterback position. Mitchell Trubisky, Sam Howell, and others. So he said, hey, I actually spoke to his father 2 years ago at the tailgate in the parking lot. Great family, by the way. His father, a youth football coach, and told me, like, hey, this is not a new transition for Chaz Surratt. He did this in high school. He was a thumper. He was an incredible linebacker in high school, and you saw what he did this past year at North Carolina, Zach.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Chaz Surratt. You know, kid's athletic and play, and he understands the position. Obviously, still something to learn to round out his game at the middle linebacker position there. But the Vikings, they lost Eric Wilson. Anthony Barr went down with injury last year, so they had Eric Hendricks and you know, all their talent there. But they need more depth at the linebacker position. That defense really struggled this last year. So getting a guy like Chaz Surratt, I think is going to be a big upgrade for them, both in pass coverage and in run support.
No doubt about it. And you talk about that, you know, quarterback position on the defensive side of the ball, and having that perspective, you can kind of see why he has that natural instincts and coverage readability, Alec.
No, yeah, and it's an interesting thing having a quarterback transition to linebacker. You get a real nice feel for what quarterbacks want to do to you or manipulate you. So you see that with Chaz Surratt. He has an excellent understanding and feel for the game. He's a thumper at the linebacker position, like you said. Also gives you a lot of versatility to rush the passer from that middle linebacker spot. I think he has to get better as a pass defender, but I think that in man coverage as a pass defender. I think he understands it well in zone coverage. But yeah, like you said, Zach, they needed some help and depth at that linebacker position, and they get it with Chaz Surratt. They go with two quarterbacks technically in the third round here with Kellen Mond and former quarterback Chaz Surratt.
Yeah, you wonder, you know, his brother, Sage Surratt of Wake Forest, somebody who was also very high on the radar. I think he was injured a little bit this past year, and I even opted out at some point. But again, his father, both Chaz and Sage, a football lifer. I mean, I was talking to this guy. He's telling me about Boogie Basham and, hey, you got to keep an eye on this quarterback. Jamie Newman. This guy can wing it and fling it, and so very knowledgeable football family, very enjoyable to talk to the Surratt family. So congratulations to Chaz. The Oakland, or I should say the Las Vegas Raiders at number 79 are on the clock. We'll have their pick shortly. Rick Saratella here, you out there, broadcasting around the universe. This is the best coverage there is, bringing you Alec Polito, Zach Petraw, getting down on Kaylee in the chat room. We see you out there. Appreciate the loves and the shout outs, all my chat room people. We're trying to keep up with it all. And so feel free to chime in, ask us some questions. We'll do our best to get to you and work you into the rotation. It's been a fun and exciting 2021 NFL Draft presented by Hound Talent, and we'll be checking in with the Hound Talent guys, of course, throughout the week. Bradley Moon checked in on the pregame show. He's probably going to go out and run a triathlon. And so the good folks at Hound Talent helping us hold down the 2021 live stream coverage, along with Stockton University. Big shout out to Stockton University for hosting us on the Superfly here in Atlantic City. And we had a remix, flip it and reverse it style, Timberland edition with Nelly Furtado here. And, we just had to come to Atlantic City because I'll be doing a new show starting May 10th, 7 to 10 p.m. every single day. They gave the kid a radio show. Can you believe this, ladies and gentlemen? I'll be hosting along with Christian Dyer. Unbelievable. They're bringing me to the radio waves. It's all over now. And so I had to be stationed here in Atlantic City. We had to send the president, Zach Petraw, out to Cleveland. And, I always noticed, in New York, the drop-off from day one to day two usually was lackluster, but then when it started moving around to Philly and Chicago and other cities, Zach, the excitement, the crowds, they stayed on day two. It seems like. What's the feel with Cleveland during a pandemic? Is there a drop-off between the atmosphere from day one to day two out there in Cleveland?
It is even more exciting out here. I actually sent a tweet out on the NFL Draft Bible, at NFL Draft Bible on Twitter and on Facebook there. I got the Browns fans to do a little "Let's Go Brownies" chant for me, so that was pretty fun. Cool. These guys are having a blast out here. Great vibes. It's a lot of fun. So I'm just happy to be out here and enjoy it with them.
Great stuff. And we're taking a look at some best available players. Diami Brown, the wide receiver out of North Carolina. Ronnie Perkins out of Oklahoma, who Alec likes. Amari Rogers, the son of T. Martin, wide receiver out of Clemson. Hunter Long, that's surprising to see. The Boston College tight end. I would imagine he has to come off the board relatively quick, but the Las Vegas Raiders pick is in. And I'm not going to pretend to know what this pick is because they've been doing some head-scratching type of selections here over the last 2 years, Mike Mayock and John Gruden. And listen, I got as much respect for Mike Mayock as anybody. I see him on the scouting trails. He's coast to coast. He grinds as much as any GM in terms of hitting the road and going into schools. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with Mr. Gruden. He's the one that pulls the trigger. He's the one that makes the call. In fact, I'm surprised Mayock is still there after that whole fiasco a season ago when Mayock was down on the field coaching the DBs and Gruden told him, get your ass out of here. I thought he was going to throw him out the facility. So a little schism, a little friction there in the front office. I wonder what that war room situation is looking like right now, Zach.
I could only imagine. It's funny. I sent out a tweet earlier, too. I'm like, you could have probably gotten Leatherwood at 43 and taken Trevor Merrick at 17.
Oh, yeah.
It's one of those things like, Gruden's going to go get his guy. I think we've seen that with the last few drafts here. But Mayock does a great job scouting, and I think he's a very good evaluator. So, I think we got might have a little mixture of opinions in there. You're sitting in the war room thinking about what's going on. When you get differences of opinions, I mean, we've seen it, in different aspects of, our scouting areas. You tend to have a little bit of back and forth, but you got a guy like Mayock, and we all know how John Gruden is. I can see that getting a little tense there, man.
Yeah, and Gruden makes the picks, and then he sends out Mayock to go deal with the media and cover up and try to pretend like he likes the pick, and Mayock has to get on board with it. You wonder at what point does Mike Mayock just get frustrated and walk out himself? And there's been some speculation about that as well, Alec. Nolan Norauki formerly of Pro Football Weekly, kind of was also brought in under Mike Mayock as his understudy. So a very unorthodox front office. And we were chopping it up at lunchtime, talking about, hey, maybe the game has passed Jay Gruden by. And, I'm seeing the selection come in while we wait for it. Alec, any thoughts on the Raiders front office there?
I mean, I don't have any insider information on it, but you're right. We did talk about it, and it's possible. It really is. I mean, he hasn't had a winning. I think that his record is close to 500 as a career, and he has the Super Bowl win for sure. But it's close to 500 right now, I think, total.
Yeah, Raider Nation here with the 79th overall pick. And, oh, by the way, former Pro Personnel Director Dane Vandernat will join us on the pregame coverage tomorrow, 10:05 a.m. Eastern. Make sure you tune into the Tailgate Show, 10 to 12 a.m., leading up to that noontime day 3 coverage of the 2021 NFL Draft. And with the 79th pick, it will be Malcolm Kuntz, the pass rusher out of Buffalo here, Alec, kind of a hybrid pass rusher.
Yeah, and he's not going to be the Khalil Mack that out of Buffalo that the Raiders once took in the first round, but he is a really solid player that's going to be able to rush the passer for them a little bit. He's also going to be able to drop down a little bit. In that defense, I don't think he necessarily can play the linebacker role, but I guess similarly on the other side of Yannick Ngakoue, he'll be able to compete for a starting job. I think that more so a pass rusher for me, at least that's what I liked about his game. I don't really love his abilities at the second level, but it's a guy who has some real upside for the Raiders. That he's definitely raw. He hasn't hit his highest point yet.
Yeah, and they go defense again, back-to-back picks with the 80th selection, that Las Vegas Raiders, that is Divine Diablo, the safety out of Virginia Tech, someone I had a chance to see up close in person, another player that's just well built, the physical attributes just jump off the eyes, with the eye test, and someone who was highly productive there, Zach. There was a little bit of buzz about Diablo being the first safety off of the board, so I think this is a great value selection. Zach, you with us? Did Zach freeze? Did we lock him up? Get Zach off of there. Yank him out of there. Get him back on. I'll go over to Alex Polito with his reaction to the safety.
Well, Divine Diablo is from Virginia Tech, a guy who we talked to Christian Darrisaw, and he said he's a guy who's being underrated. And when you have a guy who's that size, I believe it's 6'4" with ridiculous arms, that moves well in that back end, it's someone you absolutely want to take a shot on. Now the Raiders bring him in. They brought in Trevon Merrick too, so I don't. They're obviously trying to build that safety core, and I think that Diablo might end up transitioning into the box a little bit. So it's clear that they want Trevon Merrick on the back end, but putting him in the box as like your tight end eraser / will linebacker / safety role, I think could really work in his favor with the length and size.
Yeah, you're exactly right. He can stuff the run. He can cover tight ends. He's got the nose for the football, leading the ACC with 4 interceptions this past season. We have the Prez back, Zach Petra there in Cleveland on location at the 2021 NFL Draft. And Rick Saratella, Alec Polito, Zach Petra bringing it home here on the day 2 coverage of the 2021 live stream, presented by Hound Talent here at Stockton University, our good friends Manscaped. Hey, did you man up 21 yet? 20% off. Make sure you take advantage of that. And as we wait for the selection, hey, you. Yeah, you got Bush? You definitely do. And if you haven't tried the best products from our sponsor today, Manscaped, well, hey, after using these life-changing products, you're going to want to join a ball sack beauty contest. I'm looking out for you too, because I also have an exclusive 20% off discount. Use promo code MANUP21 at manscaped.com. That's MANUP21 at manscaped.com. And I remember, this time about a year ago, even longer, I called Boston College up. I said, Coach, talk to me about the players who you got for next season. He said, we got a guy by the name of Hunter Long. The scouts are just loving him. And, his wingspan is one of the longest. I think it is 80, almost 85 inches. I want to say one of the longest wingspans I've ever seen. But a guy that is really a red zone threat, someone who can make plays. Coming out of Boston College, you're going to be coached up on how to block in some way, shape, or form. But Hunter Long here, again, somebody who I had projected, a little bit higher, and he goes here with the 81st selection of the 2021 NFL Draft to the Miami Dolphins. Your thoughts, Alex?
Well, when you talk about the tight end position in this draft, it's not very deep. It's a little bit more top heavy, and even there, it's not the greatest of tight end classes. Obviously, Kyle Pitts is a generational potential talent, but you look at Hunter Long, right? What he could do for Miami. They had some success with Mike Gesicki last year, the tight end out of Penn State, and he's given them abilities to win vertically down that seam. But what do they need when they run a lot of 12 personnel? So Hunter Long is going to get used a ton with Mike Gesicki, with Jalen Waddle, and with Devontae Parker all on the field. But Hunter Long gives you a little more as a blocker. I think he's a phenomenal blocker. Maybe not the best yet, but with you talked about the wingspan and the effort that he brings the team. I think you give him a couple of years, he'll be able to block at the NFL level at a high level. And then his route running ability underneath is really good. And you said the red zone ability, phenomenal. And then you talk about his run after catch, which I really loved on tape. I think this is late for Hunter Long. I had him as a second to third round, early third round. This is more mid third round. So I think the Miami got themselves a really good player at Hunter Long.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I love this pick, and the Dolphins are just building a program ready to compete. A lot of it's going to come down to Tua Tagovailoa. And so, again, another pick that kind of boosts his weaponry around him, boosts his supporting cast. And, we saw Joe Burrow not really having the team around him to succeed. Well, the Miami Dolphins are trying to avoid that mistake. You see the LA Chargers as well trying to avoid that mistake. You see the New York Giants with a young quarterback in Daniel Jones adding another playmaker despite signing a John Ross and a Kenny Galladay. They go out and draft a Kadarius Toney. And so you're seeing that front offices, teams, they're figuring out like, hey, we've got a young quarterback. This is the window of opportunity to win while that quarterback's on that rookie opportunity, but they've got to have a supporting cast around them in order to succeed.
No, and you hit it on the head right there. I mean, Tua is going to be given every opportunity here to succeed. Now it's time for him to do it. And, last year he was a little bit disappointing, but he still had a 6-3 record as a starter. That's a high level. If you've transitioned that through over a year, that's an 11-5 record. And that's going to get them close to the playoffs, if not in the playoffs, almost every year. And I still think that they're a team that is really good, built around him. There is definitely holes on this team. The running back position is something they might have to address with their next pick. And then you look in their back end in their defense, maybe not the best linebacker core, but they've got a lot of players to build around. And now it's all reliant on Tua. If Tua can use Jalen Waddle and Hunter Long to his advantage, which I think are two weapons that really fit him, and then it'll allow him to use Mike Gesicki more in that seam role and winning deep, and then use Devontae Parker more as your contested catch kind of guy. I think that he's got the weapons now. It's time for Tua to compete, and I think he can.
Yeah, and suddenly the supporting cast is looking pretty appealing. You mentioned the running back position. I don't know. I mean, a team like that can really come in and compete, right? Because the New England Patriots do not look like a contender on paper as far as I'm concerned. The New York Jets, forget about it. I mean, I'm not even putting it in the equation. I'm talking about a team like the Dolphins, and even though Tua was 6-3 as a starter, I believe if Fitzpatrick was starting those games, that team would be in the playoffs. Why not go out and get a guy like Todd Gurley to a one-year deal? Let's ride that train. Let's ride those wheels let's ride that bus to the wheels fall off. I think Todd Gurley would be a great plug-and-play starter for the Miami Dolphins.
It's possible for sure, and we might even see Melvin Gordon cut now that Javonte Williams found himself with the Denver Broncos. That's someone I could see them bringing in and really fitting with this offense. But I think that you're right. I think there's a veteran options they could go with. I don't know if there's a draft option that can come in and start right now.
Well, with the 82nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the Washington football team selects Diami Brown, the wide receiver from North Carolina, another Tar Heel off the board. And, you know, you pair Brown opposite of Terry McLaurin and Ryan Fitzpatrick, who we were just talking about with the Dolphins, now with the Washington football team, is going to really love this selection.
Yeah, and your guy Ryan Fitzpatrick just comes up again here because they're putting weapons around him. They got Curtis Samuel, Terry McLaurin, and now Diami Brown, who's going to be their deep route winner, and that's what he does really well. And I think this is an excellent range to get a guy like Diami Brown, who's really going to be able to carry defenses vertically and really stretch out the defense on the back end. Whereas Terry McLaurin is an underneath winner. Sure, he's got a ton of speed, the 4.3 receiver, but his speed is way better used as an underneath winner or an intermediate winner. And then you got Curtis Samuel, who's basically a running back in that wide receiver spot. Get him the ball, let him work. Yeah, all three of them could go deep. But now you got Diami Brown, who adds the speed element, that vertical speed element that they wanted in this offense. You start him on the other side of Terry McLaurin with Logan Thomas and Curtis Samuel inside. This offense is ready to go. Plus, they drafted Samuel Cosme. Now, this offense, in my opinion, is ready. It's ready to compete. Just quarterback long term is the only question there. And the defense was already ready to compete. One of the top defenses in the NFL. What has been built there by Ron Rivera in Washington is phenomenal, and they deserve a ton of credit.
Well, there is one team that needs a quarterback. There's another team looking to deal one. Could Aaron Rodgers wind up with the Washington football team? The defense is built. The offense, as you heard Alec Polito just say, is there for the taking. What a situation that would be. I'm just throwing mud at the wall. We'll see what sticks. Here's something that is going to stick. The 83rd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft by the Carolina Panthers is going to be Tommy Tremble, the tight end out of Notre Dame. So we saw Hunter Long a few selections ago to the Dolphins. Now Tommy Tremble, the Notre Dame Mauler, goes to the Carolina Panthers. This is what you call, back when Coach Rule was at Temple, he created that Temple tough atmosphere. Tommy Tremble fits that mold to a T, Alec.
Oh, my God. Yeah, what a fit this is going to be for the Panthers. You talk about the need. They have a need at tight end, and now you're bringing in the best run blocking tight end in this draft. So Christian McCaffrey is going to get that edge pretty easily. But then you talk about his receiving abilities. His hands are a little bit he doesn't have the softest of hands, I should say, but he's developed. He hasn't really been able to develop in that area because Mike Mayer who's going to be the number one tight end taken in 2023. He kind of took his role this year, but what Tommy Tremble is going to be able to do for this team is phenomenal stuff. He's going to start right off the bat, I think, and really give Sam Darnold a tight end option to work with. We could talk all day about whether Sam Darnold is a good enough player for them or not, but they are putting weapons around him to really it's going to be all reliant on Sam.
Yeah, this is our fifth-rated quarterback on the NFL Draft Bible Big Board. He goes with the 83rd pick in the third round, and now the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock here with the 84th selection. J.C. Horn, Terrace Marshall, Brady Christensen, and Tommy Tremble there for the Carolina Panthers. Surprisingly, they took two offensive players this year after going all defense a year ago. So they got a couple offensive selections here in the mix for 2021. But the Dallas Cowboys is an organization, in my opinion, despite the hype and people feeling like the Cowboys can compete for the division, I don't know. I look at this roster, I see a lot of needs, Alec.
There are a lot of needs, and most of them stem from that defense, but they've done a lot of work in getting high-level players to play on the defense right now. The offensive line also could use some help, and there's some offensive linemen still on the board that I think are starter-level offensive linemen, not only down the line, but day one in the NFL. That's something that I think that they could absolutely look to go with here. They obviously have some offensive weapons, but the offensive line could make a lot of sense.
Well, the pick is in with the 84th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Dallas Cowboys reach. Let's preach. Chauncey Golston out of Iowa.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, that's a little bit of a reach for me. I don't love that one, but they did add Oso Odigizua previously, and now I guess Chauncey Golston more so to play on the other side of DeMarcus Lawrence. I don't really love this pick as much as I love the Oso Odigizua pick, the Kelvin Joseph pick, and the Micah Parsons pick. But you do want to build up on this defense, and if they feel confident in what Chauncey Golston can bring to their defense, I just don't think that he is that as skilled of a rusher from the edge, and I don't think he's the most tremendous player that they could have gotten with other players on the board that I think really would fit with them, like an Ellerson Smith from Northern Iowa, or maybe even a Jordan Smith from UAB. But Chauncey Golston is someone who, if you found him on day 3, I'd be very happy with it. I just think this is a little early for me.
Yeah, lunch bucket guy, and we have here listed 6'5", 270 pounds, 84-inch wingspan. He did have a 36-inch vert and a 911 broad jump at 270 pounds. It's pretty impressive there, but it's hard to see where he's going to fit in. He does bring some special teams ability, has some blocked field goals throughout his career, so maybe somebody who can contribute immediately on special teams, work his way into the rotation. But Chauncey Golston, we have a 7th-round grade on.
Yeah.
Dallas Cowboys taking him here with the 84th pick. We keep it moving. We keep it grooving on the 2021 NFL Draft. And somewhere in America, Aaron Rodgers might be pouring him a 4-finger pour. This time he's celebrating because it's Amari Rodgers, the wide receiver out of Clemson, and a phenomenal slot weapon for the Green Bay Packers here.
Yeah, you're talking about finally getting a true slot weapon in there for Aaron Rodgers, or maybe it's Jordan Love. We don't know, but with Devontae Adams and Amari Rodgers basically being the player who's going to be in that slot, I do really like this. Underneath winner, but what Amari Rodgers gives you is a lot of run after catch ability. He is so dominant and so hard to bring down. He's a little bit on the small side, but you kind of think about a Jamison Crowder type build, and then you talk about the abilities to catch the ball and go. He's got some speed and some vision to really kill pursuit angles. I think that he's an excellent player for Aaron Rodgers to work with, and if he stays in Green Bay, that is, and potentially be maybe the weapon that they desperately needed for him.
And Amari Rodgers obviously coming along with the NFL bloodlines. Quarterback T. Martin, formerly of the Tennessee Volunteers, who did something here at Tennessee that Peyton Manning could never do, which was win a national championship. So Amari Rodgers bringing that family bloodlines and pedigree to the NFL level, and I think he'll do very well with the Green Bay Packers. But hey, you're tuned into the 2021 NFL Draft coverage presented by Hound Talent. Make sure you check out houndtalent.com. And we've got a lot of great sponsors, including, the good folks at Manscaped. Hey, if you're tuned in, it's NFL draft season, and it's upon us. Here we are, day 2. It's possible that you might have Trevor Lawrence's haircut in your pants. Why? That's why our partners at Manscaped, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming, have partnered with us, the NFL Draft Bible, to make sure you don't gamble on shaving your balls the same way you like to gamble on football. Okay, well, for all my draft geeks, we've got something for you. It's an exclusive promo offer. It's ManUp21. Use that promo code, ManUp21. You will get 20% off at manscaped.com. And I think we're going to take a commercial break here and come back in just a moment with the Minnesota Vikings 86th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. Keep it locked, everybody.
Choose Stockton and see through new lens.
Choose Stockton and focus your energy.
Choose Stockton and write your own story.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an Osprey. Choose Stockton.
Choose Stockton and see through a new lens.
Choose Stockton and focus your energy.
Choose Stockton and write your own story.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an Osprey. Choose Stockton.
Hey, back at it again. It's the 2021 NFL Draft here. While we were gone, the Minnesota Vikings selected offensive guard Wyatt Davis out of Ohio State, Alec, and they continue to help beef up that offensive line there.
No, yeah, it's what a great pick it is because he's an excellent run blocker. But you're talking about a guy who was a top 15 player in the draft when he opted out last season, decides to come back when the Big Ten decided to play. And he unfortunately showed a little bit of more concerns on tape. Projecting him forward becomes a little bit harder because of the regression in his play, but a guy who's an excellent run defender, has a lot of versatility. I think he could play either guard spot and really gets to the second level and uses his athleticism well. When you're talking about run blocking for Dalvin Cook, play him at the left guard spot. You got Ezra Cleveland at the right guard, Christian Darrisaw at that left tackle spot. They're really starting to build this offensive line, and maybe going to be a good spot for them.
Well, the Pittsburgh Steelers pick is in, 87th pick, and Alec Polito's been hanging with me, which means he's been getting an education on 90s music. And I was quizzing him earlier today, or was it yesterday? They're all blending together. I said, Alec, you know who this is? He said, no. I said, Run DMC, brother. And here's Daryl from DMC making the pick. How ironic is that? A little bit of foreshadowing. It's going to be Kendrick Green, the offensive lineman out of Illinois here, who kind of fits that Pittsburgh Steelers prototypical mold.
Yeah, and I think he's going to actually play center for them. But thank you for calling me out on air for not knowing Run DMC. But no, it was a fun time trying to guess these 90s and 80s bands. But Kendrick Green, the Illinois guard, probably going to transition to center. You know the Pittsburgh Steelers love the center position, and he's played both. He's probably better at the guard spot, but I think he's a really solid center. And you just drafted Najee Harris. You got a block for him. This is a center who really can drive the pocket or drive forward on that offensive line and get him holes up the middle. So I think this is an excellent pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I had no idea who the guy was who was announcing the pick, though.
Well, hey, that's what I'm here for, brother. We got you covered, and you make a great point. You know, likely to slide into that Marquise Pouncey role, who retired here during the offseason. So great pick as they beef up, along with Pat Freiermuth and Najee Harris. The Pittsburgh Steelers offense getting a little bit of a makeover here on day two of the 2021 NFL Draft presented by Hound Talent. Make sure you check out houndtalent.com. And, of course, we have one of the largest sports books in Atlantic City where Alec Polito's hanging out, William Hill, featuring 180 seats, 200 square foot odds board, massive panoramic LED screens. It's the only sports book I go to when I come to Atlantic City. It's conveniently located in the North Tower casino floor, adjacent to Chicky and Pete's. And that Pete's Crab House. You like crab fries? Well, we're putting Alec Polito onto all kinds of things. His first crab fries here this weekend at the sports bar. And so make sure you visit trop.ac/trop500 to register. Take advantage of that $500 free bet on the first deposit. Use it. Don't lose it. That's a $500 free bet, trop.ac/trop500. And, I know a few scouts who have the odds for Trey Sermon to possibly be the best running back in this year's draft class. He comes off the board here at pick number 87. And who was the team that took him? I'm sorry.
San Francisco.
San Francisco. So the 49ers adding a much-needed running back piece here.
Yeah, Raheem Mostert is a really good running back, but he plays about one game a year. They have not been able to keep him healthy. So I think bringing in Trey Sermon, excellent pick. this is a little bit earlier than the range I thought he would go. When you talk about Trey Sermon, you're talking about a really physical, good in between the tackles runner. He doesn't have a lot of athleticism upside, but I think that he's someone who can really come in and sort of be a different style of runner for them, give them something else to work with at that running back position. And they brought in Wayne Gallman, who's someone who I think fairly similar in play style.
Yeah, and you saw Sermon suffer a collarbone injury there during the college football playoffs. There's a possibility he may not be available for training camp. He might kind of be eased into the equation and the backfield committee there in San Francisco. So, you could state a case here. Trey Lance, a very unknown, risky, questionable selection. Trey Sermon, however, I do like the player. With the injury, you could say, hey, there's a medical concern. Trey Lance, there's an experience concern. For a guy that's 29 and 36, Kyle Shanahan feels very confident, along with John Lynch, making these, somewhat questionable selections.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think that this pick was not the running back I thought they would go with, though I do think he's more of a one-cut back, which kind of fits that system. I really thought that a Khalil Herbert would be the pick here, who's still on the board. I think that he just fits way better. And there's really no medical concern with Khalil Herbert. You're talking about a guy who transferred from Kansas to Virginia Tech. I just thought that fit was way better. But Trey Sermon, I guess stylistically fits. Just it doesn't have the athleticism upside.
Sure. And while we were talking, the Carolina Panthers made a trade. The Houston Texans now on the clock with the 89th overall selection. So they're targeting somebody here, Alec. Any guesses who it might be?
Well, they shocked the heck out of me when they went with Davis Mills before, and I guess that means that we probably have seen our last game of Deshaun Watson as a Texans player. So, but I'm not saying that I'm not saying he's the answer, but at least means that we probably won't see Deshaun Watson next season. But as for where they could go, pretty much anywhere you could see. So I think it's going to be more so best player available. My guy is still on the board. I think that he would be a fit pretty much anywhere. Fatu Melifamu, the cornerback out of Syracuse. But realistically, I think that they're probably going I think they'll probably build somewhere in the trenches, offense or defensive line.
Yeah, you mentioned the Davis Mills selection. I don't know if it necessarily means Deshaun Watson isn't going to play again for the Texans. I think it's more of an insurance policy because if all these accusations, if any of them are true, if one of them is true, he's going to face NFL discipline, right? And there could be a suspension associated with that. So there's a very good possibility, yes, he may not play for the Texans. He might be suspended. And so you need another quarterback in there, and Davis Mills. Hey, and let's be honest, if Deshaun Watson's name is clear, well then, hey, maybe there's another team. There was up to 8 teams, I believe, calling leading up to the draft before those allegations came out that were interested in D1 Deshaun Watson. So the new GM, Nick Caserio, not taking any chances with the selection of Davis Mills. We'll see what he does here with the 89th pick in the 2021 NFL draft. And the pick is in. The announcement is coming. And I just want to remind everybody we're presented by Hound Talent here. Make sure you check out houndtalent.com for their data analysis, their analytics, and their scouting technology that we use here at the NFL Draft Bible. Nico Collins sliding into the top 100, the wide receiver out of Michigan. So despite we don't know who the quarterback might be, Alec, but he's getting quite the playmaker here with the Nico Collins out of Michigan.
Yeah, the 6'4" vertical winner that Nico Collins is. He can really stretch this defense out, and he can win the jump balls at the air. Very competitive player. Excellent blocker on the outside as well when you're talking about an ex-receiver in the run game. But what Nico Collins does lack a little bit is flexion in his ankles to really run some routes on the inside. I don't really think he's an underneath separator, but he has a lot of physical catchability. You're talking about maybe in the red zone where you can run those slants because he can box out. That's kind of where he's going to more so have to use his frame on the interior I think that he's not as an interior wide receiver, but on the intermediate, I should say. He's going to have to use his frame more so, but as an absolute vertical winner, they lost it in Will Fuller, who was their vertical winner. Now I think Nico Collins kind of gives them that stylistic of receiver back with them.
And again, the Texans trading up to make this selection. So not having a lot of draft equity to begin with, giving up more picks to take Nico Collins and something about the 6'4", 215-pound wide receiver. There's a lot to like. He ran 4.42 in the 40-yard dash, 37.5-inch vert, and a 10'5" broad jump. 6.78 three-cone drill. That was as good as it gets in terms of boundary wide receivers on our big board. That is incredible movement skills for a man of that size.
No, he moves well. I just don't love his route running ability. But to be fair, I don't think he was asked to run the full route tree at Michigan, which is, let's be real, not a great offensive system for college players. Really hasn't been able to showcase their ability. So I think that's what people love about Nico Collins is the potential that he brings to the NFL.
Well, the 90th pick in the 2021 NFL draft has been made. It is the Minnesota Vikings. They will take defensive end Patrick Jones II out of Pittsburgh, the Panthers defensive end here. Alex, what's your take?
Well, I think this might be one of the best picks of the draft so far, and Minnesota continues to build in that defensive line and offensive line. Patrick Jones, to me, fits that system so perfectly on the other side of a Danielle Hunter now. And what Patrick Jones lacks is a ton of upside of athleticism, but production was off the charts, and I think he's a pretty solid run edge setter at Pittsburgh. I think this is a player that I liked a lot. A lot of other people were really low on him because the athleticism downside. But for me, when you're looking at pass rushers to make it to the league, you either look at the athleticism, being a freak athlete, or production, and if they have both, that's what makes them a first-round pick, right? Or a high-end first-round pick. With him, he's got the production, so now you're talking about developing the rest.
Yeah, and I like the way the Vikings are taking. They beefed up the offensive line with Christian Darrisaw. Then they add some beef on the defensive line with the Patrick Jones. You saw the linebacker a couple picks ago, so creating great depth along the defense. And let's be honest, when Mike Zimmer had this team really riding high early on during his tenure, it was built around the defense. Now, they lost a few parts over the last couple seasons. Injuries have kind of hit them hard. So to be able to add some depth, I think is a very smart move here by the Vikings as they continue to build and add during day 2 of our NFL draft live stream coverage. And hey, it's being held in Cleveland, Ohio. The dog pound is out in full effect. If you're watching it on TV, the dogs are barking. And we're going to see who they take with the 91 overall pick. But hey, Cleveland's got to be excited about something. They don't win any Super Bowls. Usually the NFL draft is kind of their Super Bowl. So what better way to celebrate it than to have it in their own backyard? The mistake on the lake, hosting the NFL draft. It's got to be exciting. And it's got to be exciting to take the 91st pick here, Anthony Schwartz, the electrifying wide receiver and a slot weapon here for Baker Mayfield to throw to.
Yeah, we're talking about speed, and more speed with Anthony Schwartz. The legit 4.26 speed. Actually has competed in championships at track and field overseas. And he's a phenomenal player who's going to bring another element to this offense. I got to talk with Anthony, and he really knows that his role can be more than just a speedster. He thinks he's got the abilities as a route runner. I think that he wasn't in the best of situations at Auburn, but he has a lot of abilities to run routes, I think, and a lot of athleticism. He is more of a straight line speed guy, though, so you're going to see him more in that vertical route tree. But I think in vertical routes, post routes, routes that are going to take him deep down the field, you're just going to have to either take your secondary and push him back, or allow him to beat you, because he is fast, and fast.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me a little bit of Andy Isabella and what he was at the UMass coming out now with the Arizona Cardinals. And you mentioned, you hit the nail on the head, Alec, because he ran a 4.27 40-yard dash. We mentioned the Nico Collins 3-cone. I think it was 6.87. Well, not many receivers ran a worse 3-cone than Anthony Schwartz, 7.13. So you wonder about that lateral movement.
No, the lateral movement is a huge question, and it's something that he's going to have to figure out in the league, but you just can't teach that kind of speed, so I understand why he got pushed up boards. I'm happy. This is a good range for him. There was talk about him maybe going late first or early second. Way too rich for my liking. But that end of the third round here, perfect range for him.
Well, the Tennessee Titans have made the 92nd selection here in the 2021 NFL Draft. It will be another linebacker, Monty Rice out of Georgia, a highly productive playmaker there in the heart of the Bulldogs defense.
Well, you're talking about two guests of the Prospect Profits live show right out the gate there. The last two picks, Monty Rice joined us. He was our last interview we did. He joined us last week, and he was real excited about his opportunities to go to the NFL. And he talked about some of the guys he looked up to are those Georgia linebackers like Roquan Smith, and he thinks that he could do something similar to that in the league. When you look at Monty Rice, you're looking at a ton of range from the linebacker position. He can get sideline to sideline, a lot of recognition. He is very well prepared for games, and it shows because he hits gaps sometimes before the runner even does. A lot of versatility there. He's not the best in man coverage. That's something, he's a little bit stiff in the hips, but he's someone that can develop a little bit more. And in the third round, we're talking about a linebacker who could be a second-level starter for you, potentially. In that Tennessee defense, they got the two middle linebackers, someone who could be that second middle linebacker for you. Absolutely, I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, beefing up the defense along with the addition of Caleb Farley there on day one. Tennessee adding some pieces. They did lose Adoree Jackson 2 off seasons ago. So Caleb Farley supplying some much-needed depth at the cornerback position. Monty Rice now providing much-needed depth at the linebacker position. And the Buffalo Bills now on the clock, number 93 pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. And your boy Melifonwu would make a lot of sense here, in my opinion.
Rick, you're speaking to the choir. I don't know what is going on, why a 6'2" corner with that much ability is dropping down boards, but I thought he was their first-round target. Then I thought he was their second-round target. I mean, I'm looking like an idiot on this live stream, but no, I really think that this kid has so much talent. I think that he is someone who if you drafting him in the third round to play on the other side of Tre'Davious White, I don't think there's a better situation. Now, the Bills may end up going somewhere else with this pick, but I think schematically he fits with what they want to do. They love players who are kind of above the thresholds in size. He is, and they love players with traits to bet on. 32-inch arms, 6'02", 6'6", I think even, which is over 6'2" and a half. And then you look at the movement abilities that he possesses, not the athlete his brother was, but a better football player than his brother was.
Yeah, and Syracuse right down the road there from Buffalo.
Right.
So you got to start wondering, like, hey, if they keep passing them up, like, what's going on here? Does the league know something we don't? Because to your point, he is incredibly talented to still be on the clock. Somewhat of a surprise, as is Kenneth Gainwell, the running back out of Memphis a little bit. A lot of teams believe, and I'm a big fan of Scooter, the Devin Singletary, and the kid they took out of Utah last year, Moss. I feel like the Buffalo backfield is in good shape, but a lot of Buffalo Bill fans and our friend Ralph Ventry, who comes on every Monday, believes that adding a running back should be something on the Bills' to-do list. Kenneth Gainwell, a guy that can maybe fit in that rotation.
No, he could, and I think for me, he's the last running back left that is a guarantee to be a potential 3-down back in the league, or I'm sorry, has the highest of upsides of the backs left to be a 3-down back in the NFL. I think after that, you're starting to look at backs who are rotational players, but Kenneth Gainwell not being the fourth running back off the board is concerning. I don't know what their teams are seeing on the other end. From what I've seen is maybe there's a little bit of a concern with his athleticism. Definitely an explosive player, but maybe a little bit lacks a little bit in the athleticism standpoint. A little bit undersized, I thought, but then he measured in at 5'9", 205, which was excellent for him. I wasn't expecting him to be over 200 pounds. I don't know why he's falling, especially when you saw Antonio Gibson have such success. Kenneth Gainwell was the reason Antonio Gibson had to play wide receiver.
Yeah, and you wonder if some of these players that opted out that aren't top shelf, that aren't blue chip talents. We saw Paulson Adebo here earlier in the third round. Kenneth Gainwell not coming off the board. You wonder if some of these opt-out players are being unfairly penalized. And Kenneth Gainwell really, he opted out because he lost a handful of family members to COVID this past year. Right. And so, you know, it's kind of hard to knock the kid for opting out. Now, the Buffalo Bills do select Spencer Brown out of Northern Iowa here with the 93rd pick. And you talk about fitting the Buffalo DNA. Spencer Brown is nasty.
Well, I basically just said it and then didn't say the player that made the most sense, right? I said that they love those big, they love huge size and traits to bet on. And I missed it at one of the most important positions in the NFL. Spencer Brown, the offensive tackle out of Northern Iowa, 6'8", over 300 pounds, but former tight end recruit, goes to Northern Iowa, puts on the weight, excellent movement abilities from that right side. And you're talking about a guy who tested better than some wide receivers. He's that athletic, that great from an athleticism standpoint, doesn't have the tape against great level competition, but goes down to the Senior Bowl and dominates there. I didn't think he was going to fall out of the first round. Buffalo takes him in the third round, and what a tremendous pick for them. They really want to solidify this offensive line around Josh Allen.
All linemen, I believe, 2 defensive linemen and an offensive lineman. Spencer Brown, one of my personal favorite players in this year's draft. He comes in at 6'8", 311 pounds. And at 6'8", 300 plus, he ran a 4.94 40-yard dash, which is incredible. Yeah. Threw it up 29 times on the bench press with those long arms. Another impressive number, a 31.5-inch vertical jump. And check this out, Alec, 6.99 three-cone time. That's the only offensive tackle I see with a sub 7.0 three-cone. This is an incredibly big, nimble man, a gargantuous giant at 6'8" that can move like this. I'm excited to see. I have a feeling there could be a couple of Pro Bowls in the future for Spencer Brown.
No, I agree with you. I love the player. I think he was my third tackle on the board. That's how high I saw him as a player. But you talk about that 3-cone, and it would have made everyone's mouth water if it was a wide receiver, and much less at a tackle at 6'8", right? And when you look at a relative athletic score, which is someone more of an analytical view of the players, the relative athletic score for Spencer Brown was number 1 out of all tackles they've ever done on the relative athletic score. And if you go to the NFLDraftBible.com or SI.com/NFL/draft, our scouting reports all have the relative athletic score at the bottom, and he was number 1 for all tackles.
And we're watching Jacoby Jones, the former return man extraordinaire, taking me back to my Raves days, coming out to the podium here and get down to the music. It's interesting to see some of these podium performances. I don't know what the heck is going on with these fans and the couches and what the situation is, but it looks like they're having fun. That's what it's all about here, the 2021 NFL Draft. We'll see how much fun the Ravens fans have with this 94th selection here in the 2021 NFL Draft. It's going to be Georgia guard Ben Cleveland, who, again, a very nimble, athletic offensive lineman out.
Yeah, and hulking offensive lineman. Unfortunately, he came out and said that he thought he was going to break the combine record at his pro day for bench reps, and then didn't come close, which is a little disappointing, but he is super strong, and it shows up on tape. He's definitely got abilities to play guard in the league. Now, my concerns with him are, though he's strong, he's a little stiff. I don't think his movements are all that great, but you don't have to move all that much at the guard position, and you bring him in with the Baltimore. I thought that their need was more so at center, but they clearly think that they need a guard here. and they take a good one out of Georgia.
Well, at 343 pounds, he moves better than you would think, and he's a well-proportioned body frame. So Ben Cleveland here, yeah, you're exactly right. Like, don't be coming out talking about you're going to break the bench press record, which would be 50 reps, and then do 30. Like, come on, man. Like you're not even close, bro. Like, you're like a little bit more than halfway. Like let's stop. Let's calm down. But Jason Owa was their second first round selection, and so now they take a offensive lineman, and the picks are moving and grooving. Now we're picking up. People got dinner reservations out in Cleveland. They got to finish this up. Bruce Arians was like, "Hey, I waited all day one. I'm waiting all day two. Like, let's get this pick in." And with the 95th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the defending world champion Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Robert Hainsey, another offensive guard. We're seeing a run on guards out of Notre Dame. We saw Aaron Banks also come off the board. Hainsey here, I don't know, maybe a little bit rich for my liking. Your thoughts, Alex Polito?
A little bit rich for me as well. I think I had him as a 5th-round player, but it is good that we're seeing the guards come off the board because that's where the depth of this class is in that interior offensive line. Some that haven't gone yet are really surprising to me. But when you talk about Hainsey, you're talking about a guy who played tackle at Notre Dame and moving inside to guard here. But Hainsey's got some real nice abilities and versatility for you, and I think that's kind of why they're drafting him. I think this is there's not a lot of holes on this Tampa Bay team. I think this is more so a depth piece that can play anywhere on that offensive line, all 5 positions. So if they have an injury that goes down, they're going to have a depth piece there because I just don't see Robert Hainsey as a starting level guard in this league, but definitely a versatile piece.
I can't remember the last defending Super Bowl champion team to return all 22 starters. And when you have that kind of formula, you can afford to, take a Robert Hainsey in round 3, who we had a 5th-round grade on. Kyle Trask earlier today, maybe the successor to a Tom Brady, if not someone who could be a valuable backup, as you alluded to earlier in the broadcast. All right, now, the New England Patriots are on the clock here with the 96th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. They also selected a quarterback here during the draft in Mac Jones. Will they look to add some ammunition, do you think, Alex?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that they absolutely could because we haven't seen enough wide receivers come off the board. For me, there's a lot of wide receivers that I really like that are still sitting on the board. Des Fitzpatrick, to me, is someone who should have been off the board a long time ago, and he's still sitting here. If he gets into the 4th round, I'm going to be truly amazed. Maybe I didn't do as well on the scouting trails as I thought I did, but I thought this kid was a legit player, and they could absolutely add a receiver. I think they're set at tight end and offensive line. Maybe a running back here, though. A Kenneth Gainwell could make some sense for them because I don't think that their running back right now is someone that they see as the running back of the future. But I think that maybe a Kenneth Gainwell. If you look at the defense, where they could need maybe a middle linebacker potentially, they did take Christian Barmore before, plugging him in the interior of this defensive line. But I think maybe a middle linebacker might make some sense too.
Well, we will see what the New England Patriots do here, and the weather's getting nice outside, and let's see where we're going to go with this next selection. Hey, when you trim the hedges, the tree stands taller. Just go ask Alec Polito. He knows all about it. Get 20% off and free shipping with the code MANUP21 at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com. And use MANUP21. And you still got Bush in 2021? Change that with Manscaped. Go to manscaped.com. Take advantage of our promo code. Be sure to add their refined cologne to your arsenal. So you want to look good, feel good. How about smell good? With the perfect package or performance package purchase, you get 2 free gifts. The Shed Travel Bag of $39 value and the patent high performance reduced chafing Manscaped boxers, which I definitely need down at the Jersey Shore in the summertime. So go to manscaped.com. Take advantage of our good friends and the sponsor that they're providing this 20% discount with that Man Up 21 code. All right, we're going to take a little commercial break, pay some more bills. We'll come back with the New England Patriots 96th pick of the 2021 NFL Draft coverage presented by Hound Talent.
Choose Stockton for a healthier tomorrow.
Choose Stockton to help those who need it most.
Choose Stockton and serve your community.
At Stockton University, the choices are unlimited. Choose to soar. Choose to be an Osprey. Choose Stockton.
Hey, RIC and the place to be in AC, Atlantic City, broadcasting live here in Stockton University for our 2021 NFL Draft coverage presented by Hound Talent. Make sure you go visit houndtalent.com and make sure you tune in weekdays, 7 to 10 p.m. on 1490 AM Sports Betting Radio, WBSS. I'm going to practice that. That's because RIC is going to be live and in stereo inside your living room. We'll be streaming on Jacob Media's YouTube channel as well. So if you want more RIC, I got you covered every day in Atlantic City. That's why we're broadcasting here. So make sure you buckle up, tune in. May 10th will be the launch along with Christian Dyer. Buckle up. I'm looking forward to it. And I know Alec Polito is looking forward to breaking down the last pick that came down the wire, the 96th pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, which was Ronnie Perkins. And wow, talk about best player available, fits team need.
Oh, yeah.
And just really a great fit with Ronnie Perkins to the Patriots.
Best player available, fits team need, and fits the system as well. Ronnie Perkins, perfect fit there in New England, play on the other side of Josh Uche, who they drafted last year. You're talking about vicious hands, great hand usage, a little bit of bend off the edge, and some speed. But you're talking about a guy who just loves the game of football, ridiculously passionate, and falls here to the third round to the Patriots, where they're going to be able to implement him in that defense, develop him, and I think there's no better team for him to be with than the Patriots. I love that pick.
All right, another pick has just come down the wire. It's Trey McKitty, the 97th pick here. And you talk about measurables, Alec. This guy's 6'4", 246 pounds. He's got about the biggest hands in the draft, 11-inch hands, 81-inch wingspan, 23 bench press reps. and he comes off the board to the San Diego Chargers, who have provided Justin Herbert now with a protection in Rashawn Slater, a weapon in Josh Palmer, and a supporting cast with Trey McKitty now out of Georgia.
Yep, and I think this pick is an excellent one. You talk about a guy with Trey McKitty who potentially was in the two worst situations possible for him at Florida State. The quarterback situation couldn't get solidified, and the team as a whole couldn't get solidified, so he doesn't get a lot of production there. Transfers to Georgia, and then as he transfers to Georgia, Jamie Newman obviously opts out. They can't get any quarterback production there, so he didn't really end up ever getting production in college. But when you talk about the 11-inch hands, the wingspan, the abilities to block, which he did show, and then you're talking about the route running, which I loved down at the Senior Bowl. You didn't get to see a ton of it in college, but he shows it in Senior Bowl, the flexion that he's got. So I think Trey McKitty is someone who's very underrated. Now goes and replaces Hunter Henry in that LA offense. And I think as their fourth option, he is an excellent pick for them.
Yeah, and we're going to keep it in the AFC West with the Denver Broncos on the clock. Currently, they're going to be selecting 98th in the 2021 NFL Draft, and the pick is in. The somebody from the Broncos representative is making the selection, so we're going to find out here. And I know we have Howard Balzer on standby checking in from the desert out in Phoenix, Arizona. So we'll welcome him in after this selection if he's good to go, Samantha. But with the 2021 NFL Draft 98th selection, the Denver Broncos select the gut. Quinn Miners, Wisconsin Whitewater, the D3 prospect. And you see him there with his T-shirt brand, the belly of the beast. Quinn Miners, a good friend of the NFL Draft Bible, Alex.
Yeah, and what an excellent player he is from the D3 level, making that jump. It goes down to the Senior Bowl, hadn't played center in his life, and then was the best center there. And you talk about the versatility to go guard center, and his tape at Wisconsin Whitewater is just mauling. It's just mauling left and right. It's not fair when you watch it. And for me, I think that this pick here is what a tremendous value he is to them. Now, the question is, where is he going to play? Because they drafted Lloyd Cushenberry last year. They've got Dalton Risner, and the name's escaping me, but they also have someone at that left guard slot. He's going to play on the inside. Maybe they don't feel confident in one of them, but it's still just adding another body on that offensive line can't hurt.
To me, with the way he performed at center at the Senior Bowl, I think that's ultimately his best position in the long term.
I agree with you.
Yeah, to see that transition, I know he stumbled out of the gates a little bit early, but he really came on strong throughout the week, and I thought his skill set at the center position was really an eye-opener. So Quinn Miners here coming off the board to the Denver Broncos with the 98th pick, and we go from the AFC West over to the NFC East as the Dallas Cowboys will make the 99th selection. And the Huddle Report top 100, all of those that compete in that will be coming to a close here. So we'll see how we did with our top 100 selections. Two more picks here to go. A couple of intriguing guys left on the board. Michael Carter, to me, out of North Carolina, I thought was really going to be a top 100 guy. Maybe the size becoming an issue here, and a reason why he's not joining his backfield battlemate Javonte Williams on day 2.
Right. No, it is a little surprising that he's not gone yet, but I think that he is going to be someone teams will covet on day 3 if he doesn't get in these next 10 picks, because he's going to be another change of pace type of running back for an NFL offense. His value on day 3 goes from maybe like a handful of teams to all 32 teams that could use a pass catching running back.
And just a reminder, if you're tuned in watching our live stream coverage presented by Hound Talent, don't go anywhere after the draft. We'll have post-draft analysis. Kayla Santiago will be back in the saddle along with Alec Polito and NFL insider Howard Balzer. They'll be breaking down their day 2 winners, their day 2 losers, their risers, their surprisers. And we've got a surprise. Nashawn Wright out of Oregon State, the cornerback here, coming off the board, number 99 to the Dallas Cowboys, Alex.
Yeah, 6'4" corner, 185 pounds. That's right, 6'4" and a legit 6'4". I think he was a little bit over 6'4" actually. But you're talking about a guy who went to Oregon State as a receiver. Then they transitioned him over to the cornerback position. He is raw there, but he showed a lot of abilities, not only in ball skills because he's used to it as a receiver, but he showed a ton of abilities just as a pass breakup guy and really a developmental guy there at that corner position. They did draft Kelvin Joseph. They drafted Trevon Diggs last year. I'm wondering if they're thinking about moving Trevon Diggs inside because I don't think Nashawn Wright has the movement skills early to be an inside corner, and I don't think that Kelvin Joseph has the movement skills to be an inside corner where Trevon Diggs maybe can.
Yeah, and interesting to see all 5 selections of the Cowboys pick on the defensive side of the ball with Micah Parsons, Kelvin Joseph, Osa Odighizuwa, and here now with Nashawn Wright. They are really trying to solidify that defensive unit. If Ezekiel Elliott can bounce back and return to form, Dak Prescott obviously coming off the injury, there's a lot of ifs there, Alec, but a lot of hope as well in Big D.
No, and they've done a great job, and they've gotten a lot of really good players on that defense. The only one that's a little bit questionable for me is the Chauncey Golston pick, but I think that they've got a really solid base that they've just built with some young players. They also signed Keanu Neal, who they plan on using in that linebacker role, which is more so to his skill set. And they signed, I believe, Anthony Harris on the back end, if I'm not mistaken. So they have the defense now, I think, is ready to compete. The offense is ready to compete. You might see them, though, on day 3, more so try and transition back to the offense, get a couple, maybe a tight end that's fallen they could look for, or an offensive lineman to add some depth here, maybe even a running back. I know they got Tony Pollard there, but maybe another running back to add some depth. But I really love what they've done so far, and they're really building this team back up.
Well, the new defensive coordinator there, Dan Quinn, has got to be a happy man because all they did on the offseason, too, was bring in defense. They signed defensive end Carlos Watkins, linebacker Terrell Basham, safety Jaron Kerr, safety Keanu Neal, safety / corner DeMonte Kazi out of San Diego State. And so, they are really beefing up this defense. And Dan Quinn is a guy – really, if anybody's going to save Mike McCarthy's job here, I think it's going to be Dan Quinn.
No, and he gets back to being able to just focus on that defense, which is excellent for him. Obviously, it didn't work out with him in Atlanta as the head coach, though he did lead them to a Super Bowl, not a Super Bowl win, but to the Super Bowl. But he comes back to comes to Dallas to be that defensive coordinator, and I think that it's a good fit. They've got some players that I really like that they've brought in. DeMarcus Lawrence being one of the most dominant defensive ends in the NFL, and now you really are bolstering that defense. Maybe this is a Dallas team that's with a healthy Dak Prescott is way more in competition than we thought.
Yeah, and Dan Quinn, the pride of Morristown, New Jersey, a big fan here at the NFL Draft Bible. So we're looking forward to what Dan Quinn does with the defensive unit. We're looking forward to wrapping up our day 2 coverage. We'll be back at it again with 10 more hours of live stream coverage presented by Hound Talent. If you haven't checked out houndtalent.com, make sure you do, especially for all my scouts and talent evaluators and recruiting coordinators and friends who tune into the show with Tim Nady, Bradley Moon, Ethan Pope, our friend Gary over at Hound Talent. They're doing incredible things with data analytics. Make sure you check out houndtalent.com. Alec will break down some of the Hound Talent analytics during our post-show recap, along with Kayla Santiago and Howard Balzer standing by. And the Tennessee Titans take Elijah Molden, the cornerback out of Washington here with the 100th pick, sliding in to the 100th selection. Elijah Molden, a nickelback here for the Titans.
could be a steal of the draft, honestly, because what a football player Elijah Molden is, and he's only dropping because he only has that versatility at nickel. But you look at what Logan Ryan was able to do for the defense, and when Logan Ryan left for the New York Giants, there was a huge hole left on this Tennessee defense, and they just, I think, filled it with Elijah Molden. He can fill that role, that free safety nickelback role. I think is really where he's going to play, and tremendous football player. Really, really technically sound. And I think this is an excellent pick with Caleb Farley to add to the secondary that they really needed to solidify.
Our number 2 slot cornerback on the NFL Draft Bible Big Board, Elijah Molden, checking in at 5'9.5", 192 pounds, running a 4.59 40-yard dash. So there you go. That's why he slides a little bit there. But a 36.5-inch vert, 10.5 broad jump, and 13 bench press reps, which is pretty good for the little man there. And yeah, this is a great value selection. The Detroit Lions will be on the clock next with the 101st pick, and they will be choosing soon as we get ready. The pick is in fact, with the 101st pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select drum roll, please. It is your boy, Iffy, the quarterback out of Syracuse. There you go, Alex.
Well, let's talk about him for the 150th time in my broadcasting days. Fatu Melifonwu, the Syracuse cornerback who really went down to the Senior Bowl and showed all talent evaluators what he can do. But if you look at the tape, it's been there for some time. This guy is probably my claim to fame right here because I've been talking about him for a while. But you're talking about a 6'2" corner with 32-inch arms with perfect press man technique. Now, Syracuse played him an off man quite a bit, and that was not where you want to play him. You want him up and affecting the route right out the gate. Then you talk about the hip flipping ability, the click and close that he has, and the mirroring. I think this kid, for me, he was a first-round prospect. I know I was a little higher on him, but heck, our senior scout at the NFL Draft Bible also had him as a first-round prospect. And now I thought, worst-case scenario, he's going to go by pick 45. Now it's pick, 101? Finally off the board. Detroit, you just got yourself a steal, and I was just talking about Elijah Molden being the steal. This, to me, is the steal of the draft.
There you go. The third consecutive defensive selection for the Detroit Lions. And, you talked about the impressive measurables at 6'2.5", 205 pounds, running a 4.48 40-yard dash, along with a 41.5-inch vert, 11'2" broad jump, 4.34 shuttle, and a 7.01 three cone. Incredible movement skills for the big-bodied cornerback there. Any final thoughts before we move on to the next selection, Alec?
I'm just happy he's off the board because he should have been off the board a long time ago. But I'm excited to see what he'll do in the league, and I think he'll outplay that draft position.
All right, here we go with the 102nd pick in the 2021 NFL Draft. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock. The pick is in. The announcement is being made, and it is going to be Ambry Thomas, the corner out of Michigan, somebody who we had a day 3 grade here on, Alec. Your take?
It's early for me. I personally think that I had Ambry Thomas as a late day 3 guy, but you're talking about a guy who I really don't know. I don't really love the pick here or the fit here, but let's talk about the player. I think that he's got some abilities that I like. First off, I don't think that I think he's more of a zone corner, and in this system, in the cover 3, you're less of a zone and more of you're carrying vertically. I didn't really notice a ton of athleticism out of him, and I thought he was pretty stiff. But I guess the 49ers see something in him that I'm not seeing. But and they do a lot of work, so this is not a wrong pick. It's just something that I might not have done it in the 3rd round.
Well, he's a 6 foot, 180-pound corner who runs a 4.37. So they see something there. I see someone here ready to inject himself into our live stream coverage. He is NFL insider Howard Balzer, of course, the Arizona Cardinals reporter there for SportsIllustrated.com. and the NFL Draft Bible Director of Editorial Content here, Howard Balzer, joining us here on our live stream coverage. Howard, how goes it?
Going pretty well. Going pretty well. You know, it's funny you mentioned that about being involved in the editing, because when I was looking at the bio of Rondale Moore in the big NFL Draft Bible book, and I was looking at his bio, and it said that he squats 600 pounds. And when I read that, I thought to myself, did I miss that? Is that a typo? But it's not. It's not. That's the impressive thing about this kid, is he's short, but he's not small. And he is strong. He plays tough. But that's pretty amazing. He's like 5'7", 180, somewhere in that range, and squats 600 pounds? Yeah.
And you talk about that kind of size, stature, but the strength reminds me kind of a Steve Smith kind of caliber player, the impact and ability he can have. Steve Smith, another smaller stature guy, but as you know, Howard, he was a very strong, small dude.
Yes, he definitely was. And then you look at a team like the Rams, which was the former team that I covered, and I have the great memory of the draft, whatever year it was, when, in their infinite wisdom, needing a receiver, the Rams traded up to 8th in the first round to take Tavon Austin, who I think he, when I saw him for the first time, and I thought, you got to be kidding me. I mean, I weighed that much in high school, and so then the Rams today picked Tutu Atwell, who weighed in at 155. Seriously? But anyway, you know, to each his own. Now, that's the way the NFL draft is, obviously. But that's
we discussed this on yesterday.
You better be strong to play in this league.
Well, yeah, and we discussed this on yesterday's program that history tends to repeat itself, not only in life, but also in the NFL draft process. And you're right, there's a lesson to be learned there. And they're hoping that Tutu Atwell will be more Azahir Hakeem than he will be Tavon Austin. Right. But you mentioned the Rams, Howard. They're currently on the clock here with the 103rd overall pick. What do you make of their overall draft thus far?
Well, you know, of course, they didn't have the first-round pick, and Atwell ends up being their first pick in the draft. And so at least they didn't trade up in the first round to get him. But and then after that, in the third round, I'm looking here, and they trade. I don't know, Alec, if you saw this trade, but they traded with the 49ers in the third round, and so I'm not sure what they got for that deal, but.
So a team that needed reinforcements not really adding a lot of pieces here via the draft, but they're going to add one here right now with the 103rd overall selection as we wind you down with the day 2 coverage. Baltimore and Denver here looking to wind out the final selections of the round 3 picks. And the pick is in. Here we go over to the podium and the stage here for the Rams selection. 103 overall in the 2021 NFL draft will be Ernest Jones, the linebacker out of South Carolina. And we saw a lot of linebackers here coming off the board on day 2. Here's another pretty productive player for the Gamecocks, but someone here I think it could have been had maybe on day 3, Alex.
Yeah, I thought he was more of a day 3 player. I didn't get a lot of look at Ernest Jones, but the 6'2", 230-ish pound linebacker has some traits that you like to see. I think he's in that Mike role at the next level. Probably more of a developmental guy, and I thought maybe more of a special teams player early in his career. So I thought maybe 5th or 6th round for him. But I think that, you know, if they saw a little bit more in him than I did, it doesn't hurt to take him at the end of the end of day 2 if you think that you could develop him into a starter at some point.
Well, he's got incredible length. He comes in at 6'1" and 5/8 inches, 230 pounds. But yes, we had the 6th round grade on him on the NFL Draft Bible board. But you talk about an 80-inch plus wingspan. That is Ernest Jones. He runs a 4.65 40-yard dash with a 38.5-inch vert, 10.6 broad. Now you see that speed at 4.65, excuse me. but then the 3-cone is 7.35. So you wonder again the lateral movements, the sides to sideline coverage, but there is some explosiveness. 38-inch vert, 10.6 broad jump for an inside linebacker. Those are pretty good measurables to be had there. And Howard, enlighten me here. I don't know if you've watched any of this draft coverage on TV. What is the deal with the fans and the couch and what exactly is all this? Do you know?
I really, I've had the TV on, but I don't have the sound on with all the things I've been doing. So, but every once in a while I look over and you see these crazy people, but I think they're just the league's having a little fun with it, and people dress up and they put the camera on them and then have people up on the stage and doing all that. So they just want to get a lot of different people involved in all this, and it's obviously a lot of the people in Cleveland are having a lot of fun with all this. One point I wanted to make, and I kind of track it every year as I'll take some different people's top 100s and top 150 and cross them off, and it happens every year. I mean, there's no surprise that teams view things differently than all of us and individual people. And I mentioned this, Rick. I mentioned this earlier to Alec. Is that every team looks at it within the prism of themselves and what they think is the right fit for them, what kind of defense they play, what kind of offense, the techniques they teach, zone block, all those different things. And so we're going to get guys that are drafted and now remember too, these are compensatory picks here, which normally would be before compensatory picks would be 4th round picks, but still there's always going to be guys that are taken in the 2nd round that Alec or whoever had his 4th round picks, and then there'll be guys that last, they go later than we thought they will. It's just the nature of this draft where there's so many players being evaluated, and every individual team looks at it all differently.
Sure, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and as you were talking, Eric DaCosta selected Brandon Stevens, the defensive back out of SMU, and hey, you're not going to question Eric Stokes. He does a great job. But Stevens, we project him more as a safety than a corner. And so, again, a guy we had day 3, Eric DaCosta, seeing a day 2 talent. He is coming from a tri-sport background, basketball, track and field in high school, a very smart kid, honor roll student. So Brandon Stevens goes 104 overall to the Ravens. 105 is going to be Baron Browning, a linebacker out of Ohio State that I like a lot, Alec Polito. This is a great value selection, in my opinion, for the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, and they definitely needed to shore up that middle linebacker role. Now, I don't know that's where he fits best at the middle linebacker position, but he'll be able to play a little bit off ball in that 3-4 system, obviously with the 2 middle linebackers. But I think that Baron Browning's got such great athleticism, and you're now putting him with one of the best defensive minds in the NFL in Vic Fangio. I think that that's the best fit for him. The questions were always, where does he fit in the NFL? Well, put this super athletic player with one of the best defensive minds and let him figure it out.
Yeah, you got to like what Vic Fangio is going to be able to do with the one Baron Browning. You saw what Ohio State did with him there, and you talk about the Denver Broncos who lost Jeremiah Atachu in the offseason there at the linebacker position. So they kind of fit a need here with Baron Browning, and Vic Fangio now entering his 3rd season, a 12 and 20 overall record, Howard. I would imagine that the Broncos really have to turn this thing around, or else Vic Fangio might be on the hot seat.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt about that, no question. And of course, the one thing they have to do with whatever they're adding throughout this draft, and it looks like obviously on paper that they've done a nice job, but they have to get improved quarterback play. And if they're going to win games in a division that has the Chiefs and then everybody else competing for that 2nd spot, if they're going to compete and be better, they obviously have to have better quarterback play when you're in a division with Patrick Mahomes, now Justin Herbert, of course, and Derek Carr. So that's pretty formidable, and that's where the Broncos have to get better play, whether it ends up being Drew Lock or Teddy Bridgewater or who knows, maybe someone else. I doubt it at this point, but that's where they have to get a lot better.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Chargers, who, I personally think were one of the big winners here on day 2 of the draft. The supporting cast they're now surrounding Justin Herbert with. I think the Chargers, who went 7-9 a year ago, new coach Brandon Staley coming in. It's hard to kind of take that jump into the playoffs with a first-year head coach. But I believe now, Howard, the Chargers are ready to make this jump and compete for maybe a wild card spot here in the AFC West.
Yeah, they possibly could. And like you said, I'm with you. I was trying to put together some teams and the different things they've done now in these first 3 rounds. And yeah, they got the tackle in the first round, got Asante Samuel Jr. in the second round, then picked up some who they hope will be some playmakers with Josh Palmer at wide receiver, and now Trey McKitty, the tight end from Georgia after losing Hunter Henry. So yeah, you look at this team, which by the way, at the end of last year, they won some games at the end of the year. It's not like they were that far away. They ended up 7-9. So when you're 7-9, you're not that far away from potentially competing for one of those wild card spots. So and they found their quarterback. That's obvious. And so they definitely look like they're on the up and up and making some good moves.
Well, and you mentioned the weapons, and I think back to a year ago when they brought Donald Parham off the street, the tight end, and all of a sudden he's making all these big plays in the end zone. Now you add 2 more big body guys in Josh Palmer and Trey McKitty, Alec. Suddenly Justin Herbert's going to be throwing alley-oops over here to the Chargers wideouts.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, I think they – No, I think that they absolutely helped Justin Herbert out. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Howard. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I think that they helped him out. They first of all, getting the tackle in the first round in Rashawn Slater, who has also been claimed to be one of the best leaders in this draft. But Justin Herbert has been one of the big concerns with him, and I don't think it's a concern anymore, but was his quietness and whether he could be a leader. Well, bring in Rashawn Slater to be that kind of leader for him and help him out as well. And then not only help him out as a leader, but help him out on the offense. Then you bring in the wide receiver, Josh Palmer and Trey McKitty. You really are helping out Justin Herbert and letting him develop.
Well, that leadership moniker and him not being outgoing, I think it's hogwash. You know what makes that label go away? Winning. And they said the same thing about Eli Manning. Hey, he's not a leader. He's not vocal. He's not outspoken. Right. He's just kind of all shucks. And that all shucks, you know what? It got him 2 Lombardi trophies there. So when the Chargers start winning, I think that kind of label will go away from the one Justin Herbert. But we're here live with the 2021 NFL Draft live stream coverage. And has another pick come down the wire, Alec? Because my stream here is cut away.
That's it. No, that was it.
We're done. We ended it.
Okay, that was the end of the draft. Okay, well, thanks for letting me know. All my super producers behind the scenes, Kate Hemsley, Samantha Saratella, we appreciate you. We'll have Kayla Santiago hopping in momentarily to bring you our post-draft recap and analysis. We'll talk winners, we'll talk losers, we'll talk best available players for the day 3 coverage in just a moment. Before we do, though, it is NFL draft season upon us, and it's possible that you might have Trevor Lawrence's haircut in your pants. That's why our partners at Manscaped, the leaders in below-the-waist grooming, have partnered with us to make sure you don't gamble on shaving your balls the same way you like to gamble on footballs. For all my draft geeks, we've got an exclusive 20% off promo code. It's ManUp21. ManUp21 at manscaped.com. Make sure, look, fellas, 79% of partners polled admitted that long nose hair is a major turnoff. Get the Weed Whacker nose and ear hair trimmer. It's your solution. Why not use the best tools for the job? Their performance packages come with the new and improved Lawnmower 3.0 Weed Whacker. Hey, we've got evolution. This is the 3.0 Weed Whacker, nose and hair trimmer, performance boxer briefs, and a travel bag for you to use when we're done quarantining, and some other liquid formulations like the Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver. They got it all over there at the manscaped.com. Who knew? And who knew that Tropicana Atlantic City boasts the luxurious 2,400 rooms and largest sports book in Atlantic City, where we're broadcasting live here on location. And they've got suites, they've got towers, they got 2,300 slot machines, 18 table poker rooms, 132 table games, 4 pools, 2 spas, the Quarter. I just came from there, Tropicana Showroom, and the William Hill Sportsbook, where Alec Polito has bringing you great can't stop, won't stop coverage and analysis. The IMAX Theater, when it all comes to dining, Tropicana provides an unparalleled experience with the opportunity to dine around the world at any price point. It all happens here at Tropicana Atlantic City. It has more of everything under one roof. Must be 21 or older to gamble. Know when to stop before you start. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, take advantage of the 500 free bet at the William Hill Sportsbook. Go to trop.ac/trop500 to register. Get up to a $500 free bet on your first deposit. Use promo code trop500 or log on trop.ac/trop500. And, we've been talking about the NFL draft. The NFL draft entails player development and scouting. And my good friend Steve Fairchild has partnered with Mark Trestman to provide an unparalleled experience with the Sports Management Worldwide online football player developmental course, the global leader in sports business education. Go to sportsmanagementworldwide.com. Winning at football requires much more than diagramming plays. It demands a clearly established culture, organizational philosophy, and a unified approach to teaching. Join former head coaches Mark Trestman and Steve Fairchild as they teach you the fundamentals of player and organizational development in this one-of-a-kind 8-week online course. This course is recommended for football scouts, coaches, individuals who have worked in high school, college, or professional coaching. Hey, this is going to sell out. The next online seminar semester starts July 26th. So if you don't go now and reserve your spot at sportsmanagementworldwide.com, you'll be on the outside looking in. I want to thank all our great sponsors here for making this draft coverage possible. Our good friends at Hound Talent, Manscaped, Sports Management Worldwide, of course, Stockton University for hosting us here. And if you go to houndtalent.com, you will kind of catch the next wave, the future of analytics and data analysis. Our scouting department is using the Hound Talent data as a baseline, not only to evaluate players, but what I really love about it is the ability to evaluate our scouting department. And so every team is different. Every front office has different attributes that they value. Well, here at the NFL Draft Bible, we're evaluating for all 32 teams. So we set our attributes, and then we cross-check our scouts and make sure that they're kind of staying within the parameters that we've set. And it's just a great tool. It's an invaluable resource and something I believe that is going to be in all 32 buildings very soon. So we have a couple more bills to pay. We're going to roll a couple more video promos. We'll be back in about 2 minutes with our post-draft recap and analysis with Kayla Santiago hopping back in the saddle, taking over. We'll be back tomorrow, don't forget, for another 10 hours of live stream. And I just want to remind everybody, May 10th is the start of our new show on WBSS 1490 AM Sports Betting Radio. I'll be live in your living room on the radio waves, 1490 AM in Atlantic City, along with my co-host Christian Dyer. We'll also be streaming on Jacob Media on the YouTube channel. That's JAKIB, Jacob Media. Make sure you go subscribe to that. If you want more Can't Stop, Won't Stop, it's not just going to be football, though, folks. It's going to be all sports. So we're really looking forward to this new venture. Of course, broadcasting in Atlantic City. And we'll be back from Atlantic City. More with Alec Polito and Howard Balzer coming up. Keep it locked.
And we are back here on NFL Draft Battle via Sports Illustrated after rounds 2 and 3 of day 2 of the 2021 NFL Draft. Guys, it was pretty unpredictable. It was crazy. A lot of stuff happened. And Alec, I'm going to go to you first. There were a lot of players, especially that you like, that went a lot later than you thought in general. Now, who were the winners of this draft for you? What teams do you think really won in rounds 2 and 3 here?
Yeah, I mean, I'll get a chance later to really dive into what happened today. I was a little bit preoccupied with getting to look at everyone's haul, but I think two teams that came to mind absolutely as winners, the New England Patriots getting Christian Barmore at 33, I thought was excellent, and then getting Ronnie Perkins later in the draft, that was a phenomenal haul. And then the Carolina Panthers made one questionable decision with Brady Christensen, but everything else was so good. I thought that they really won this draft today too.
And who do you think were some losers of this draft? Now, there was a lot of players that we thought maybe go later round 6 and 7 that actually ended up going a lot earlier than we thought. So which teams do you think did not as well throughout the evening tonight?
It's difficult to say loser because I think that the Raiders still got a really good player in Trevon Merrick. But if you're counting in their whole haul, I think Alex Leatherwood, you could have swapped those 2 picks, but then taking Divine Diablo, who I think is someone who probably should have went on day 3, a developmental guy, definitely athletic and a big player, got a lot of traits that you love at the position. Thought he was more of a day 3 developmental guy. I think they're someone who I wasn't particularly fond of their draft so far.
And now you talk about the players in the draft teams that you're not so fond of, but let's talk about the players that went a lot later than we thought would happen. Spencer Brown is a guy that went a lot later than most people had on their draft board, along with Nick Bolton going at 58 to the Kansas City Chiefs. Alex, what do you think was the reason for them falling? And are you surprised that they ended up where they were, considering a lot of people had them up a lot further on the board?
You know, Nick Bolton, to me, honestly, it's a little bit questionable as to why he fell to 58. Way higher of a prospect for me than the pick at 58. I think maybe the reason he falls just because he's a run defender and there are questions about his pass defense as a linebacker, but I still think he's got the athleticism to develop there. Spencer Brown, I think the only thing that I can think of is just because he had less of competition and he hasn't played since 2019, but I don't know how many 6'8", 300-pound guys can run a sub-7 3-cone. So for me, I just didn't understand it. And he obviously gets taken by Buffalo. Tremendous pick there for them. I was really shocked that he fell, but Buffalo really scooped him up in the 3rd round.
And I'm going to go here to NFL Insider Howard Balzer. Howard, in the beginning of this night, in the beginning of the 2nd and 3rd round, you said there's going to be a lot of trades. It's going to be a lot better trade-wise than it was in the 1st round, and that is exactly what happened. Are you surprised by any of the trades, and which team do you think did the best job of moving up or moving back?
Well, in these 2 days, I mean, when you saw what happened with teams moving up, and we talked about it right at the start of that 2nd round when the Broncos moved up and added Javonte Williams, the excellent running back from North Carolina. I know, Alec, you had said earlier maybe Melvin Gordon to start on the way out, but I think having both those guys, we'll see if that happens. But I think having both those guys as a 1-2 punch could be pretty good for them. I think that was a good move. We saw the Bears, once again. Trade up in the 1st round and end up with a quarterback. They trade up in the 2nd round and get Tevin Jenkins, the tackle. So I thought that was a good move. And Cincinnati trading down. I think the Bengals came out of this draft looking pretty good. We all said in the 1st round maybe they take a tackle, and they ended up taking the wide receiver Jamar Chase. Then the 2nd round they end up trading down. And as New England moved up to get Christian Barmore, and they end up getting Jackson Carman. And I know, is he a tackle? Is he a guard? Obviously, they like him. And so I'm just looking. I'm not analyzing the player. I'm just analyzing what the teams needed and then what they came away with. Time will tell whether they were the right picks. And so I thought they were, those were pretty good picks for them. And then, heck, in the 3rd round, they didn't trade. but they got Joseph Asai from Texas. So I thought the Bengals did pretty well. So those are some teams, with the trades. And like I said, even the teams that traded down, most of the time ended up with with players that can really come in and help them. We saw what the Giants picked up the Miami's second round pick after trading down and got Azeez Ojulari at the 50th overall choice in the draft. So I thought they did pretty good. One team that usually doesn't trade, that hardly ever moves around, pretty much lets the draft come to them and they just pick the guys who are there. When you look at the Steelers and what they did in this draft, with starting out with Najee Harris, then in the second round they get Pat Freiermuth, the tight end from Penn State, and then in round 3 we'll see if he works out. But they needed some interior line help, and they got the Illinois guard, Kendrick Green. So I thought that there's a team that pretty much just stays where they are, and they end up coming away. And I think in the first 2 days with some pretty good players there, at least that they believe project into being good players. And before I let you swing it back to Alec, it really intrigued me, and I'm sure you guys discussed this earlier while I was busy doing other things, but we were wondering when the quarterbacks were going to go after the first round, and the whole second round, it almost got the whole second round without one. And then boom, Tampa Bay takes Kyle Trask with the last pick in the second round. And then with the second and third picks of the third round, the Vikings take Kellen Mond. So is that a little signal here that maybe the Kirk Cousins era isn't going to last a whole lot longer than after this year? We'll see what happens with that. And then the Texans, who right now basically don't know what the heck's going to happen with Deshaun Watson, and have Tyrod Taylor, and they get Davis Mills. So I thought that was a really good pick for the Texans with all the moves they've made. This, I mean, I added this up the other day. They signed in the offseason 39 free agents. 39. I don't even know if they all can make the team. I mean, that's just crazy. And certainly a lot of them are just backup guys and role players and all that, and on 1 year, relatively low salaries. But they're going to be turning over a huge part of that roster. But I did think a new coach and a new regime. I thought the addition of Davis Mills is a pretty good one when we know obviously the future of Deshaun Watson in Houston is up in the air.
Absolutely. And Howard, it's always great to have you on here. I love how you kind of look to these quarterback picks, because I think they're super important to talk about. You're looking at players that are going to teams that have a solidified quarterback now. With the Texans, it's a different situation. Deshaun Watson, nobody really knows if he's going to be playing or if he's going to be on the outs or get suspended, whatever that might be for the Texans. But the Vikings, you're right. Listen, Kirk Cousins, I said it before, he's one of the most inconsistent quarterbacks in the league. So what happens there? When he's playing good, do you put him in? When he's playing bad, do you put Kellen Mond in? I know that's not something they want to do. I know you don't want to go back and forth with quarterbacks, but is there a situation if Kirk Cousins has a bad few weeks that this guy gets a chance? And then, Kyle Trask, definitely don't think he's going to start anytime soon. Maybe with an elongated season, 17 games, he might get some time in there. But to learn from Tom Brady, one of the best in the game, Howard, has to be absolutely phenomenal for this young man in Kyle Trask.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I think with the Cousins situation, I think it's more, and you're right, he'll have that stretch of games and everyone's saying, oh, it's over for Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. And then all of a sudden he turns around and plays really well. But I don't think he's going to get another contract from the Vikings. I mean, they've paid him an awful lot of money for good quarterback play, but not necessarily championship caliber quarterback play. And so I would think that they're going to turn the page. Can't predict when, but probably not far into the future. So it'll be very interesting to watch those teams and what they end up doing. One other quick note: we talked a lot about the depth at cornerback in this draft. We saw them go off and stops and starts and all that. The compensatory picks, of which there were 10 at the end of the third round. How about this? 5 of the last 7 choices were cornerbacks. 5 of the last 7 of the compensatory picks. And of course, two of them were guys that both Alec and I were wondering, when are these guys going to get picked? Elijah Molden, and of course, Ifeadi. You pronounce his last name, Alec.
Melifonwu.
Melifonwu. Okay, I got it. And his brother, I think was it his brother or his cousin, the safety?
It's his brother, Obi Melifonwu, who was drafted by the Raiders in 2017.
Right, and then he moved around a bit. He was with the 49ers. Yeah. They had signed him to a future contract. He was cut earlier today. So good day for Ifeadi, but not for Obi. Who knows? Maybe he'll end up with Detroit. But yeah, those two guys finally go, and then along with the ones we wonder about, Andre Thomas and Brandon Stevens, and then also Nahshon Wright, who the Cowboys took before those guys. So that's again another example of teams that identify certain traits or identify certain things with players and end up taking someone that aren't the popular picks on the draft list that are out there. And so you still had those two corners sitting there, and they took Nahshon Wright from Oregon State. So that's what makes this thing so fun, because you really never know what the teams are going to do until they start making these selections.
Yeah, and Howard, you're exactly right. You said it earlier. You said it doesn't matter who we want. It doesn't matter who we see. It matters who the teams look at. They are looking at so much film. They're constantly talking to these guys, constant phone calls from us to really find their guy who fits. Now, it's interesting to me because this cornerback draft prospects, it's not super deep, but I think it's one of the deeper positions in the draft this year. A lot of them went in the beginning of the second round. Then there was kind of a fallout, as you said, Howard. And then they kind of went towards the end of that third round. And I want to throw it to Alec real quick as well. Your guy did end up going finally a little later than you expected. But were you a little bit surprised with the drop-off of all these cornerbacks going in the second round, and then all of a sudden no names were called and then picked up again in the third?
Well, it's interesting. Usually when you see compensatory picks, it's given to teams that lose something, right? And you can't really lose something if you don't have anything. So usually that's teams that have more capital and have more players that are wanted throughout the league that lose things. So you're talking about teams that are a little bit more competitive, usually in those compensatory picks. And that's why I think you see a lot of cornerbacks go in that range, because it's a position you can never have enough of, right? One cornerback goes down. If you're on your third string corner, it can't be someone who's a bad player out there, because teams will take advantage of bad matchups all game. We saw it last year in the playoffs with Kevin King, right? Kevin King is a good cornerback, but couldn't handle it in that playoff matchup. And what did Tampa Bay do? They took advantage of it the entire game, right? This is something that you see often in the NFL. It's a matchup-driven league. If you have a matchup that can't be stopped, then it's something that teams will take advantage of. So I understand 100% taking shots on corners that you think have high abilities, right? Nahshon Wright, you talked about, 6'4", 185 pounds. This is a guy who, if you could figure him out, how many 6'4" corners do we have in the NFL? I'll give you a hint. It's none, I'm pretty sure.
Zero.
Yeah, we got 6'2", 6'3". But how many 6'4" guys do we have? He's a legit 6'4". If you can figure that out, look at what the Cowboys might have on him, and I think that's why you see a lot of corners go late. That mid-range, I think, maybe it was just the year. Aaron Robinson went. We saw a lot of nickels go, which I think is great range for nickels in that late day 2 or late round 2, early round 3 range, because it's really become a starting position in the league, and it's become a specialty position where you can't always take an outside guy and bring him in, and you can't usually take an inside guy and bring him out at the cornerback position. So I'm happy that we saw a lot of them go. Was I shocked that my boy lasted until the end of the third round? Yeah, but I'm just happy he's got a spot in Detroit where he's going to get an opportunity to compete. Obviously, there's a definite need there, so I think he might start day 1.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see if he does. I think he definitely can solidify a role there as a starter. Now, guys, we talked about it throughout the show so far, and there was a lot of players that we thought went way later than we kind of expected on the draft board. And as Howard Balzer has been alluding to it all day long, it's not a matter of who we have on our draft board, because sometimes these teams see guys that are just the perfect fit for them, and maybe kind of sleepers that we really didn't see looking up our film and looking into the draft. But guys, I want to go to both of you. Howard, I'll start with you. Some surprises in this draft that we haven't mentioned yet. Some guys that you were surprised to see called up, early or late. What was the biggest surprise for you tonight?
Let's see. The biggest, trying to see the biggest surprise today was, and I think this is something I guess we're looking for something that hasn't been said. I mentioned Atwell. Sean McVay referred to him afterwards as Deshaun Jackson Jr. Well, we'll see about that. But that was a little surprising for a team that, and I mentioned that earlier, that didn't have a pick.
Right.
That until that second round, and ends up with him. But one guy that lasted a bit, and maybe it's not a surprise he lasted to where he did, because it's the 63rd player overall. And I think sometimes we have to put into perspective. We get so wound up on the first round because that's the focus, and it's the first round of the draft. But you know what? If you're taking in the top 100 players in the whole draft in the whole country, the top 64, the top 64 in the first two rounds, that's pretty darn good. And so, especially when you consider all the different positions there are. But I know a guy that a lot of people thought could be a first-round pick, and I thought this was a great pick by the Chiefs, that he lasted where he did, was Creed Humphrey. I mean, they needed a center. They needed a tackle. They made the trade for that. So if you look at, sometimes when teams don't have picks, we just look at, oh, boy, they don't have that pick. But sometimes you have to look at why they don't have that pick. And Steve Keim of the Cardinals has been referring to it when he was asked about not having a third-round pick. He says, well, but we have Rodney Hudson and DeAndre Hopkins. And so when you look at the Chiefs not having a late first-round pick, but they got Orlando Brown with that. And then they get Creed Humphrey to fill their hole at center. For him lasting where he did, maybe he fits in an area where he should have gone. But I'll tell you, I'm sure the Chiefs were really glad that he was there. And so I thought that was a really nice pickup for them in the second round. And then earlier they got, and you mentioned it, Alec, about Nick Bolton. Earlier with a pick they got from Baltimore, they got Nick Bolton to upgrade that linebacker core. So I thought the Chiefs in those three picks in the the two picks in the second round and the trade with Orlando Brown did a really nice job.
Howard, I have to completely agree with you there. I think they got two steals of the draft with those two picks. Listen, this is a win now team. This is a Super Bowl bound team again, 3 years in a row. You still have your centerpiece in Patrick Mahomes. You have Tyreek Hill. You have Travis Kelce, two of the top receivers in this league. Travis Kelce, probably the best tight end in this league right now. But you look at Creed Humphrey. He can be a day one starter. You look at Nick Bolton. Somehow he went a lot later than people thought, as we kind of alluded to earlier. He's also a day one starter. These guys can both come in and make an immediate impact on this team, on a team that is ready to win right now. So I think I have to agree with you on that one. The Chiefs absolutely did great in these later rounds today. Alec, I'm going to go to you. Any thoughts on those picks? Go ahead, Howard.
One thing real quick, and I want to bring this up, and then you go to Alec, because you said a couple times, Alec, that maybe the team saw something in these guys that I didn't. Well, I thought the pick, and you're right. You're 100% right. And I think a big part of it is that it's a big part of being in the NFL is the fit for a team, not only on the field in your position, but the fit in the locker room, what kind of guy they are. And so those intangibles are huge. And I'm convinced the pick, Zaven Collins, I'll go back to that pick from the Cardinals last night. Really good player. We know that. He's got athletic skill. Did he go going 16? Is that the right spot for him? But there's the Cardinals honed in on him a long time ago because of his passion for the game, because of his all that. Steve Keim called it. I told this to Rick last night. You guys weren't on. He says we have a certain number. There's about 4 or 5 alpha birds in the draft every year, and he defines an alpha bird as a player beyond what they do on the field, but there's a presence about them. There's leadership. There's how will you fit in the locker room, especially as a rookie coming in to mingle and be with seasoned veterans, men, that have been around for a long time. And he said that they had 5 alpha birds in this draft, and Zaven Collins was one of them. So that's what it is a lot of times. It's you look at all these players bunched together, and who knows? With all these corners, one guy, whatever, from teams on an 8-point rating scale, one guy's a 6.4, and one guy's a 6.3, and there's not that much difference. But sometimes, maybe not sometimes, but a lot of times, that those other aspects are what make a team pick a guy. Again, doesn't mean they're gonna work out and play to the level they think, but I think that does definitely influence teams in terms of the overall evaluation of these players.
And it does, because you need a player that can be coachable. I think that is the most important thing. Of course, you need skill, you need talent. That's how you get to this level. But if you have a guy that's not coachable, if it's not willing to work, listen, Zaven Collins, this is not his ceiling. This is just the beginning for him. This is just his developmental process. He could go up to here for the pure fact that he's coachable and willing to get better every single day. So that's a great point that you kind of brought in, Howard. And I think that a lot of these teams are kind of looking at that as they go further into these rounds, especially guys that they want to have in the locker room and kind of help out in that way.
Yeah, he was a high school valedictorian. And some will say, oh, so what? That's football. Well, what it shows is applying yourself to be as good as you can be in whatever it is you do. And certainly that's what you want in a football player.
Absolutely, you're completely right.
That's a great point that you bring up, Howard, because a lot of scouting and a lot of what we do is you're really trying to gather information on players while also making a projection forward. That's the tough part about this job, is really looking at a player and saying, not what can he do now, because most of these players are not ready to play in the NFL now. The only ones that you're ready to can they do for my team in the future? And that's a tough thing to say when you're not able to talk to the player and see what type of player you are. You're right. Valedictorian, you might say, what does it matter about this? It matters everything about this. It's a character thing. It's a plus on the character trait, right? And it shows you not only is and that he's going to be able to deal with any install that you do, learn any position or scheme that you want him to learn. But it shows that, like you said, he's applying himself. He's working hard. He's a hard worker. And not only that, you can't be a valedictorian if you don't listen to teachers or try and learn. And clearly he is a learner. So that's something that absolutely matters. And it's crucial in the scouting industry to find these little nuggets of information, because like you said, maybe Zaven Collins wasn't on most people's boards to go 16 because of the skill, but Arizona did their homework and saw, okay, whatever this player is now, we're projecting forward as to what we can teach him and what we can get him to. He's clearly better than 16th on our board.
No doubt. And he was higher than 16 on their board, I can tell you absolutely that. And the reality is you and everybody else who does this and works hard at it and does a great job of analyzing players, we don't have that access that the teams have, obviously. We're not doing – now, granted, it's changed in the NFL. The last 2 years are doing it all on – a lot of it on Zoom. But they're still talking to these guys all the time. In fact, some of the teams like this whole Zoom thing because in the past, you'd meet with the guy at his pro day. Yeah, they make their little visit to the team with other guys a couple of weeks before the draft, and that was about it. Now they can call these guys anytime and say, "Hey, we want to jump on the phone with you for 10 minutes on Zoom today." Okay, fine. And they talk to these guys over and over and over and get a real feel for who these players are as people.
Absolutely. And Alec, I want to go to you. Now, you talked about your guy going a lot later than you thought originally, but what are some other surprises that you haven't mentioned yet throughout tonight that you saw in round 2 and 3?
I want to talk about some of the picks that I really loved in this range, and I thought that Azeez Ojulari to the New York Giants was a steal as long as the medical clears out. We heard that there might be an issue with his hip, but when you talk about the player, he's clearly a high-level player, and the scheme fit is perfect. A lot of people are talking about him at potentially 11 to the New York Giants. They get him at 50 with another trade back, and then you got to talk about with what their haul was. They get a first, a third, and a fourth in what's going to be potentially the deepest draft class we have ever seen next year. There's going to be so many high-level talented players that the Giants are going to be able to reload again. Look at the Giants, maybe not so to compete this year, but when they're able to add talent next year, That's something where the New York Giants could be one of the top teams in the NFC East, if not the top team, after the 2022 season, or after the 2022 draft, I should say. And then some other picks that I really liked, Denver getting Javonte Williams, which you talked about. I think that was an excellent fit, perfect situation for him to come in, because you can't stack the box against him because they have such excellent talent on the outside. Not to mention Albert Okwuegbunam, who I think is going to get an opportunity this year, who I really loved last year, and Noah Fant. 2 tight end systems, the 12 personnel that they run, they're going to have extra blockers on the field. Plus, they've then go out and draft Quinn Meinerz, right? Javonte Williams is going to have a great opportunity there in Denver. And another pick that I really loved, other than the Apatu Melifonwu pick, which was, of course, my favorite, was the Spencer Brown pick to the Bills, who goes way later than he should have. And I think now you're looking at the Bills building that offensive line to a point where they could be the top team in the AFC. And one last point here, the Kansas City Chiefs, which were talked about before, I just wanted to say, I can't remember in recent memory, or at least since I've been following this, where you go from an offensive line where you're wondering if there's one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL, especially when you watch that Super Bowl now. I know a lot of players were injured for that, but you watch the Super Bowl and you go, hey, that was a terrible offensive line performance. The Chiefs might have a top 3 or 4 offensive line in the NFL now. With Creed Humphrey, with Orlando Brown, Joe Thuney, all 3 of those players have the upside. 2 of them already are there, but all 3 of those players have the upside to be top players of their position, top 5 players of their position. And then on the right side, they've got developmental guys. So I love what they were able to do with this offensive line.
And let's remember, if they get, I love saying this name. I've been joking about some of the guys' names I can't pronounce, but it looks like they're going to get Laurent Duvernay-Tardif back.
Oh, yeah.
Who opted out last year. And then they drafted a guy in the 3rd round last year, Lucas Niang, who drafted him in the 3rd round, a tackle, who also opted out as a rookie. And they really like his potential. Now, granted, he hasn't done anything with the Chiefs because he opted out, but they definitely have some high hope for him. So they're gonna have a very competitive offensive line room there.
Now, guys, a lot of these teams getting assets throughout these 3 rounds so far, night 1, night 2 as well. But I want to ask you guys this one question here. Out of all the teams that we saw, all of the draft prospects, which team right now do you think is the best? I'll give you my opinion real quick. I think it's the Buffalo Bills. You add those 2 defensive ends and then an offensive tackle to protect Josh Allen, an offense that is already good and already delivers. I think the Bills are going to surprise a lot of people, and I think they're going to have an even further year than they did last season. If I could go to Alec real quick first, which team do you really think, I guess, essentially won the first 3 rounds?
Well, I don't know if I could put it on one team. I will say that the rich got richer with the Buffalo Bills and the Kansas City Chiefs, which we've talked about. I think that I really did like what the Detroit Lions did this year, and I think that you're talking about a team that needs to almost rebuild this roster. But they've got Jeff Okudah, they've got some young players to work with, and they got Penei Sewell in the 1st round. They've got some young talent on this roster. I think that they're a team that I really liked what they were able to draft, and of course they drafted Apatu Melifonwu, but the other picks in general I really liked from Detroit. I think that there was I actually liked what the Packers did with getting Eric Stokes, and then I'm forgetting who they took in the 2nd round. I remember liking it, but then they got Amari Rodgers in the 3rd, giving them a real slot receiver for Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love if they decide to make that move.
Josh Myers.
That's what's coming to mind right now. Josh, exactly. That's a great pick for them, who I think replaces Corey Linsley, maybe not to the level that Corey Linsley is, but gives them a center that they can really build on.
And now, Howard, how about you? Which teams do you think really improved? Of course, most of them did, but right now, if you had to solidify just a few teams that you can pick out, you kind of mentioned it earlier, but what are the teams on your radar right now after the first 2 nights of the NFL draft?
I mentioned Pittsburgh earlier, and so I'll stick with them. I know Alec mentioned Tennessee with the 2 corners they got, and then I think they got a guy in the 3rd round, Monty Rice, the linebacker from Georgia, who he's just a football player. I mean, he'll really come in and help solidify that linebacking core for them. And then I'll tell you, I think a steal in the draft. I remember a few years ago when the Saints drafted Alvin Kamara in the 3rd round, and I thought to myself, boy, that's a heck of a back to be getting in the 3rd round, and we've certainly seen what he's been able to do for them. The 49ers, of course, we all know about Trey Lance, but then they get Trey Sermon from Ohio State in the 3rd round, and we know how the 49ers love to run the football, and it never worked out with Jerick McKinnon, who, by the way, the Chiefs have apparently agreed to a contract with going forward. But I know they have Raheem Mostert, they have Jeffrey Wilson, who are nice back. But to get a guy like Trey Sermon, I think in the 3rd round could be an absolute steal.
I think so too, and I think there's a lot of steals in these 2nd and 3rd rounds here. Now, guys, I kind of want to do a little bit of contenders and pretenders here. Now, we just kind of talked about the teams that we thought that kind of won this draft right now, but teams that were on the outside looking in, for example, the Miami Dolphins last year, they definitely improved their roster so far going into next season. Which team do you think that was on the outside looking in last year is now a contender after the first 2 nights?
Well, I agree with you on Miami. And they had extra picks, and so you should be able to do well with that. And, last year, the Cardinals were a contender, and it didn't go well at the end of the season, obviously. In some ways, I think that might have been a blessing in disguise because they saw the areas they needed to improve on. I mean, when that offense was humming, it was as good as any offense in the NFL, but it didn't do that at the end of the year. And they realized that they were getting manhandled by some good defenses and good defensive fronts, especially in their last 2 games of the season against the 49ers and the Rams. So they go out in free agency and add Rodney Hudson and Brian Winters. And then they add Rondale Moore to that receiving core and to their special teams with his punt return ability. And then get, another top guy on that defense after adding J.J. Watt. So still think they're coming a little short in corner, but they recognize the things that they needed to get better. And I think they made a lot of really good moves throughout the offseason with filling needs in free agency and then allowing them to take what they believe were the best players available at the time when their 2 picks came up. And they only had 2, but again, that 3rd round pick went to Rodney Hudson, and you can't quarrel with that.
Oh, absolutely not. Rodney Hudson's a phenomenal player to only get for a 3rd round. I thought that was a steal right there of the draft, potentially having Rodney Hudson as a 3rd round pick. Theoretically, obviously, he's a veteran in the league, but one of the best centers in the league. But I think you're right, Howard. Arizona is someone that I think absolutely improved, and they put themselves in the category where, maybe they're not at the LA Rams level, but could they be at the Seattle level where, because Seattle, I think, hasn't really taken too many steps forward with this roster. I think they added a couple pieces that, yeah, they're nice, but I don't think they've jumped considerably. And I think Arizona and Seattle were fairly close till the end of the year last year and had some pretty nice matchups. But for me, a team that I think really did well in building this roster is the Cleveland Browns. I think that they've put themselves really in a situation where they could be the 3rd or 4th best team in the AFC in general. And I think that they really solidified that secondary. They really added to that defense that they needed to. And now they're in a situation where the offense is pretty solid, the defense is pretty solid, and they rely on that run game. If the defense can just hold opponents down, they can run clock, and they can really use that offensive line, the run game, to their advantage. Then big plays here and there with Anthony Schwartz, Odell Beckham Jr., Jarvis Landry, Donovan Peoples-Jones. They've got a lot there. Austin Hooper also there. I mean, there's a lot to love about what Cleveland did. And I just want to say real quick, what Pittsburgh did was, I think that they really just saved themselves with Ben Roethlisberger being their quarterback, because what they did was they reinvented this entire team, right? Bring in Kendrick Green to help Najee Harris become the focal point of that offense. Plus Pat Freiermuth, who's a pretty decent blocker at the tight end position for Najee Harris, but he's also going to win underneath for Ben Roethlisberger, right? We're not going to rely on his arm anymore. Juju Smith-Schuster is a quick underneath winner. Pat Fryermuth is a quick underneath winner. Now you got both those guys kind of close to the line of scrimmage, winning early. And then you're going to be able to have Chase Claypool and James Washington on the outside, kind of winning routes for you deep, but only taking those shots when you need to. And then you're going to rely on this defense, right? Because the defense is what is the best attribute of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're going to win some low-scoring games next year, but I think I love what they did. And, yeah, I don't know if you're a fantasy player, Howard, and I'm not much of one, but I do know that Najee Harris has to be probably the number one guy to draft in fantasy because they're going to hand him the ball about 250 times next year.
Well, at least for the young players coming in, that's a good call, no doubt. And one last point for me is I talked about Pittsburgh, talked about Cincinnati. You brought up Cleveland, and that AFC North, is getting to be a bear. And if the Bengals, start improving, then it's going to be even tougher. And look at what. So my parting one will be: look what the Ravens did. They get Rashad Bateman at wide receiver in the first round. And then Jason Owe, is that how he pronounces his last name? Owe?
Owe, yeah.
Yeah, and they get him in the first round. They didn't have the second round pick because that went to Kansas City in the Orlando Brown trade. But then in the third round, they get Ben Cleveland, who is just a mammoth. And I remember yesterday we were talking, and I was saying maybe they'll take a tackle here. And you made the point about what you think the Ravens will be looking for, maybe would be more in the interior, even though I do think they still need a right tackle at some point. But Ben Cleveland's an interior guy, and that guy's just a massive human being. And so that was a heck of a pickup for them. Obviously, a team that likes to run the football, to go with Lamar Jackson. So you look at all the teams in that AFC North, and you can make the argument that all of them really got better in these in this first 2 days of the draft.
And I would completely agree with you there. Definitely contending just a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see what they do tomorrow. Before we part ways, guys, I just want to know your best available players going into tomorrow. Who do you think is going to go early, and who would you like to see to go early on tomorrow?
Well, I'm looking here at the NFL Draft Bible list as I check them off of the top available players today. And the only guy in the top 31 that hasn't gone yet is a linebacker from LSU and North Dakota State, Jabril Cox. And I'll be curious to have Alex's take on those guys. You mentioned him earlier, Alex. Michael Carter is still available. You look at him and you figure someone's going to jump on him in the fourth round. So those will be two guys that I think teams will definitely be looking at. And after that, I mean, it's there's a lot of players that are going to come in and help teams on special teams and all that. But those. Oh, I did mention him earlier, and I know you pointed out the negatives on Amon-Ra St. Brown. I don't know why. I just have a sense about this kid. I just think he's going to end up being a pretty good player in the league.
Absolutely.
I'm just really curious who's going to end up with him and at what point on day 3.
Yeah, and those are two players that are pretty high on my board. Kenneth Gainwell, another one at the running back position that is still on the board. It's a little shocking to me. Tylan Wallace still on the board. Deontay Smith, the offensive tackle out of East Carolina, another one who I thought should have been off the board well before the end of round 2. Actually, yeah, I thought he should have been off the board in round 2, but I meant before day 3 ended, or day 2 ended. Gosh, it's been a long day. But I think there's a lot of players in that 4th round range that people are going to really like. Here's my parting shot for you guys. This is not, and I've been saying it the entire draft, rounds 5 through 7 are not deep. There's not a lot of players. Look for teams to trade a ton of those picks and future picks to get up into round 4 to get their final guy that fell out of day 3. Because when we get to the end of round 4, maybe midway through round 5, it's going to start becoming players drafted that have the high upside of special teams. So watch for teams to try and get up into round 4.
It's a great point. Steve Keim, the Cardinals general manager, had a great stat last week. He said that heading toward the draft season, collecting all their information from their scouts, they had 5,500 scouting reports. And then as everything started happening with the players that exercised and accepted that extra year of eligibility for seniors, that the NCAA offered, 1,800 of those 5,500 players are not in the draft. Now, granted, obviously, not all are going to be drafted because there's only 259 players, but that still affects that depth. So it will be interesting. But I don't know. Teams will love to get picks in next year's draft when it's deeper. The question is, are teams going to be willing up to give up those picks because they know that next year's draft is going to be a little deeper? So that'll be interesting. My last parting shot, you guys talked about Buffalo's draft, and you can tell me on this one now, because the Bills in the second round took the Wake Forest defensive end, and who's always listed everywhere I've seen is Carlos Basham, right?
Yeah.
On the NFL list, he was listed as Boogie Basham.
Yeah.
What's the boogie about?
Is
he really called that?
Carlos Basham is the Wake Forest defensive end, probably going to play defensive tackle for them. But brother Terrell Basham, who played for the Jets, more as an edge defender. But they call him Boogie. I don't know the story behind it, Howard, and maybe I should, and that's on my fault. That's my fault for not doing the research on that one. But they do call him Boogie, and I'm not really sure why.
Maybe someone thought he's like Booger McFarland or something like that.
Maybe
we'll have to research that and have it ready for tomorrow's broadcast. But I thought that was pretty funny when I read that.
Very
funny.
But
it's one thing for some people to call him that, but to have him listed like that as his name in there, I don't know if I'd want my name listed.
I actually learned his name was Carlos after I learned his name was Boogie, because everyone just called him Boogie when he was on tape. It's like, oh, that's Boogie Basham, and then we started seeing him at the Senior Bowl. It was like Carlos Boogie Basham. So it's funny.
Yeah, definitely, guys. We're going to have to see what that deal is. We're going to have to do some research and then come out with that tomorrow morning and see why he goes by that. Maybe we'll even get a chance to talk to him throughout. And it looks like we have some insider news from our producer, Kate, in the studio here. He said, my mom raised me and watched me when I was a baby, and she would just be holding me up, and I would just be dancing. And she was like, he's Boogie Basham, said on Glen Clark Radio on April 6th. That's when everybody started calling me Boogie, so I just had to go with it. Guys, there's the story right there. It's pretty interesting. It's stuck ever since he was a little kid.
Awesome. So he likes the boogie. We can all boogie to end the show. Let's all boogie.
Exactly. There we go. And guys, thank you so much for coming on today. It was an absolutely fun-filled day. A crazy day, rounds 2 and 3. A lot of stuff happened, super unpredictable, a lot of trades. And guys, I think it's just going to get crazier as we go into day 3 tomorrow. Once again, the 2021 NFL Draft card right here on NFL Draft Bible. And tomorrow, we have live stream coverage presented by Hound Talent. Kickoff starts at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. We will have 2 former NFL directors of pro personnel, Dan Vandernat of the Raiders and Blake Bedingfield of the Titans. Be sure to log on to NFLDraftBible.com for our live stream, tracker, and best available player rankings. I can't even thank anybody enough for being on this live stream today. Rick Saratella as well, who kind of took over for us. Howard Balzer, Alec Polito, Kate and Sam behind the scenes. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and make sure you're right here tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, as we will kick it off with some fun stuff going into the final day of the NFL Draft. Have a good night, everybody.
Great job.